Hello, everyone. Blaine Austin here at Sewing Machines Plus, and welcome to day 3 of Hoopfest. Man, I can't believe it, Kyle. It's already day 3.
I know, halfway there.
Halfway there. Everybody say good morning to Kyle.
Hi,
he's with me this morning. And man, we're raring to go. But speaking of saying hello, I want to say hello to some of the SMP Nation watching this morning. We have Sandra Kenna in Wyoming watching. We have Darlene over in Indiana, Stella Hendrich in Colorado, Miss Parker over in Tennessee, Sheila Irvin in Massachusetts, Tracy Morgan in South Carolina, and Laurie Scott says, hi, Blaine. Well, hi, Laurie. How are you? Hope everybody's raring to go today. Man, we've already had 2 great days, and we got a lot more today. Jana, Blaine looking full of energy despite being the only host.
That's right. You haven't hosted one by yourself in a while.
It has been a long time since I hosted one by myself.
Yeah. He's taking naps between.
Is that what it is? I'm taking those. I feel pretty chipper. I feel pretty chipper today. You know, being day 3. I hope y'all are pretty chipper. It says, Sandra says, hi, guys, from Michigan. Judy, hello, fellow Arkansas. Blaine, hey, where are you at? Judy, tell us where in Arkansas are you at? Because, you know, people don't know a lot about Arkansas, but man, I tell you what, Arkansas in the kind of northwest, north central area, it's like the most beautiful state you've ever been to. All the green and mountains, it's pretty awesome. Well, let's talk a little bit. Angela King says, great job, Blaine. Well, thanks, Angela. Let's talk a little bit about Hoopfest. I want to tell you a little bit about what's going on with Hoopfest. especially if you're new today, you haven't been here all week. We had a project, embroidery project contest, and you were able to enter a embroidery project. Well, all those entries, we cut the entry off, I think on Friday of last week. I think that's what it was.
Might have been Sunday, right?
Sunday?
Before. Yeah.
Okay.
Sunday. Yeah.
And then we open it up for voting this Monday. So the first of the show, we open it up for voting. So if y'all want to go vote on one, you can vote 2 times a day from your IP address. So if there's other people in your house, each one of you only get 2 votes per household or whatever it is. But you can go to SewingMachinesPlus.com. At the very top of the page up there, you'll see where it says events and classes. Click on that and it'll take you to an event page. Just click on Hoopfest and it'll go there, and there's a little tab that says gallery. Hit the gallery and you can go look at all the entries. And when you get in there, Arlene says, I did my voting today. Well, good, Arlene. Ella, I voted. Good job, Ella. I want everybody to go vote.
Yes.
Look at that. Everybody, Aaron Potts voted. But you get 2 a day, so you can actually go look at all the projects, go vote on them, and we're going to give a People's Choice Award for whoever gets the most votes. And then we have judges that are going to be choosing the top 3 judges' choice, and the winners the People's Choice and the Judges' Choice are going to get a golden scissors trophy. That's the little trophy we give out every year. Has a pair of golden scissors, and they'll get a ribbon to put on their project. And then the Judges' Choice, second, third place will also get ribbons, and they're going to get a prize package. All 4 winners will get a prize package that we're going to give away. And then we got a big prize package for one of you. So we are giving away a dream sewing studio worth $25,000. And here's what you're going to get. You're going to get that Janome 400E. You're getting the Floriani Universal Bundle software. You're getting the Dime Perfect Embroidery Professional software. You're getting a Happy 7-needle embroidery machine. You're getting an Elna 850. You're getting that Viking Amber Air S600 serger, and you're getting the Kangaroo and Joey plus the Kiwi rolling caddy from Aero Cabinets. So what a great studio. So we can't call it an embroidery studio. We're calling it a sewing studio because you're getting a little bit of everything. And that's a great package put together. And one of you can have a chance to win it. So Monday, we've already picked finalists for Monday and Tuesday. And Monday was Dale Brown, was our first finalist. Yesterday, Kristen R was our second finalist. And then this afternoon, we're going to pick our third finalist. So it could be you. And so anyway, how you're going to chance to win, you just participate in the show. Y'all just make comments, ask questions, and things like that. And it's going to automatically get you entered. And then we will do a drawing, and it'll pull a winner up. And then what I'm going to do on Friday, we're going to have all of our winners. And excuse me, Kyle puts them down on a piece of paper for me. And I have a little bucket. And I'm going to show you the name. We're going to fold it up, throw it in there. I'm going to mix them up, and I'm going to pull the winner out live on air so you can see the winner. So it's going to be pretty awesome. Can't wait to do that. It's always a lot of fun to give that kind of stuff away, because that's a game changer for somebody.
That changes someone's life.
Yeah, it could change your life.
A lot of stuff.
Well, definitely going to change your sewing studio.
That's true.
So, and then we're going to do some random giveaways every day at the end of the day, usually. And if we have any technical difficulties, we usually have a giveaway to try to give them time to get things fixed up. And but things are going well. I'm glad everybody's here. Hope y'all are enjoying it so far. We're going to have another educational sessions today. And so the first educational session is going to be Sarah's first, right?
No.
Oh, Mary, that's right. Mary
Sarah.
Nisei is going to be first today. She's going to do our first educational session today. And she is going to be doing some, I think, in the hoop projects. You'll get to see that. And then later on, Sarah Vetzer will be coming in and doing an educational project. Now, Sarah is a brother educator. So she is in Memphis with the rest of the brother educators. So she had to videotape her educational session for us. So she videotaped that, and then she also, I think she's doing a presentation this week on a machine, and she had to videotape that. So all of them are videotaped from Brothers. So just kind of bear with us on that. It's not going to be there, but we had to make do. And so Nancy says sponsors are awesome. Well, speaking of sponsors, can we just talk a little bit about our sponsors and tell you who all of our sponsors are? And Kyle, do you got that list handy?
Kyle's right now. Sorry.
There it is. Bam. You see it right there on the screen. So yeah, a huge shout out to our sponsors. Happy Embroidery. They're our platinum sponsor this year. Janome, Brother, SWF, Husqvarna, Viking, Pfaff, Baby Lock, R&K were all gold sponsors. And then the creative Applique is our bronze sponsor. And so we're super excited to have all them on board with us. And, they help us with, do so many things along with getting some good pricing so we can pass the savings right on to you. And so Nelda says sponsors are wonderful. Yes, they are. And yes, everybody,
love the sponsors.
Stay loyal to these brands because I tell you what, they're loyal to us. And we got to do what we can to help them. And because they help us so much. And when they help us, that means it helps you. So we sure do appreciate everything they do for us. And at level of education that they have with all these companies now is just incredible. I mean, you couldn't get this, 15, 20 years ago. You didn't get this kind of education. And, the great thing about it now, what's happened is just the internet. Internet has really helped our industry so much because now, like virtual events like these, unless you could go to your local dealer and go to get educated or go to some sort of event, you never get to see anything like this. So now we bring it right to your living room, and it makes it a lot easier to get educated. And there are just thousands of videos and things out there on all the different models to help you. So the information now, Kyle, is if you can't find it, you're not looking.
Yeah.
Well, so are y'all ready to get going this morning? I'm ready to kick this thing off. I think that we're going to have a great day today. I cannot wait to see some of these machines we've got. We got some great specials. And again, we're going to have live chat agents on Facebook and YouTube. We have Rhonda and Melinda answering questions on those two platforms. If you go to our website, SewingMachinesPlus.com, we also have live chat agents there that can take your orders, answer questions. And then naturally, we have our call center that's fully staffed today. 800-401-8151 is the number for that. And I always tell y'all for these shows, make sure you have a little notepad beside your chair, have a pencil, so you can take notes and things that you won't forget. And then also, it's time to go fill your coffee cups up, isn't it, Kyle? Coffee cups, get everything raring to go, and sit back and relax and enjoy the show today because we've got a lot to go on, huh?
And enjoy.
You got your coffee cup filled, Kyle?
This is my third one, I think.
Kyle's already on his third coffee cup this morning. So Kyle's going to be fired up today too. And I guess, y'all can see my, right back there.
Yep.
That's my little energy drink.
That's your coffee.
That's my Mountain Dew back there waiting on me. So anyway, hey, we've got a great gentleman starting off the show today. We got Sam Fung coming in. He is with Janome. Now, Sam is an educational coordinator, has been sewing for the past 47 years. And prior to joining Janome 17 years ago, he owned a custom sewing business where he made everything from wedding gowns to home decor and even taught students of all ages. And this is not in his bio, but I always say this. One time Sam told me, he said, he had so much notions that he's collected through the years and things. He thinks he could open his own store. So I'm sure there's many of y'all out there just like that. But hey, y'all give a huge SMP Nation welcome to Sam Fung. Hey, Sam.
Hi, Thane. How are you?
I am fantastic today. How are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Well, good. Hey, we're super excited to have you here. And I know we're talking about a great machine today. So I'm going to let you take it away. In about 25 minutes, I'll come back and tell them how they can get theirs.
Okay, great. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Thanks for joining in with me. Today, we're going to talk about the Elna 850. This is a sewing and embroidery combo machine. It's got this girl right here. It's a nice machine for doing your sewing and embroidery. So we'll start off. This machine has 11 different feet that comes with it. There's also 8.5-inch throat space right here. You also have 172 built-in stitches up here. You can see all the stitches. It has 2 different hoops for the embroidery. And let me show you some of the exclusive things on this machine. What's so nice about the Elna machine, as you know, Elna and Janome is together, but what's so nice about the Elna machine is Elna is still designed in Switzerland, and this machine is no different. So what's different about this machine, because it's under the Elna line, is this. Up here, I can flip this flap up, and they have a hidden storage compartment right here. So all the feet that comes with it can be stored up here. Now, isn't this cool? And it's got pictures and the letters of the feet. And if I want to use one of the feet, these little storage compartment also tilts out. And this is one of the great things about having an Elna. They have little special compartments and things on their machine. Another thing is on this machine, we have a slider bar. There is a scissor function. We have a needle up, needle down, a tie-off key, a reverse key, a start-stop button. Unlike, most machine, we do have a manual foot lifter in the back that raises up and down. In the front of the machine, you have this little extension table in the front. And when I open it up, we do have more storage space. Let me bring this up so you guys can see it. There's a storage compartment in the front where you can store your bobbins and also the rest of the feet that comes with the machine. It does come with a 1/4-inch quilting foot for those of you who quilt. And it is an embroidery machine, so you do get a embroidery foot. You also get a hopping foot for you want to do free motion quilting. So that is available on this machine. And needless to say, it does come with a buttonhole maker also. Okay. And this little extension table do slide out. So when you're sewing and you want a free arm, you do have a free arm on this machine. Okay. Now, another nice thing about this machine that I love is, and like most of our machines, the front door do open so I can get in here and look at it when I'm threading the machine. Up here, this thread holder is recessed, and so it does tilt up a little bit for me to thread my machine right here. I do have a bobbin winder here that's kind of hidden, and you don't have to keep it open. Your door can be closed. And like I said, it is a sewing and embroidery machine, and it comes with 2 different hoops. Let me show you the hoops it comes with. You get this one, it's a 5x5 hoop, and then you have the RE20 hoop, which is a 6.7 by 7.9 embroidery feel on this hoop. So these are the 2 hoops that comes with the machine. Now, the embroidery carriage is located on the back of this machine. And that's why I love this machine for this one reason right here. I love this one because not only do we have a free arm for sewing, we have a free arm when we're doing embroidery. So let me show you that. The embroidery arm attaches to the back. So I'm just opening it. I'm extending the arm all the way out. And this question gets asked a lot. How far back do I have to put the machine away from the wall? Well, from the edge of the machine to where the arm extends is about 22 inches. So from the front of the machine to where the arm extends out, it's going to be about 44 inches. So just give you an idea how much space you would need to allow to do embroidery on this machine. So for example, if I was doing something small, like a tote bag or something like that, I can actually hoop this in a tote bag. Just hoop it right here. Put it into my embroidery arm carriage. I know I have the wrong foot on there, but that's okay. I'm not going to stitch out. I'm just going to show you guys how this. And let me take this foot off. It's in the way. And once I have this in the embroidery carriage, now I have a free arm while I'm embroidering. As you can see, my hoop is on the machine. I do have a free arm. So when I do start to embroider, this hoop will move. I'm able to pull fabric underneath the free arm. There is an optional hoop that you can get. It's a 2x4 hoop. Then it's called a free arm hoop, which allow you to do smaller things like sleeves, cuffs, baby things. Just think, you can pull it under this machine to do your free arm embroidery. And I just love that because some of our other machines, we don't have that feature. So I love this machine that we still do have that feature with it. Another nice thing about this machine while this is off is in the embroidery mode, they give you a high tension bobbin case. And the high tension bobbin case, what that helps is when you're doing machine embroidery, by putting the high tension bobbin case in, it pulls more of the top thread to the bottom, so there's less chance of your bobbin thread pulling up to the top. And then which leads me to this. Now on this machine that has a feature where there are no screws on the throat plate, we simply push the lever, the plate pops up, I'm able to remove the plate, take the bobbin case out, simply remove it and replace the bobbin case for doing machine embroidery, and just put the plate back on and snap it back into position. It is quick and easy to do. And as you can see, it's a smart, there are sensors on the plate. So every time I change the plate, I'm going to get a message on the machine that just make sure proper foot is attached, touch the X to clear it, and I'm ready to do embroidery. So that's one of the nice things about this machine. I love that it comes with a lot of little extra things. Okay, on here, right now, we're looking at the sewing portion of the machine. We have a lot of keys on the machine and also a lot of buttons. And for somebody new to this machine, they were going to say, oh my God, how am I going to remember all these keys and buttons? Which one do I push and stuff like that? Well, we don't need to worry about it because this machine comes with 2 different quick reference cards. You have this quick reference chart. This one is for your regular sewing, the front and back. It tells you about what each of the buttons on the machine does. And then it also have a second card. When you see right here, it says embroidery mode. So when I'm in the embroidery section, all the keys, I have little icons next to it and a little description telling me what they do. Now, isn't that great? Okay, not only that, we also have a lovely manual that's spiral bound and it's very intuitive, and it walks you through the sewing section, and the back section also walks you through the embroidery of this machine. You can't be beat. I mean, I love my manual. It's always sitting there next to my machine. I refer to it all the time. This machine also comes with a cover, a nice red cover, and this cover will go over the machine. It does have a Velcro on the strap that opens up. Your handle comes through here. So that way, if you wanted to carry this machine, the Velcro will hold your cover up. It goes over the machine, and you can travel with the machine. Just stick these straps underneath the handle, and you can take your machine with you to a retreat or to, for some of you who has maybe a summer house somewhere else. I'm in New York, and so people up here, they have what we call snowbirds. So they go down to Florida, they have a house in Florida. Well, this is a perfect machine for them to take to Florida. They may have a big machine at their home here in New York, New Jersey, but they can take this down to their winter home and sew. And machine only weighs, let me look, 22.5 pounds. So it's not that heavy of a machine. It may be not the lightest, but it's not that bad for travel. Okay. So let's talk about some of the sewing features on this machine. Now, this machine, like most of our machines, anytime you select a stitch, it will give you the foot that you need to use with this machine. For example, right now on a straight stitch, if I go to, let's say, a zigzag stitch, it still tells me to use the A foot. But if I go to stitch number 15, this is a blind hem stitch. And the blind hem stitch, it'll tell me to use the G foot. And it says right here on the screen that the G foot. The G foot is one of the foot that comes with the machine. It's not up here, so it's on the bottom, down here. And they're all has letters to them. So if I need to attach this foot, I simply put this foot on, drop the foot, and it's attached. Isn't that easy? If I need to change the foot, say push down, and I'm able to change the foot easily and effortlessly. Okay, so simple, easy to use. And the thing is, I can adjust my stitch length and stitch width in the machine. I have a button on the top that looks like a little wedge with a plus and minus. If I select this button, there's all my other positions shows up. Right now it's telling me that my needle drop is on 0.06 position. My stitch length is on 2.0. So if I want to make this stitch length further apart, I simply come up here to the plus, touch the minus, and you can see it getting longer on the screen. Isn't that wonderful? So I don't have to do a test stitch, to see how long this is. If I want to make the bite less, and sometimes when you do a blind hem, you don't really want the thread to show up. You just want to barely pick up that fabric. So I can minus it to make it go over some, as you can see it moving. So I'm seeing everything on the screen. So I just love that about the machines. And to save, hit OK, and it saved it. Okay, so let's say if I want to do something else, I simply come up here, touch the home, come up here. The next button over is my decorative stitch button, and it looks like two little scrolls. If I touch that, it brings up a window right here that shows my different categories. The categories are also up here on the cover of the machine. For example, the machine says applique, heirloom, quilt, satin, bridge, decorative. Right here shows you all my applique stitches right here, my heirloom stitches, my quilting stitches, and so forth. And you can see it's all up here. Down here, I have a page turn key where right here says decorative. Well, the screen only show the first 6 category. So to page over to see the rest of them, the next 3, I simply touch my page turn key in the front, and it shows me my long stitches and my pictograph stitches. It's quick and simple. Now, when I go up here and I see something I want, let's say I want to look at something in the decorative. Well, I got to go back 1 page. I'll simply touch this button. I'm back to decorative. So I'm going to select decorative. I can look up here to find a stitch that I really like. For example, let's say, maybe number 50 right here, this little screen right here. So the stitches on my screen is also number. The first 14 stitches shows up. I just page over. It shows me my next 14 stitch, and I keep paging over until I find the stitch I'm looking for, which I said was 50, which is right here. So I'll simply select 50, and it shows me my stitch right here on the screen. The other nice thing about it, and it also tells me to put my F foot on the machine, which is the foot that comes with it. Now, the machine's not going to tell you to use a foot that doesn't come with it. So I would flip this out, put my F foot on, and I'm ready to stitch out this design. Okay, so it's very easy to use. Okay, so there I have my foot on. See how that works? Nice, fast, and easy. Now, the other thing I have on the screen is I can combine my designs. I have a button up here on the top next to the key for me to change the stitch width right here. If I touch that, I'll let you guys see it. Right now, this is the 9mm machine. So it's telling me my decorative stitch is already 9mm in width. Okay, so that's the opening of this foot. In case anybody's wondering, this is a 9mm foot. So my opening is 9mm. So the width of the decorative stitch is 9mm. So what I can do is shrink it down. So I'm going to get my stylus, which is included. I'm going to push minus. And you can see this design's getting smaller on the screen. Not only can I shrink it that way, I can shrink it down the height of the design. Okay, so I'm going to make it smaller that way also to make it more proportional. So that way you can see right here on the screen now. The third one is my tension. If I'm having issues, it is an automatic tension on this machine. I can manually adjust the tension. Sometimes what I want to do is use a heavier thread, like a 12-weight thread. If I'm using a 12-weight thread, of course, I'm going to have to go to a bigger needle, like a 14 or a 16, depending on the thread, for it to stitch out. So I may have to change my tension some, maybe drop the tension some so the bottom thread doesn't get pulled up. So that is here for that, okay? So to close the screen, I simply touch OK to save my changes, and the screen closes. Also up here on the screen, if you notice, some of my designs are shaded in gray, some of them are not. The designs are shaded in gray, like this particular one, number 50, which I have on my screen. You see there's a gray block around it. What that means is these designs shaded in gray can be mirror image left to right or upside down. Okay, so right here, I have two mirror imaging keys right here. This one that looks like a hamburger sitting on the sideways, it will mirror image them or flip them left to right. See that moving on the screen? Okay, or I can mirror it upside down, which is the one right next to it. When I touch that, you can see the whole design flipping upside down. So it can be mirror image both ways. So all these designs up here, even the ones that are not grayed out, the ones aren't grayed out, they can be mirror image left to right. They can all be mirror image left to right. The ones that are grayed out can be mirror imaged upside down. If there's a design that I can't be mirror image upside down, the icon will be grayed out. So for example, let me look up here, like design number 48, okay? This is 48 right here. As you can see, my other mirror image icon is gone on the screen. It's on grayscale. I can see it, but it probably doesn't show up on the camera. So this will only let me mirror image left to right. Okay. So another thing we have on the screen, we have fonts built into the machine to even in both sides of the machine in regular sewing and embroidery. So if I wanted to make a quilt label and I don't want to go set up the embroidery machine, I can do that easily on the sewing section of the machine also. All I have to do is touch the A button, and it gives me 3 different fonts to choose from. I have block, script, and 9mm block. Now the 9mm block will fit exactly 9mm the width of the foot. You will not have any lowercase, only uppercase. So when I touch this one, the regular 9mm block up here, I can just start touching the letters to spell. For example, I'm going to spell my name is S-A-M. and you see they're all in uppercase. So let's say I want to go from uppercase to lowercase. I can easily do that up here in the top. If there's an icon in behind in kind of background, if I select this, you'll see all my letters have turned to lowercase. So when I touch these letters, I'm going to continue on now. Just for example, you can see now they're all lowercase. So it's just simple to go from upper to lowercase. You do have a spacing right here. So I can put a space on here if I want to, and then you can do sentences and stuff like that on the screen. I believe you can combine up to 99 letters in a combination, 99 spaces. So you can do a nice long quilt label. Okay. So let's say I'm done, or I'm done with this. I'm ready to go to embroidery. I simply, right here on the machine, you have a sewing machine and embroidery icon right here. I touch this to tell the machine I want to go into an embroidery mode. And then it'll get a message. I hit OK. And I'm automatically now in the embroidery mode. As you can see, my carriage arm moved back and over some. I hit OK. In the embroidery mode, it just asked me if I want to resume. I hit OK. It just resumed to the last design that was on here in the machine. So from here, let me take you to the main menu and show you what's on here in the embroidery section. I'm going to touch my home key. You have a lot of built-in designs. I can look at designs by category, or I can search for designs by hoop sizes. So 2 hoops comes with it, so I can search for designs in the square 14 hoop or the square 20 hoop. To search for design, the square 20 hoop, I simply touch that, and only the design that fits the bigger hoop will show up. Okay. Another thing is in the monogramming key. In here, you have a lot more fonts to choose from. You have Gothic, Script, Chatham, and then you got 2 and 3 letter monogramming. Okay, so I want to show you what they look like. In the font section, you have in the embroidery font section, you have choice between small, medium, or large fonts. And these are the sizes of them. Here's your Script, here's your Gothic, and here's your Chatham, what they look like. Your numbers are available after the end of the letters. You keep scrolling page over, you will find your letters. Your letters and your numbers, you can arc them. There's an arcing key in the edit screen that lets you arc them. Here is your 2 letters and 3 letter monogrammings. You have some fonts available to you that you can change. I'm sorry, not fonts. You have some frames, okay? Frames. These are these little crests. You have some little brackets, different shape fonts that's available to you that you can change. And I just want to show you what they look like, because a lot of time you see them, it's kind of misleading looking at the screen. So these are stitched out as the machine wants it, okay? So let's choose 3 letter monogramming. In the monogramming section, if I page over, okay, I choose A, B. In the monogramming section, I'm going to choose Gothic. In here, if I page over, here's my numbers keys. You have some different signs and things I was telling you about. So you have a lot of these available to you in the monogramming section. And up here, you have default is medium. I can change the letters from medium to small or large. And when you do that, it changes your letters. So let me show you what the difference is. Right now I have large. So here's my large A. I'm changing to medium size. And the small size, you can see it on here as you can see it on this thing. So this doesn't give you a true size of how big the fonts are like they do on here, okay? So there's some editing features available on here that you can do too. You can edit the letters. Let's say you make a mistake. You can touch the trash can and the letter just disappear. Okay, so we can erase them all out. Let's see what else I need to show you guys. And 2 and 3 letters monogram, we showed you that. Let's go back to the home key. We'll go back to the edit screen, talk about the edit screen just a little bit, and give a message saying my design will be erased, which is fine. We're just playing with here. In here, in the hoop icon, I can change my 2 hoop sizes. Right now, the RE20 hoop is selected. I can select the square 14 and the free arm I was telling you about. And what happens is when I select one of these hoops, as you can see, the edit screen will change to the size of my editing that's available on the screen. So it can just show you that. So you don't have to worry about making something that's too big and won't fit in your hoop. So if I want to change the hoop icon again, I can change it to the square 14, and there's my edit screen. So let's add square 14 hoop on. I come up to the home screen, look for a design. Now, this, you see this square 14 designs up here. I'm going to select one of it. And you see these are too big for the hoop size. So if the designs are too big, you get a message and it will not let you pick a design and bring it in as too big. And that's a good thing because this machine does have a USB port on the side, allowing you to bring in your own designs into the machine and stitch out. So when you do that, sometimes we have multiple sizes on a USB stick, and if the machine is too big, it won't let you do that. Okay, I just want to show you guys that. So what I need to do here is change it to the RE20 hoop, go back to the home icon, go back to the designs, and now I'm able to select that particular hoop. Now with that hoop selected, I can go in here and have all kinds of editing function. I can resize this design. Right now it's on 100%. I can plus it to make it larger. Okay. Once it hit the maximum where it's touching the hoop, it will stop me. And right here, it'll tell me it's 105%. That's how big it is. And that is the maximum. I can go up 20% either way, up or down. And that's because when you're editing in the machine, it does not recalculate the stitches. It won't add stitches. It will not take away stitches. All it's doing is stretching the stitches out. Okay. So I'm going to hit OK to save it. And then next button right here is I have a copy key. I'm going to move this over. I'm limited to how much space I can move this next design. When I hit my copy key, you don't see anything because the design on top of each other. See right there. There's my other design. I moved as far as I can because of how big the hoop is. My next one is my trash can, which is my delete key. We're all familiar with that key. Hit the trash can, and it just deletes the designs off. So it's quick, simple, easy to use. I can move this over the set icons to look at the next row of keys. This next one is my rotation key. I can rotate this design 45 degree or 1 degree at a time, but because I am reaching the maximum limit on the screen, the height and the width, it won't let me move the design. You can hear it just beeps telling me that the design is already too big. I can mirror image it. I can mirror image upside down, and I can mirror image it left to right. And if you guys notice something, that when I'm mirror imaging, the mirror imaging key is the same in the embroidery field as it is in the sewing field. So that's what makes it so nice on our machines is you don't have to learn a whole new set of keys again when we're in the edit screen, because some of the keys you already know from the ordinary sewing section is right here on the machine. Okay, you can also save any designs you combine or you create on the machine. You can save it here by touching the Save File folder. Okay, let me hit OK to get out of the screen. Okay, and then I'm able to save it. Okay, Once I hit the Save File folder, it is asking me if I want to save it to the built-in memory. And you can see the machine has 3 megabytes of memory. I can save into the memory, or I can save it to the USB. And as you know, I don't have a USB in my machine, so the machine's pretty smart. It tells me I don't have a USB drive on my machine. So, so if I was going to save to the USB, I select it here and save it to the USB drive. Okay. Okay, extra, go out of here. And if I want to go done with embroidery and I want to go back to sewing, I simply touch this button and it just asks me, do I want to switch back to the ordinary sewing? Hit OK. My carriage automatically close. I have a button on the side that I push the lever, close my embroidery arm. Now I'm ready to sew again. It is just that simple on this machine. It's quick and easy to use. I think my time's about up. I think Blaine's going to come back on here. Does anybody have any questions for me before I go?
Is there any questions out there for Sam? Got just a few seconds. We'll wait there, Sam, to see.
Okay, I know that people here in the office have been online probably answering questions also.
Yeah, I see that they are. I think there's not any coming in there, Sam, so we're going to tell them how they can get it. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
Okay, thanks a lot.
All right, talk to you later. All right, everybody, let's talk a little bit about the machine and how you can get that. I hope that y'all are impressed with that. I tell you, it's an impressive $850 by Elna. And again, look at that price. SMP Live pricing is $2,699. What a great machine this is. And again, call in special on this. Give us a call. We have some financing available, 800-401-8151. Or you can just go to the website, type in at the very top, the Elna 850, and it'll take you right to the product page. You can read about it. We also have our live chat agents standing by as well. And so they can take your order or answer questions as well. And then we've got Rhonda and Melinda on Facebook and YouTube chat, so they can even answer questions for you if y'all have them. But anyway, great offering from Elna. And we got a big shout out to Sam out there and Janome for sponsoring Hoopfest. All right, let's keep moving on. We got a video coming up next because, again, brother is doing educationals, but we have Kathy Stipe. And Kathy started sewing for others as a team because she would rather sew than babysit to make some spending money. She has 45 plus years of sewing experience and loves to sew in her sewing room. Her favorite machines are the Luminaire XP3, the PR1055X, and the XE2. What's in her video today that she's going over, and that's the machine we're going to highlight. So Kyle, let's start the video.
Hi, I'm Kathy, and I'm excited to be here today to show you some of the amazing features of the Brother Stellair XE2 embroidery-only machine. This machine is great for the embroidery enthusiast who wants to embroider but already has a favorite sewing machine. I find it useful to take to my local sewing machine dealer's embroidery club. I'm happy I have 2 embroidery machines when working on a large In the Hoop Quilt As You Go project too. Let me start with what's included in the box. You will receive 2 embroidery frames. The first is the maximum embroidery field of 9.5 by 14 inches, as well as the 5 by 7 frame. Here's my 9.5 by 14 and my 5 by 7. Notice that there are specialty decals at the top and the bottom of these frames for use with the My Design Snap app. You can use the My Design Snap app to turn line art, handwriting, or printed clip art into embroidery data. It's as easy as 1, 2, 3. The included W Plus embroidery foot with the LED pointer is very handy when using the 2-point positioning feature of this machine. We'll take a closer look at that feature in a few minutes. Also included is the embroidery couching foot for use with the built-in yarn couching designs and the yarn couching font. This embroidery-only machine features 889 built-in designs, over 100 Disney designs, 26 lettering fonts, and 6 large monogramming fonts, all perfect for any type of personalization you want to accomplish. The Stellair XE2 is also YLAN capable, making it perfect for using the My Design Snap app, My Stitch Monitor app, and the awesome Artspira app. Connect your machine and device to your wireless network and you're ready to go. But wait, I can't forget the other great features this machine has to offer, like matrix copy, text editing, no-sew feature, the color shuffle, auto resume after the machine is powered off, my connection to use with the Brothers Scan and Cut SDX 325 or SDX 330 models, and many more. This machine is so feature-packed that I'm sure I have missed something. It includes My Design Center as well, which is your playground, or as I like to call it, my sandbox of creativity. I'm going to switch my camera view and then we'll take a closer look at My Design Center and see what fun we can have. I'll be right back. Let's take a look at some of the features in My Design Center. I can create with shapes. So let's say I wanted to make a little wall hanging. I'm going to select my circle and I can resize that proportionately or not. So I'm just going to make it about 8 inches. And say OK. Now I get to choose what type of line I want that to be. So I can choose either the satin stitch, which is by default. I have a single run, a triple run. I have candle wicking, chain stitch, applique stitch, V-stitch, or when I choose this last icon and touch select, I have 10 more choices. I think I'm going to choose the feather, number 6, and say OK. I'm going to change the color so that you can see the changes made on screen, hopefully. And I'm going to touch my little paint bucket, the flood fill, and touch the circle. Did you see how that changed colors? That means that that now has this type of line that I wanted. So I used my selection arrow to go back so that my design is selected, because now what I'd like to do is duplicate that. And I'm going to size it again, but this time I'm going to make it smaller. My first one was 8 inches, so let's make this one 6 inches. And I'm going to put it in the center. I can assign a different line type to that, so I'll go back in. I'm going to select a different line type. Let's select the little hearts. I'll make those a bright pink. I'll touch my flood fill bucket again, and then I'll select that inner circle. If I want to add anything additional to it, I could add more shapes or different things into the center. Now that I have my 2 shapes up here, I may want to go back a little bit later and add something else to this. So I am going to save it to the memory pocket of the machine. That way then I still have my original artwork to work from. But let's go and set our stitch properties by selecting next. I can change the size. I can make it a little bit bigger. I can change the distance between the feathers, but I think I'm going to leave that at default. And then I can choose whether I want it above or below, inside or outside of my line. So I'm going to select above, and we'll see what that looks like whenever we get ready to preview it. This is where I can make my changes. I like the size. We left the spacing, but I think I want it below the line. And I'm going to touch set. Now I'm going to toggle over to the hearts. And again, I can change the size. Let's make those a little bit bigger. Those I can change the spacing between them. And I'm going to leave them at the default setting, and we'll select preview, touch OK in the pop-up. And look, there I have a cute frame. What is that frame good for? Once I set that to embroidery, I can go back in and add. Remember I mentioned that we had some monogram fonts? I'm going to select this nice script font. I'm going to touch a letter and I'm going to set it. It may be a little big, so if I go under edit and I go under size, I can size with stitch recalculation. That's another wonderful feature of this machine because it is going to maintain the stitch density or integrity of the design, all the while removing or adding stitches depending on whether I size up or down. That looks cute. So we think we'll set that, and now I'm ready to embroider. So that's one of the many fun things that you can do in my design center. One of the other fun things that I can do in my design center is if I wanted to make my own in the hoop quilt block with decorative quilting or stitching around the outside, I can choose a design, and once I set it, when I'm in edit, I can make a custom shape or stamp by touching this little flower icon. And here I can change the distance from the design that my quilting will stitch. That looks good, so I think I'll leave it at that. Now I'm saving it to the memory, and I can touch OK. The pop-up told me that I was going to need to recall that design from my design center in the stamps key. So I'm going to go to add, go back to my design center, go into my shapes or stamps and see the same little flower icon. I'm going to grab my butterfly outline, say OK. I'm going to go back there again because I also have more options. You'll notice we have different categories up here. These first two are closed shapes. This is an open shape. These are my custom shapes. Or I can choose the hoop size that I want to use. I'm going to use an optional 9.5 by 9.5 hoop size. And you'll see with the red bounding box that there is the defined hoop that I'm going to use. So now I'll go into my region properties. I could fill it with a stipple stitch, or I could use one of the 30 different built-in decorative fills that I have available. I like this one right here, so I'll say OK. We'll change it to a bright purple, say OK, and now I'm going to touch that flood fill bucket and touch in between my butterfly outline and the hoop. And just like magic, I have a quilting design around my embroidery design. So again, I can touch next. You can also change the size, so let's make this a little bit bigger. I want 125%. I can change the direction in which it stitches, so the angle at which it stitches. I'm going to leave it. The next option I have is an outline. Do I want an outline around it or not? By default, it's on. I'm going to turn it off. and I'm going to touch set. When I go to preview, again, I get a pop-up that says, let's show you what you're looking for. I like it, so I'll touch set. And now it's going to convert it to an embroidery pattern instead of it being artwork. So there's my quilt block. Isn't that amazing? Just think of all the things that you can do. This is my main embroidery design categories. You'll notice that there is many designs within each separate category. When you select it, you can see the designs that are included within. But one thing that I want to point out, because I think it's so cute, is the last category has 3 little in the hoop projects that you can make. Those are so cute. Then we also have crochet lace designs that you stitch on water-soluble stabilizer. Those are beautiful. But there are also some new applique designs. And one of the reasons I wanted to point out the applique designs is because with the My Connection feature and Stellair, I can easily cut my applique shapes or pieces at the perfect size by connecting my Scan and Cut and my Stellair together. I do a lot of applique, so that's a great feature that I love. I wanted to give you a preview of the 26 different fonts that you have available. Here are your 6 different monograms. They're all beautiful. I have 10 different frame shapes and 14 different frame stitch styles, so a combination of 140. I also have Disney designs included with my machine. But remember, I was telling you about that couching foot? The yarn couching designs were in the C category. Here are my yarn couching designs. I have a yarn couched alphabet, both upper, lowercase, numbers, and punctuation. But another thing that I wanted to show you was the 2-point positioning to see just how easily you can align a design where you want it every single time. So I'm going to take a break and get things hooped back up. I'll be right back. Okay, now I'm back. I've got my fabric hooped. I've marked on here where I would want to stitch a pocket design or an above the pocket design. I know you can't see that right this second, but you will in just one moment. Let me pick my pocket design. I like this little flower design right there, so I'm going to touch set. When I go into embroidery, under layout, I have a new icon for 2-point positioning. For the 2-point positioning, by default, the first time you use it, it will be center of the design, so meaning center horizontally and vertically. Because I'm going to put this above a pocket, maybe I want to have my first alignment with the left corner of the pocket. So I choose next. I can either align horizontally or vertically, but because it's a pocket, we want to go horizontal, so I'm going to say next, and that's going to be my first alignment mark. Let's get to a different screenshot so you can see what's actually showing in my hoop. Okay, now that I'm on my hoop camera, you'll notice that I drew this horizontal and vertical line. These are not straight in the hoop because we don't always hoop straight to start with. Do you see the little LED from my W plus foot automatically turns on? I want to put that alignment mark right in this corner over here. So on my screen, I don't know if you remember, but there were some movement arrows. So I'm going to move that up and over so that I've got it in this corner. It doesn't look like it on camera, but it is pretty darn close in person. So when I say next, it's going to walk me through aligning it along my horizontal marked line or above your pocket. There is my little LED light. Again, I'm going to move that so that it is right above that line. And once I set it, let me get back to my next screenshot so you can see on the screen. These are the arrows that I was speaking of just a second ago. Once I hit set, look what it's done. It has moved the design and rotated it so I know when I stitch out, it's going to come out just perfect. Okay, now I want to show you a little bit about matrix copy, which is a great way to create your own custom embroidered fabric. So first I'm going to find my design. Let's see where I'm going to go. Maybe I will try this floral category. Let's try this little flower, and I'm going to set it. Under Edit, I have this little icon with 9 blocks. I'm going to select that. And this is where I could add repeats above or below. But if I know that I'm going to make an embroidered fabric, I have an even better choice. I'm going to use my matrix copy, and that's going to easily fill in my largest hoop because that is what's selected here. I can change the spacing in between those designs. And do you see how it just automatically randomly repeats those? I can make them closer together. I could spread it further apart. I can spread the designs further apart. And then again, it's going to recalculate and fill the hoop size that I've selected up here. If I choose a different hoop, notice how it automatically recalculates to fill that hoop. But let's go back to my big hoop. So once I get this set, I want to put some alignment marks in. Let's scroll over to the top. Let's scroll over to the top right design and add an alignment mark. Then I'm going to scroll to the bottom right, design down here, and put an alignment mark. And once I touch OK and go into embroidery, I know you cannot see it on screen, but there is an alignment mark right here at these 2 points. Again, I could have put one at one of these others in between. I'll show you what I did was I stitched a bunch of the Mickeys. Here's my alignment mark at the bottom. That's a better view for you. And here's my alignment mark at the top. What do I want to use my own embroidered fabric for? I actually just made a little zipper bag. So I've got Mickey's on both sides. But anything that you want to make with it. It's really easy to embroider your own custom fabric before you do an in the hoop project. And those are my favorite. So let's move along to something else. Another feature that I really like is my no-sew feature. So let's take a look at that. I'm going to go into category 13. These are some goofy little animals. And this is a cute little bird right there. So I'm going to set him. And under edit, I have a no-sew feature. With no-sew, if I don't want the leaf in that design, all I have to do is touch no-sew for that color stop and touch OK. And now I just have my bird design. No having to skip through color stops when there's a part of a design I no longer wish to stitch. So to me, that's a time saver, and it also helps keep me on track better, because once I get to embroidery, you'll notice that that color stop is no longer in my design. So the Stellair XE2 is a perfect embroidery machine for the beginner all the way to the experienced embroiderer. With all the latest technology built into the machine, it is truly amazing. Let's send it back to Blaine.
All right. Well, that was a great video, Kathy. All right, let's tell you how you can get this. Now, this is the Stellair XE2. Now, this is the embroidery only machine. Again, you see that price on it is $8,249. Again, this has all the latest technology. Embroider has that big hoop. A great machine. Again, it's one of those things, you know, if you need an embroidery only machine, you already got a great sewing machine, this would be a perfect choice. But we also have the XJ2, which is the sewing and embroidery, and it's the exact same embroidery as this one. It just has sewing along with it. Either one of those, the XE2 or XJ2, are great, machines. But this one is the embroidery only. So if you're interested in this, give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. We do have some financing available, and we're going to ship this nationwide absolutely free for you. But a great call-in special today. So if you're interested, get on that phone right now and give them a call. All right, guys, we're going to keep moving on, and we are going to bring in our good friend, Wendy Owens. Now, Wendy is doing double duty this week. She's doing Pfaff and Viking. But right now, we're going to talk about the Pfaff, right? Yes. It's a Creative 3.0 today. And y'all know Wendy, she's a full-time event specialist for SVP Worldwide, and the SVP means Singer Viking Pfaff. She's been on our show all this week. So y'all give a big SMP welcome back to Wendy Owens. Hey, Wendy. Muted. I think your StreamYard is muted. Not StreamYard. Or no, not StreamYard. I'm sorry, your computer.
It's not muted in StreamYard. It might be your audio input source in the settings, maybe? No. If you click settings and go to audio, you might be able to choose. Maybe the microphone isn't selected right. Is there a mute button anywhere?
There, can you hear me now?
There you are. Gotcha.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
I'm sorry about that.
All right, Wendy. Well, thank you for joining in. And I know you got a good machine to talk about, so we're going to let you get going. We'll be back here in about 25 minutes.
All right. Welcome, everyone. So I have a slightly different setup, so hopefully you can see me. So today we are going to be talking about the Pfaff Creative 3.0. That is right here behind me. I'm going to do some zooming out So this is in an embroidery and sewing machine. So it's the best of both worlds. So let's go ahead and let's take a peek at it. So this is the machine. See, new setup so you can see the whole entire machine. So it is a good sized machine. And because this is Hoopfest, let's talk about what size hoops come with the machine. We do have the 120 by 120 that comes with the machine. And then we also have the 260 by 200. And these are standard with the machine. So, however, just know that you can purchase additional hoops, magnetic hoops, endless hoops, things like that. So you're not limited to just these hoops. You can purchase additional hoops, and I'm sure Blaine carries those as well. So let's go ahead. I'm going to pop over here, and I'm going to zoom into the machine a little bit so that we can see it better. Okay, so up here you can see this is our lid, and it has our menu of stitches on it. So there's 5 different menus that you can choose from. Right now you're looking at the screensaver. This is a colored touch screen. It does need to use a stylus. It is not capacitive. It does need a stylus or your fingernail, whichever works best for you. So let's go over some sewing features of this machine first. So I'm going to touch it, wake it up. I am in the sewing mode. So here you can see where I have my sewing stitches. So I can pass through menus by just touching the up and down arrows if I need to. And then I also have here, and notice that it tells me what menu I'm in. I'm in 1.4, so it's telling me now I'm in buttonholes. If I want to go to one of the additional menus, I just go ahead and touch there. And then up here, you can see my different menus. We have 5 built in, and then 6 is for your saved stitches. So if you were to create a sequence or create a name or something, and it's going to be something you're going to stitch out a lot, you can go ahead and save it to one of your menus. So we have our basic stitches. We have quilting stitches, needle art stitches, decorative stitches, and sewing stitches. This machine does do a 9mm stitch. So it also has, and let me get back to my main menu. Oops, my main menu here. So this is my main menu, and you will see that I have my stitch width, my stitch length, and tensions here. This is also suggesting, because this was a decorative stitch that I chose, it's also suggesting here that I use a stabilizer, and it also suggests what foot I should be using. Let me see if I can get in a little bit further. So before I get in further, let me show you what these buttons are here. So this is our presser foot lift. It also has an extra lift. So if you need to slide a hoop or you have something lofty under it, you can go ahead and have that extra lift for your foot. This is our presser foot down. Our start stop button. Here you'll find our reverse, and I know you can't see it, but it's just below here. Let me go ahead, and right here is the reverse. So you can turn it on by just touching it, or as you're sewing, if you hold it in, then when you let it go, it'll come back into regular sewing mode. So a lot of people get confused about that. They end up touching it and turning it on. This is a clear indication that you are in reverse at that moment. We also have, I'm going to zoom back in so we can see. So we also have our stitch repeat, a tie off. We have built-in scissors to the machine, needle up, needle down, because we do have a sensor system that when you sew within your needle in the down position, your foot will hover so that you can easily pivot, so you do not need a knee lift with this machine. And let me go ahead and reposition this so you can see. Our sewing stitches also have your reverse mirror, horizontal and vertical. Those are right here. And then what we also have on this machine is really cool is we have some other features on this machine. So here we have, these are our tie-offs. Here we have, I forget what that is. I'm sorry. And guess what? I have this quick help. So all I need to do is touch my question mark and then touch what? That is my sewing programs. So We have a quick help. I'm constantly touching multiple machines a day, and you forget where all your features are. So having that quick help is great for me. I've mentioned this before. I wish it was on my iPhone. Here we have our sequencing. So this is where if you wanted to bring in multiple stitches, like maybe you want to bring in a few different decorative stitches and have them sew out in a sequence, I'll just bring in a couple. Oh, that leaf looks good. And then I could go back into it and I could grab another one and then so forth. And then if I like that sequence, I can go ahead and I can save it to my machine. Okay. Well, and I'm going to just go ahead and say, yeah, I like that. We also have, this is our, oh, you could see I was already in there. This is our exclusive stitch creator. So if the 250 stitches that are built into the machine are not enough for you, you can edit existing stitches, which that's what I was doing here. So you can see, oh, look, I'm moving certain stitch points. You can create your own stitches up to 9 millimeters by bringing in individual stitch points. So we have that feature as well. We also have the option that we could duplicate. We can also have ×3, meaning we can take it and turn it into a triple stitch. So where you see all of these little stitch points, all these little individual stitch points, oops, wrong way. It will do a triple stitch forward, stitch back, stitch forward in between all of those different stitch points, which is really cool. It's a great feature to have on this machine. So you can be creative as you want. We can also delete. We have those features on here. I do want to tell you that we have the IDT. So if you're not familiar with IDT, what that is your integrated dual feed system. And I mentioned this before. We do have this on almost every single Pfaff machine that we make, except for 2 of them in our current lineup do not have the IDT. And what that is your integrated dual feed. And you see it just slides down and it just retracts back up. And your feet have little holes or indents or cutouts in the back to indicate that that foot can be used with the IDT system. Our feet, we have snap-on feet. They just snap on, snap off. Super easy. And by the way, if you have a current Pfaff machine and you're looking to trade up, just know that Pfaff is really good about moving our feet forward. So feet that you had on your previous machine, maybe you purchased some additional feet or you had a free motion foot or something like that, odds are it's going to go on this machine. We try and not to change our foot system as we progress through machines so that that investment that you already made, you can still move forward with your next Pfaff machine. I love that feature about our machines. So I got my thread stuck in here, snapping it on, snapping it off, and that's what I'm trying to finagle to get that out. We also have on this machine, and let's go back to this view so I can talk about it a little bit more. We do have a large sewing space. So this, that's not a good view that I'm showing you right now, but from needle to tower is about 10 inches. So if you're a free motion person, you have that option to do that. Like I mentioned, there are over 250 stitches built into the machine, and you can view them. They're up here on the lid, or again, we can just go ahead and go in here and we can pass through the different menus. We have tapering options on this machine as well. We also have, and I showed this on the icon too, where you have the patchwork program and the single stitch patchwork program. So let me go ahead and bring up a stitch here. Oops, I got to get out of that. And let's go ahead and bring up a different stitch. I'll just bring up that stitch. And you can see once I choose a new stitch, it gets over, the previous stitch is overwritten. So I'm going to go into my programs here. So here we have our tapering. So if I wanted to, I can taper the stitch, and let's see if I could get in a little bit closer. So you can see that that particular stitch did taper. You can see more of tapering on like a satin stitch or something like that, but I'll go ahead and turn that off so then you can see how that moved. So I can taper the beginning and or the end of a stitch. When I'm sewing down the line for it to taper at the end, because the machine doesn't know how long I'm going to make that seam. You touch your reverse button, and as soon as you touch your reverse button, it'll start to taper off, which is super cool. So let's go ahead. I'm going to zoom out a little bit more so you can see more here. So this is my patchwork program. So what this will do for you is, and you notice that this little icon came up to, oops, let me get out of there. This little icon here came up to remind you to touch your reverse button. So as you are stitching and you get to the end of that seam or whatever, as far as you're going to sew, you would touch your reverse button and it will calculate how many stitches you sewed. And then when you go to sew the next row, so if you're sewing a row right next to it and you want it mirrored, if you put your needle in the same position, just over to the side, then it will sew that same amount of stitches so that you don't have to count it or anything. And it'll sew that amount of stitches and it will stop and tie it off. And then you don't have to calculate your stitches. Then we also have here, go back into here, we have a single stitch program. And I'm going to go ahead and choose a different stitch just so that I can find one that is, let's go into the decoratives and let's play with the fun stitches because they say they're fun. So let's go check out and see how fun they are. I'm such a cat person, so we're going with the cat. So you can see that right now it is going to stitch, it's going to do a continuous amount of stitching of cats until you press your stop button. And then it will automatically, you touch your scissors and then it'll automatically finish the motif for you and then it will stop. But let's just say I only want 1 or 2 cats. So I can go into my single stitch program. And right now, there it is. It'll only stitch that one in its full entirety and tie it off for you. But if I know that I need 5 of them, then I can just go in here and just add 5. And then it's going to stitch 5 of them for me. This down here, this is an indication of what menu I'm in. So you see this 4.4.6. So this is telling me I'm in menu 4, submenu 4, stitch 6. So that's pretty cool that it's going to give you an indication of where you're at on the machine. Also know that we do have our mirroring horizontal and vertically. That is off to the side. Let me zoom out so that you can see that. So that those are right here. And if I decide I want to be done, I could go ahead and delete. Oh, I gotta get out of here first. Okay, and again, it's suggesting that I'm using the 2A foot and some stabilizer with this particular stitch because it is a decorative stitch. All righty. Any questions on the sewing side? Because I wouldn't mind going over into the embroidery side since we are talking about, we're doing Hoopfest. So let's head over to embroidery. To get to embroidery right here, I have an icon that's a hoop. And you can see I was already in here playing, so I brought up my design. So when we're in embroidery mode, we have 157 fantastic embroidery designs and 2 embroidery fonts in 3 different sizes. So if I touch my menu here you will find your fonts. So there's 2 different fonts built in in 3 different sizes so that you can get them to the size that you need. If you need additional fonts, I would consider having you look into getting Creative 8 software because that will give you over 250 fonts, and not to mention it will also give you the quick fonts so you can create your own fonts from the built-in fonts that you have in your computer. So there's an option as well, so you're not limited to this. You can expand out, and that's what embroidery software can do for you, is it will expand your horizons with your current sewing machine. So let's go back to the machine here. We do have, so there are our fonts. Here is where you will find your built-in stitches. And as I mentioned, there is 175 of them that you can choose from. And there is at least one design for all of our different types of embroidery techniques. As I've mentioned our different embroidery techniques all week. We have applique, we have freestanding lace, we have freestanding yarn. We have yarn embroidery, cutwork, felting, quilting. There are so many different individual techniques that you can do in the hoop. And on this machine, there should be at least one design built in so that you can sample that technique without going out and purchasing something additional. Okay, so we also have, I showed you the 2 hoops that are included in the machine. So I'm going to go ahead and close out of here. And right here, you can see my hoop options. So if I touch my hoop options, this is going to show us all the different hoops that are compatible to this particular machine. So if you're not sure what hoops are compatible and what extra hoops you should go out and purchase, you can just go ahead and look in here and see what we've got going on. I did have the Creative Grand Endless Hoop chosen because I want to be able to show you that every day this week. I want to try and show you a new technique that a machine can do. So we're going to go ahead and I'm going to show you the Creative Grand Endless Hoop in a moment. But I also want to show you what else we have here. So I can go ahead and close that. We do have a move, so we can move our design if we need to. So I just need to select my design. And that is an indication that green around it is an indication that I now have, I'm going to move my camera over a little bit so you can see that screen. So now the design is selected and my control wheel here has become active. And if I touch the center, it puts it in the dead center. And I can use my arrows up and down, but I can also touch the screen itself and move the design wherever I need to move the design to. And if I want to pop it back into the center, I just touch the center of that control wheel. We also have scaling. So scaling will allow you to take the design 20% up and 20% down. It will not recalculate the stitch count, and it does not adjust the density of the stitch. If that is important to you, again, I'm going to suggest software, because when you go into software, you can resize a lot larger up and down in either direction more than 20%. So again, software is just an expansion of your machine. It is not something that it's an optional expansion of your machine. So if you need to do a little bit more, there is that option, and there's different levels of the Creative 8 software. So you can choose what level is best for you. Okay. Then we also have our rotate, so we can rotate the design, and it rotates in one degree increments. Oops, I touched my 90 there by mistake. So we could do that, and then I could just bring it back. So you can see how we can rotate it. And again, off to the side, we do have our mirror horizontal and mirror vertical. And then if we want to go ahead and dump this design, we can, and then we can go back in to our menu over here and grab another design. I'm going to go ahead and choose that same one because I want to be able to put my endless hoop on. And I'm going to show you something that I designed in a moment. This machine also has, I should be saying the Pfaff Creative 3.0 also has basic precise positioning. So if you were with me earlier this week, I did a demonstration on precise positioning on the Icon 2. The Icon 2 has a 4-step positioning. This one has the 2-step. And I'll be honest with you, 95% of the time, I am only using the 2 points, even on my Icon 2. So a 2-point precise positioning is great to have, even if, it's great to have. It doesn't necessarily mean you're not going to be able to do what you need to do, because most of the time I am only using the 2-step, the 1 and 2 step, even on my more advanced machine. So it's a great feature to have. And we can see that when we move over into embroidery stitch out. So we also have, I did mention we have mirroring, we have our rotate, we're scaling, we could do monochromatic. So I am going to go ahead and move over into embroidery stitch out. And I don't know if you heard it, but it did go ahead and tell it. My embroidery arm moved. It didn't calibrate because I did have it calibrated earlier. So let me show you this. I do need to zoom out a bit on my other camera so that you can see what I'm going to show you. So here I have this little dress that I created. I did do I did do the digitizing myself in the embroidery software. So again, it is an extension of what your machine can do. But down here on the hem, I took that same top design that is in the bodice and I made it into an endless design. Now, I didn't have the design on a flash drive that I can hurry up and put over on the machine. That's why I'm just going to use a different endless design, but I'll show you how this works. So how I did this was I am using my hem here as my guide when I pop that endless hoop on. So how I did this was I'm going to get close here. So you can see here that I serged off the edge of the hem, and then I folded it up, pressed it really well. I did all of my measurements and things like that. I did not stitch it back into place. Instead, I let the embroidery hold my hem in place. So having this really nice crease right here is what helped me line it up in my endless hoop. And you're probably wondering, what's an endless hoop? Well, this here is the endless hoop. And how this works is you slide it onto your machine and you have this little lever and the hoop, the top part pops up so that you do not have to remove the hoop from the machine. And I'm going to take this foot off. You do not need to remove the hoop from the machine in order to adjust your fabric. So I'm going to slide this on. Okay, so let me go to this camera view because this might be a better view for you to see what's happening. So do you see how this just pops up and down? This black portion that you see inside the hoop, right in here, that is like a rubber so that you can get a nice seal on this. So it's perfect for quilt borders if you wanted to do quilt borders or hems or things like that. It's not meant to be in the middle of a design. It is for edging. And like I said, for, we're going to do this hem. And I'm going to try and slide this in so that my hand is not in the way. And let's see if I can move this back a little bit so that you can see what's going on. So again, because I did this hemming and had it all prepped, I don't have stabilizer in here, of course. If I were to stitch this out, I would have stabilizer on it. And the camera's in my way, I would adhere my stabilizer to the fabric all the way down on the fabric so that when I need to, when it's done embroidering, I don't have to apply stabilizer again. All I'm doing is just pulling my, this is not easy to pop on when I'm first getting started and having a camera here. But okay, so I hope you can see this. Oh, I see the weight of the bodice is pulling this down. So how this works is you would do your embroidery, okay? And I'm lining it up. So how I'm lining this up is I am using the hem and that's why I have a really good crease here. And I'm lining it up with the edge of the hoop itself. There's like a little lip in there. And I'm going to pull this in. So I'm going to go ahead and pop this down. So then when I put this down, the other thing is this is already gathered. When I did this skirt, the skirt was not gathered yet. I did do this. Obviously, I did do it flat. But I want you to see how I'm lining this up. So right here, you can see the edge of the hoop. There's like this little lip here. There's also other markings on the hoop that you can line it up with. But I found that this right there was the easiest for me for this skirt. So as I'm sewing, and let's see if I can zoom. Let's see if this will give me a good view. So I don't know if that view helps you at all to see what's going on. So as it stitches, and once I am done, Once that embroidery is done, then all I need to do is, let's see if I can move that back. Okay, I see the wording right underneath that. So once it finishes stitching and I need to move on, then all I need to do is pop this up. And then I am going to stand up so I can do this. Then I would just go ahead and move my fabric back, reposition it so that I can move on to the next hooping. Now, this is where the precise positioning would come into play. And again, because I have the help of my hoop, that edge of my hoop and my hand lining it up, then all I need to do is use my 2 steps to line it up. And if you take this design as I did, so I took this design and I used the Creative 8 software, and there is something in there called Endless. And what it will do is, even if it's just one single design, you can take it through the Endless. And what it does is it gives you little stitching marking points so that when it's ready to do the next embroidery, you line it up with those 2 little stitch marks. And the stitch marks are very easy to pop out. They're loose, but they're tight enough to stay in to get the job done, but loose enough to come out when you're finished with the embroidery. I hope that makes sense. Okay, I'm going to ask any questions. I don't see any questions, but someone said, Karen said, that's amazing. It's amazing. It's just amazing what you could do with this machine in other machines. Okay, so I'm going to go back to the machine now that I go ahead and talked about that. Let's go back here. Nope, let's go back here. And my screensaver came on. I have a few minutes left, so let's talk about a few other things on the machine. Let's just go ahead and touch that. So once I have my endless hoop on, it's gonna get ready to go. So, and it's telling me change my thread. Up here, I do have baste. So if I needed to baste in my hoop, I can. I have that option to baste in the hoop. I also have the option here that is going to give me, this should be my stitch out order. Oh, I'm sorry, that's my monochromatic. So I have the option that if I wanted to stitch this design out in one color, I have that option that, and I use that monochromatic when I'm testing a design. So if I'm digitizing something, and when you digitize something, I'm going to tell you, you have to do multiple stitch outs to see if it's correct. To test the integrity of a design, I pull out the ugliest color of thread or the cheapest spool of thread that someone gave me or something, and I will turn this into monochromatic so that I'm just testing the integrity of the design. I'm looking for like stitches that don't line up or holes that may happen or something like that. I don't care what color it is in, so that the machine will just continuously stitch out the design without stopping and asking me to change colors. So that's the purpose of the monochromatic. Okay. Then I also have here, I have my, and I am going to use my question mark because I don't remember. There is my basic precise positioning. You do need to be an embroidery stitch out to use that. So let's touch that. So we do have our 2 points. So this cursor right here, that cursor is whatever your stitch point that you want to use to line something up with. And remember, with an endless design, if you can see this in here, this is an endless design. So this is what I mean by that. Oops, I moved it. That stitching point where to line things up with. So here, if I do that, and then if I go over to here, this now is going to take me to the hoop. So then I can move my hoop to line up with my design. And really, that's all you need is just the 2 points. You can also go with your precise positioning if you know you want to do it in the corner and you didn't see that. So I touched this icon here. So you can line things up from the corner of the design just by touching it. So that's another way to test to see if you're lined up, so you can go through all of the corners. This one right here is just going to take you to the dead center of the design. Now, not every single design is going to begin with the center stitch. So if you, like when I'm doing quilting in the hoop, and if it's a square, then I'm going to use that center point because it may start off in the right-hand corner. That's where the first stitch is going to take it. But if I'm doing something and I'm let's say I'm going to quilt a quilt square, and I want my design to be in the center of the quilt square, I'm going to mark my quilt square so I can find the center of that quilt square. And then in my, wrong camera, in my precise positioning, I will touch dead center so that it will go to the center of that design. So I'm setting up so that I have the quilting design in the center of that hoop. So that's one way to get things all lined up. And again, you notice it only has 2 steps, but it technically you have a few more because you do have those 5 different corners that you can choose from. So I have a question here. Is it a 10 size hoop? The particular endless hoop that I have on my machine, and I need to go ahead and remove it and take a peek at it. I forgot what size this one is. This one is a 260 by 150. So this is the grand endless hoop, and then we have a smaller endless hoop, and that one is a 180 by 150. So that's about a 5x7 embroidery area. When I talk about the sizes of the hoop, like this one is 260 by 150, I'm not speaking of the size of the physical hoop it is itself. Anytime you see those numbers on the Pfaff hoops, that is the embroiderable area of that hoop. So I am not good at right off the bat of knowing millimeters to inches, but it's a good size. If that helps you, if someone wants to go ahead and do the math for me, but that's an indication of that hoop. So let me see, what else do I have in here? All right, so I don't think there's any questions. I know you're looking at the side of my head because I have to look up in here. And Blaine is back. So I guess I am done.
Right on time. All right. Well, hey, thank you so much, Wendy. We'll see you back here in just a little bit, okay?
You got it.
All right. Let me tell everybody how they can get this machine. And again, this is the Pfaff Creative 3.0. It is a combination machine, sewing and embroidery. SMP live pricing $47.49. But wait, we have a call-in special on this. You got to get on the phone and give us a call. We have some financing available. We're going to ship this nationwide absolutely free. 800-401-8151. Now, if you're on the website already and you just want to take a look at this, all you have to do is type Creative 3.0 in the search bar. It'll take you to that product page. You can read all the specs about the machine and everything. And then if you need some help while you're on the website, we have live chat agents there that can help answer questions as well. But again, great special for Hoopfest. And again, this is a fantastic machine. And Kyle, you and I have talked about this. I love the looks of these Pfaff machines. Oh yeah, they're one of the best. They got this real modern, sleek looking design. And again, I always tell everybody, a lot of times the pictures don't do it justice. This is one of those times the picture really does it. This thing in person is such a good looking machine. So, all right, we're going to continue on. And guess what, everybody? We are at our first educational session of the day. And we've got a good one for you. We have Mary Nace. Mary was born in New Jersey, and she had a background in computer animation and graphic design, and she loved American history. She began embroidering in 2009, and she actually got entered into Disney, held a design contest for the 50th anniversary of the Haunted Mansion. And since then, she has learned the art of digitizing and patch making, and she's perfected her craft. And she's been on our shows before doing education, and we're really happy to have her back. So y'all give a big SMP Nation welcome to Mary. Hey, Mary.
Hi, Blaine. Hi, everyone. Nice
So
to
I
meet
got to
you.
ask you, I can't remember. Didn't you win that contest, the design contest?
Yeah, I came in third.
Third. Okay, I
part of
knew you placed.
yeah.
I knew something that you did. So that's incredible. A nationwide contest, and you
Yep.
got third in that. And that's you ought to be very proud of that, especially such an organization like Disney.
Yeah, it's in the archives actually. They after the contest, they had it on the expo floor for the D23 convention a couple years back, and now it's part of the archive. So I'm excited about that. It's
That's
special
awesome.
to me.
I remember, like when we first met, I read about all that contest you'd shared with me and stuff, and
Yeah.
I've forgotten since about how big a deal that actually was. So great, congratulations on that, and thank you for being part of Hoop Fest. We love having you on here, and I know you got some really cool things to show us today. So I'm gonna let you get going. I don't want to take up any more of your hour, and I'll see you back here in an hour.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. So this was the jacket we were just talking about. And it had over 50 patches, and I used specialty threads like glow-in-the-dark metallics. I did some red work. I did some hand embroidery, and it's how I began embroidering. So I love making patches, and this is how I started my company. From the patches, I decided to get into the embroidery business, and I wanted to digitize. Well, I needed a name for my company. So I love history. And one Christmas, my grandfather gave me a World War II poster, and it said, "Are you a girl with the Star-Spangled Heart?" And I just love that title. So that's what I kind of came up with the name of my business. And then the next few years after that, I started creating patterns and teaching in New Jersey, Pennsylvania. And now I teach online at a lot of places. Just so I can give you a little background to give you some education on embroidery. Before I start that, there's a 15% off coupon on my website. It's Hoopfest 25. It'll give you 15% off any digital patterns I have on my site. So the difference between regular embroidery and versus in the hoop, today my talk will be on in the hoop projects, but the difference is regular embroidery is kind of like when you embroider towels or a shirt or a sweatshirt. So it's a finished item that you then put on your machine and you sew out your design. Maybe you put a name on the bottom of a quilt. In the hoop, it's different. You kind of start out with just some fabric, and then you have to follow a bunch of steps. So if it's a bag, you have to place the linings at a certain point. You have to make sure your zipper is lined up correctly and not out of the wrong area so that the machine doesn't hit it because it's metal. And basically in the hoop projects can be key fobs. They can be bags. That's a popular one. So it's more of a project that you make in your hoop. You almost sew it completely in the hoop, and there's very little stuff done on your actual sewing machine where you would have to take it and then sew it. Always remember a few tips here that you want to trace your design. You want to make sure nothing's in the way, in the path of your sewing area, because there's nothing worse than having your needle go over something that's metal. It's going to break the needle. It may do damage to your machine. So I always tell people, trace your design. That means that there's a button on your machine and it'll actually trace where it's going to sew what you're doing. You also, on some hoops, you might have a bigger project. If you have a multi-needle machine and you have mighty hoops, you better trace. You never want to hit that. That's a heavy duty hoop. Check underneath your hoop as well. If you tape some fabrics, you want to make sure that nothing's in the way and that it doesn't move or shift on you. Sometimes it can shift on you. So if you tape it down really well, you're fine. But you always want to check it doesn't fold over. You also want to use nylon coil zippers and not metal. When you're first starting out, people sometimes think they can use metal zippers. You can't. If the metal needle hits the metal zipper, again, you're going to break your needle. You also want to tape down the zipper pull or any D-rings that you have, and you want them out of your sewing path. It's very important to do this. Again, it's the metal. It'll hit it and it'll break something. And lastly, this is important, just another tip that sometimes people forget. If it has a zipper, you need the zipper open just a little, because that's the part of the bag where you're going to turn it. So at the end, once the whole file has been sewn out and you take it off your machine, you have to turn your bag inside out. You usually do this twice. So one is a spot in the lining that you turn it, and the other spot will actually be where your zipper is. So you need that hole open so you can turn your bag. So how did I end up coming up with this idea with this World War II bag? Well, we have to go back to the beginning. And that is John meets Mary in high school. So these are pictures of my grandparents, and John's 18 in the picture and Nana is 16 in the picture. And then there's one of them just a little bit older, but they met in St. John's High School in Paterson, and it was during World War II. And in 1943, John enters the Navy at 18 years old. He was a seaman first class and gunner on transport ships throughout the war. So he signs up and he's in love with Mary. And how are they going to contact each other in 1943? Well, they're going to write letters. And they write lots of letters. That's just a little picture of all the letters they wrote to each other during the war. They averaged about 3 letters a week, with over 450 letters throughout his time in service. And he was discharged in 1946. So he comes back from the war, they write all these letters, and then they get married. So they were married and they had lots of kids. They had 8 kids, and they were married for 64 years. They're my best friends. I always loved talking to them. They always had such wonderful stories to tell. And so years went on. We saw the letters. I looked at them and I decided I wanted to make a bag from Nana. So that's my inspiration. I looked at all the envelopes and I decided I'm going to make her a bag. And so the bag itself is an envelope clutch bag, and it has the classic red and blue borders. It has the via airmail patch, some applique stamps. It has a cancellation postal stamps. It also has like a flag, which was very popular back then. We make dog tag key fobs. There's some sensor tape with clear vinyl. It makes it look like it's tape. And lastly, the most special thing is I digitized their handwriting. So it really looks like she wrote on the bag. It's very interesting to watch this sew out too, because it actually looks like the person is writing. So this is the supply list. And basically, here's a whole list of threads that you need. You need black, red, white, blue, green, purple, and silver. I use a metallic silver. That's for the dog tag. Most of the other threads are just for the bag. You also need tearaway stabilizer and some sticky tearaway stabilizer. This bag is a multi-hoop project. So what that means is you hoop your fabric, you sew part 1. It makes 2 little marks in the corners. You take it out of your hoop when it's finished, and then you put a piece of sticky tearaway stabilizer down. You put it back on the machine. It'll sew 2 more marks, and then you're going to line up those 2 marks with your fabric, and then use the sticky tearaway. It's like it's sticky. So you'll pull off the back. Excuse me. You'll pull off the backing, and you'll line up the 2 marks and put it nice and flat. You'll need some white canvas. There's stamps provided in the file if you purchase it. It lets you print them. If you have a printer that you can print fabric on, you can get like 8 by 11 paper that's actually cotton fabric with the backing. You put it through the printer. When it comes off, you rip a backing off, and then it's just a piece of cotton. It's very interesting to work with that too, because you can do custom fabrics on very small paper, but if it's doing in the hoop bags, it's the perfect size for it. You also need some vinyl and number 5 zipper tape. So here I'm going to show you now how the bag is made. So the first thing you want to do is, if we're doing the dog tags, and I'm just going to skip through some of this so you can see the whole process. But basically, the first thing you do is use some twill on your stabilizer. You just float the fabric, and it's going to sew out the dog tag. You add up in your text, either on your machine, or if you have software, you can add it in your software and export the file. And this is just showing it sewing out the name. It's about 2 inches. Once it finishes the name, you're going to take it off the hoop, not out of the hoop, just off the hoop. And then you're going to take your applique scissors and you're going to cut around your dog tag. So you want to get very close to the edge. I'm using applique scissors here, which are much better to use. If it looks a little awkward how I'm cutting it, it's just because it's a magnetic hoop, so the scissors keep getting caught up on the hoop. But once you cut this out, we're going to put it back on the machine. And then you're going to see it sew out the border. You also, because this is in the hoop, this is part of the things I was telling you about. We do another part where we're going to put the piece of vinyl on the back and tape it down. That's this part right now. So you flip it to the back, you line it up over the dog tag, and then you're going to tape it down on 4 sides. This is the part where you always want to check that the fabric didn't shift or the tape didn't fall off. Now it's going to tack down the vinyl. Once that's done, you're going to take the tape off and you're going to take your applique scissors again, and we're just going to cut the back of the dog tag. Just go around the edge of it. Again, you don't want to cut into your stitch. You just want to go right next to it and go all the way around. And if you've never done this before, the best thing to do is just take your time with it. You have to get used to the feel. It's kind of weird to cut on the back side of your hoop. You want to make sure you also don't pop your project out of the hoop. So once that's done, we're going to put it back on the machine. And now you're going to see, whoops, it's sewing the border. This is a satin stitch border. And what we're kind of doing here is we're making it almost like it's a patch. You could also use water-soluble stabilizer instead of tearaway. For me, it worked okay, so I was fine using the tearaway. Once this finishes, it's going to just add another little border around, and it's a triple stitch border. Just gives it a little more dimension. And now you have to add your grommets. So you're going to take it off the machine and you're going to pop it out of the stabilizer. I had some loose threads, so I just cut them away. And now you have to punch holes through it. So if anybody uses cam snaps, they have a site where you can buy presses and stuff. I have one because I make so many bags and in the hoop things that it's very good. And I have this one cuts a hole through your material so you can insert grommets. You don't have to do it this way. If you have a hand-held one, that's fine too. It's whatever you want to use. And if you don't even want to put holes on both sides, just put it in one. The way the dog tag looks like this is what a Navy dog tag looked like during World War II. Once that's done, I'm going to put in the other attachment for the other, inserting the grommets. This will set it in place. There's 2 parts to the grommet. There's like a top cap piece, and then there's a backing. And the backing's very thin. So the grommet itself is the thicker, taller part, and you put that in through your hole. And then you're going to put the caved in side of your backing on the back side of your grommet. The grommet faces down into your machine, you'll see here. And then you just press it down. And you want the caved in side of the backing facing you. So that's good way, and that not so much. So you want it, again, facing up towards you, the caved in part. Then you put the other side in, and then your dog tags are finished. So the next thing we're going to do is the ear mail patch. So again, I put some twill in on my machine, and because they're so small, I can float the fabric. I don't need to take a huge piece of twill and put it in my hoop and sew it down. It's not putting that many stitches down for what we're doing here, so it's totally fine to float it. Just make sure that it's taped down. Once it's done sewing, I remove the tape and I take the patch out of the hoop. I'll remove the stabilizer, and then I'm going to cut around the patch. It's very important here to get as close as you can to the edges of your patch. Again, don't cut into the border, right outside of it. You see there? It's right outside the red line. Once this is done, we're going to take a piece of Ultra Salvi, which is 80 weight. It's not the 40 weight, which we normally use on toppings of stuff. We want the very thick stuff. And that's what we usually use for patches. So right now here, you're just going to see me. I'm going to cut off the jump stitches in between the letters to make it look cleaner. These are good scissors too. They like spring back. So if anybody has arthritis or just simply wants a nice pair of scissors, they have a mechanism that you only have to push in, and then if you let go, it'll spring back for you. They're very nice to use. This is the Ultra Salvi. So it's going to sew down a placement stitch so I know where to place the patch. And then I'm going to take temporary spray and I'm going to spray the back of my patch. I usually have a box by me that I'll spray it in. I won't just spray it over my hoop like that. It was because I was taping it, I did it. But just so you know, I always get like an Amazon box or something and put it next to it. Once it's lined up, we're going to put it back on the hoop, and then it's going to tack it down with the zigzag stitch. Then in this case, I wanted a white side border. So it's going to sew the left side and the right side. Usually you keep it the same color and it's like a red border all the way around. But because I want this to look like what it does on the envelope, the two sides had to have white. And then I'm going to go over the other sides with red and blue. The red is getting sewn down right now. And then it'll go to blue thread. So I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit here. Once it's done sewing, I'm going to pop it out of the machine. And then you have to remove the stabilizer from the back. So just be a little careful here. You don't want to cut your stitches. I just had some loose threads, so I was getting rid of those. But when you flip it to the back, you can just use a pair of scissors to kind of get under that salvi. And then it'll pop out. Once you get a little bit of it started, it's kind of easy and it'll come off. Mine had a lot of spray on it, so it was sticking a little stronger than it usually would. Now that that's off, we can put it to the side. You have to sew this step first of the ear mail patch. If you don't want to do dog tags, you don't have to do dog tags. You can just skip that. But you have to do the patch first. Otherwise, you can't put it on the bag when we get to that step. Now we're going to go over fabrics. So basically, you needed a few pieces of lining and you need a few pieces of white cotton or not cotton, white canvas or duck cloth. So now I'm skipping ahead to the part where we're going to do a slip pocket. And how you make a slip pocket is you fold all four sides in about 1/2 inch in my case, and you iron it down. Right now I'm using like a heat resistant ruler, so you can actually iron over that. It's also a nice tool to have if you do a lot of projects where you need to kind of make hems or seams and you need to iron. It helps greatly like guide the size. So once I have all four sides folded in, we're going to take the 7-inch side of the fabric and we're folding it in half. So basically the slip pocket, when it's finished, is going to be about 6 inches wide and 3.5 inches tall. So I'll skip ahead here now. All that's happening here now is I took a piece of tearaway stabilizer and a 5x7 hoop, and it created a placement stitch. And then I taped down my slip pocket. I also made sure that right where my hand is now, at the top where it says top hoop, is the open side of the pocket. So the folded down side is at the bottom. And now it'll tack it down. And my slip pocket is now sewn together. I'll remove the tape. And I'll unhoop it. Again, you have to remove the tearaway stabilizer. So I cut where that placement stitch was because it's easier to pull out the tearaway. So now I'm removing all the stabilizer. When that's done, we're going to put it to the side. And then we're going to move on to doing our lining. So to do our lining, I'm going to skip ahead to the placement stitch of the lining. It's a regular piece of tearaway stabilizer. So it's going to sew down some registration marks. These are important. Registration marks basically are what they say. They're marks that tell you where to line up your project. So by having it on 2 different items, you can then line it up correctly because you're using the same point of reference on both pieces, whether it's stabilizer and material or 2 pieces of fabric. Either way, they're very helpful. This is my long piece of lining. It's going on the inside of the bag. I'm going to match it with the bottom of the hoop and then pull it over just a little bit more. Make sure that it's centered in the hoop, meaning left and right. Top and bottom, not so much. We want to just go to the bottom of the hoop. And then I'm going to tape down the sides. Now this, again, I'm floating this fabric. This is okay to do in this instance. It's not having a lot of stitches put down on it, so it's totally fine to float the fabric. I'll roll down the top and tape it in place just so it's out of my way. And the material that I used is the envelopes for my grandparents' love letters. I had custom fabric made, and that's what I used as the lining. It's very important to use non-directional fabric because you don't want a top and a bottom on this. If you want it kind of randomized, you're going to fold this in your bag, and it's going to be upside down on one side if it's not non-directional. Or use just like a regular piece of fabric. So now I'm taking my second piece of lining, and I'm going past that placement stitch. So I do a lot of back and forth on this where I'll fold the fabric up and I'll fold the fabric back to see where I have to sew. So I also use my fingers to feel where that line is, and then that's going to fold down. There's another line. I want that folded down fabric to kind of match that line because this is going to be my pocket. I don't know if people have ever seen a zipper pocket done in the hoop. It's kind of interesting. So you're going to see what happens here in a minute. But you tape down the fabric once it's lined up, and then we go back to the machine, and we're going to sew down the next step, which tacks down this lining. Once that's done, you're going to take a ruler, and where the tip is on both of those triangles, we're going to cut from one tip to the other, just from those points of the triangle. You have to be careful. So make sure you're on a cutting mat. And I'm going to just cut right down from tip to tip. When that finishes, we're going to cut the 4 corners, the diagonals. Now, I used my cutter here, but I'm telling you, if you use your scissors, it's a lot easier. You can't go outside the corner of this box. So it's very good if you use your scissors. It's easier to get to the corner and not worry about cutting past it. When that's done, I flip my hoop over and I'll remove the stabilizer. So I'm going to skip ahead a little bit here. Now I'm going to take the top part of that fabric and pull it through the opening I just made. You're going to pull both sides through, all four, and it's going to look something like this. Now you see the little corner there, that the V's that? We want to push that in too. We don't want any of that showing. So it has to kind of go inside that center. You'll know if you feel it, you'll know what I mean. And then we're taping it from the back side of the hoop. Once we have it placed down through the hole, the opening, this is what's going to become our pocket. We have to add our zipper. So I'll tape down the fabric at the top once I'm done pressing this down. You can finger press or you can roll. The thing to remember here is you have to see a little bit of fabric through your opening. We're going to tack it down, but you want to see just a little bit of that fabric. Otherwise, the stitch will not catch it. It goes right over that box. So as long as you see that, you're okay. And you can see here, there's a little bit of fabric. I also ironed it. If you can, that's great. If not, I understand. So I'm going to go to the part where we add the zipper. Right now, it would go to the machine and tack it down, but I'm going to now go to the part where we add the zipper. So we flip our hoop to the back and we add our tape. And now you see how it's not lined up yet. So I get the dead center there. Once I see that it's centered on the front, I'm going to put a few pieces of tape down so it doesn't move on me. And then I'm flipping back to the other side. And then I'm going to tape down my zipper. It's also important to keep your zipper pull tape down. On the left side of the screen, you see there's my zipper pull. That's the metal I was telling you about before we don't want to sew into. So it's very good to tape on both sides of that and know that it won't move on you. When this is done, we're going to tack it down on the sewing machine. For this example, it's going to sew 3 sides and then it's going to stop. When it gets to this end here, we're going to take it off the machine and then we have to open up our zipper. This is the step I tell you about. You need your zipper opened. If we didn't open it, that's what it would look like. So we pull the tape away. We open up our zipper just a little bit so it goes past that opening, and then we can get it from the front side. And then just pull it around the center and tape that down. Again, we want to make sure it's not going to be in a sewing path. So you tape the back down, we bring it back to the machine, and it's going to do the last tack down. Once that finishes, we're going to do the pocket. So we'll take the small piece that's on the back side of our hoop now. After I move the tape. Oh, we have to also tape in all the fabric on the front. It's going to sew around where that box is. And if you don't move your fabric in, it's going to sew over it, and that's not good. So you just roll up all sides of the fabric and pull it tight so it really is out of the sewing path. And once that's kind of taped down, I'm just going to go ahead a little bit here. We're going to go to the back of the hoop and we're going to fold our pocket up. This is going to be our zipper pocket. So basically you need it to go past this sew line you can see here, the bobbin showing, but past that line, and then on the bottom side of, or I should technically looking at this, it's the top, but you want to go past that part as well. And you'll see what I mean in a minute. There's another line right up here, and we want just a little bit of fabric when it's folded to go over that. So once that's taped down, we then will bring it to our machine. And this step is going to tack down the zipper pocket. So I'll just go to the machine and you can see it sewing. Oops. This is it going around, closing off the pocket. When this step finishes, you're going to see that the lining now has a zipper pocket, and then we'll move on to the next step. So the very last step for this is that it's going to do registration marks on the corners of the stabilizer. So I'm going to go ahead to the next part. Once it does the X marks, we'll see it in a minute. Once it does that, we're going to take our hoop and we're going to put a piece of the sticky tearaway stabilizer. This is what I was talking about. It has a special backing on it, kind of like a sticker. And if you think of it as a sticker, you're going to put the face of the sticker down. So if we had a regular sticker with the backing, we'd want to see, and it had a cat on it, say, the cat would actually face my table when I put it in. I used the score tool lightly, made an X in the middle and went around the edges, and then you just peel off the backing, and now it's sticky. So we put this on our hoop. It's going to sew an X, and then it'll sew another X on the other side. And this is the registration marks I was talking about. We already have this also on our fabric. So what we'll do is we'll take this X in both corners and we'll match it up with what our fabric has. And by doing that, the next part of the lining, we can sew the slip pocket. And then we can get to the fun part, which is the front of the bag. So these are just more registration lines to help you line things up as we go along in the process. This was me taking it off the hoop the step before, and you just cut away the extra stabilizer. We still want to keep some of it on because it has those marks, and we don't want to get rid of those. Those are the marks I'm talking about right here. You can see there's an X. So take the X's, and then we take our stabilizer that's sticky. See the X's now? We're going to match those up. And once you match those up, it's going to give you perfect placement. So as long as you take your time with this, you're not going to have a problem with anything lining up. And the nice thing with this project is because it's a bag, as long as you're very close to it, you're okay. If we were doing another type of file where it was like a word or like, I don't know, a teddy bear or something, you actually have to be very exact with this. You will have gaps in your stitching if you don't. So once I have it lined up, I press it down flat, and now it's floating in the hoop, but it's actually stuck to the hoop because of the sticky stabilizer. This is just sewing down a placement line for my slip pocket. And now I'll take my actual slip pocket that we just did a couple of steps ago, and I'm going to line it up here. And how this works, this lining, is it's going to fold halfway between the zipper and what we're putting down. And when it folds in half, it's one side and the other now. So that's why you want your fabric to be non-directional. Once the slip pocket has been attached, we're going to do the white lining for the top of the bag. So we'll tape down the piece of fabric. It did a little tack down already of both of those. I just want to move ahead to the other part of the project. And then we'll bring that to our machine, and it's going to tack this step down, which is the white part of the envelope flap. So you could keep it one piece of lining, and then you don't have to do this step, but I wanted it to be white, so I added the material. And now your lining is done. So now we're going to go to the fun part, which is the front of the bag. I used the first hooping, tearaway stabilizer, and white canvas. With the canvas, I found my dead center of my material. So I'm not starting at the bottom like I did with the lining. I'm starting at the center of my fabric. The first part of the bag we're sewing out is the front center panel, so that's why we begin there. Again, these are just creating registration marks. So this is going to start sewing the red boxes. And I'll let you see a few sew out, and then I'm going to skip ahead. Most of this project is taking it off the hoop, on the hoop, on the hoop, off the hoop. So just be patient with lining stuff up and making sure when you do things, you don't pop your design out of the hoop. You pretty much have to start from the beginning of whatever part you were sewing. If it does pop out of the hoop, you will not have it line up correctly ever again. As hard as you try, it just never does it. So just be careful. So it's going to sew all the red boxes around, and then I'm going to skip ahead now to the blue boxes as they're being sewn. And this will do it for all three panels. You're going to see this happen a lot. It's going to be a red box, blue box, all the way around border. So after the blue boxes are sewn, it's going to give you some placement stitches for your stamps. And we cut out our stamps. If you don't want to use my stamps, it's totally fine. What you would do is just get a piece of fabric that looks like a stamp and put it in there. We're going to spray the back of our stamp, and we're going to line it up inside the box. And once that's lined up, we're going to take it back to the machine. You want to make sure all four corners are covered. It's going to do a tack down of like a stamp border, like that squiggly border all the stamps have. And then this is considered applique because you're putting a piece of fabric over another piece of fabric. So the next step when this finishes is we're going to do the airplane stamp. And again, you're going to line up the corners, spray the back, and then line up the corners over that box. And this one is going to go over the other stamp, so it gives it a more dimensional look. And again, that's the corners matching up. So once that happens, whoops, it's going to do the cancellation stamp, which is an American flag, which is really neat looking. When you have this in person, when you can feel it, the textures are amazing on this project with the applique and then sewing over the applique. This is the postal code cancellation stamp. So on my video, just to pause it for a second here, you have to add your own text. Everybody that gets this file, if they purchase it, you're not going to want to put Paterson, New Jersey if you're not from that area. You're going to want to put Miami. You're going to want to put Dallas, Texas, wherever you're from. So you have to add text in this project. You can either do that from your machine, or you can do it from your computer if you have software. So if you have software, I would suggest using that instead of your embroidery machine. It's just a lot easier to line things up in the software. And it's simple text. I tell you the size to make everything. So you would just make the file and export it. I made the file and then I exported it and I then put it on my machine. I kept the envelope file that I'm currently sewing exactly on it. I added this text. I didn't get rid of the file and then put a new file on. I kept my file because you have to go back and forth. So It sews out the cancellation stamp right here. Then it's going to sew out the censor, examined by the censor. When this finishes, you're going to cut the jump stitches. If you see on the left side, there's these long stitches between the blue and the red boxes. We're going to cut all of those away. So once this finishes sewing out, the next step is to cut all those jump stitches. So this is me just cutting the jump stitches away. And the reason we have to do this, the other jump stitches we can cut later on in the project, but for this particular moment, we're going to put a piece of vinyl over what we just sewed out with the examined by, because we want to make it look like Scotch tape, like the tape they did when they opened their mail to read if they wrote anything that told the location of troop movements. So then they would close it up with actual censor tape. That's the look I was going for. So if you don't cut the jump stitches, you're going to have them underneath this piece of vinyl and you can't get rid of them. Also, make sure you don't, when you iron the bag, don't go over the vinyl or not too much with the stamps, because the stamps have like the inkjet in it, the inkjet printer. It could cause the stamps to kind of fade or burn a little. So don't go over them too much, but definitely don't go over the vinyl because you will melt it. So this just tacks down the vinyl. And then we're going to take our applique scissors after it does this one other placement. This is for our via earmail stamp. And you're going to cut away the edges on the outside of the vinyl. Again, be careful not to cut into your stitches. So I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit here. I'm going to show you putting the stamp on. So you're just going to cut away those edges on the applique. And once that's done, we're going to load the stamp up. So you take your stamp, you spray the back, and we're going to line it up with that border. And again, this just gives it more dimension. We're kind of building up the layers of fabric on this project. Once that's placed correctly, we're going to tack it down. Again, you have to pay attention to thread colors and where to change them. I give a guide on what to change it to. So as long as you kind of follow that along, you'll be good. So it'll tack the stamp down. And then we're going to get to the fun part, which is we're going to see my grandparents write in thread. I digitized their writing. If you do that, right now you see how it's blank. What we would do is I tell you where to line up your file, but you either import your file or you add text on your machine. Either way is acceptable. So I digitized it. So now you're going to see it sew out. The other thing to remember is when I add a file, I go to the last step. So if I had 20 steps and I add a file, I go to step 21. Then I sew out 21. Then I add more text. Now I'm going to go to 22. You just have to remember that this is why I set it up this way. Every time you added the text, you go to like the last step. If you add text from your machine, you're going to have to, you might have like 3 or 4 steps to sew out. But my rule of thumb is sew out your text. And when it finishes, that's when you're done with it. So whether it's 1 step, 5 steps, it doesn't matter. It just matters that you complete all the text. When this finishes sewing, it's going to now sew out the return address in the other corner. And this is my grandmother's writing. It's she obviously went to Catholic school and had the Palmer method taught to her. All those little lines that you see are jump stitches that will eventually cut out. So depending on how your file was digitized or if you did it on your machine, what you'll do is, again, it finishes and then you're just going to cut out the jump stitches. So I'm just going to go to the top corner now so you can see the other side sew out my grandfather's writing, because I wanted both of their penmanship on this bag. So I took his writing and I put it in the corner. And if you can digitize, I highly recommend taking somebody's handwriting and digitizing it. It is absolutely amazing how it comes out. It really looks like their penmanship. So once this part finishes, we have to do the top of the envelope and the bottom of the envelope. So these two steps, the top and the bottom, go much quicker than this front center panel. Again, take your time. When we take this off the hoop, it's going to do some registration marks again for us, so we know how to line it up for the top and bottom. Cut out your jump stitches, make it look pretty, and then we could go on to the next step, which is the top of the envelope. So I'm just going to skip ahead now so you can see. This is just me cutting out the jump stitches, but also if you notice there's X's on the top corner there on the left and right. Those are our registration marks. So this, again, we're going to use this time sticky tearaway stabilizer. We're going to rip the back off of it, and we're going to line up the registration marks after we sew the first step. So I'm going to go ahead to that step. So this is the registration marks, and we're going to match it up again with our bag. So again, match the X to the X. And for this instance, because I'm doing the top of the bag, I'm going to match up the top of my bag to whatever the X's are. Since there are 4 X's, I don't want to confuse people, but if I were to put the bottom X's where these are, you would notice that the center of my bag would almost be on completely on the hoop, and that wouldn't be good. I'd be sewing over my design. So I'm going to skip ahead here a little bit, and we're going to start to see the top flap of the envelope. She would always write, "Please rush," and put little X's for her little kisses on the envelope. So that's on this. This comes with the file, so it'll sew this out. If you don't like this look, just sew up until the point where this happens, and then you just will skip it. So once that's done sewing, it's going to pretty much just do the red and blue boxes. So I'm just skipping ahead here due to time so we can see how the bag's put together. But the top piece is very easy to make, and the bottom piece is easy to make. It's the front that you have to add all the applique and add the vinyl and the patch and then move around because of your type. But it's fun because you can customize the bag. And if there's a step you don't like, again, you just skip it. You just have to know what step it is to skip. So I unhoop this part of the bag, and I'll remove the stabilizer, and I'll get rid of the jump stitches. And now I'm going to move on to the bottom of the bag. The bottom of the bag is the same as this. You're going to, again, sticky stabilizer. You're going to sew the registration marks, and you're going to line them up. So I'm just going to skip to the bottom where it starts sewing the bottom. And those are like the blue boxes. And then here are the red boxes. And then this does the red satin stitch that makes it look like an envelope. So once that's all done, we're going to take the lining and line it up with the bottom of the hoop. And I use my registration marks, and it's just going to tack it down. So once that's done, I get rid of most of the stabilizer. So I'm just going to skip ahead here because it takes a minute to get rid of all the stabilizer here. You're going to pull it away from everything. So even up there, I'll remove some of that too. And on the inside where all the writing is, I kind of pull it away, except right there. You see the X? I'm going to try to keep that intact so I have marks. So when I go to sew my bag, I can still use it to line up things. So I'm just going to skip ahead here because the stabilizer took a little bit to take off. I fold my bag up to the top. I'm going to remove any of the jump stitches, and then I'm going to skip ahead to how you fold it down to then sew it together. So that was like the last step you sew on your embroidery machine. Now you would go back to a sewing machine, and you're going to line up the bag in a particular manner, and then it's going to come together. So here's the bag lining up. Whoops, still cutting some more away. Oh, before you sew it together too, I forgot, you have to add the magnetic snaps right here. So just to show you quickly, these are the snaps going in. And this video is on my YouTube channel, so if you want to catch it again, like, and look at it like in more detail, it's there to be watched. So once the snap is at it, you want to do this before you sew your bag closed, otherwise you'll see the snap through it. So I'm just going to skip ahead here to where you line up the bag. So in order to line up the bag, you fold it to the bottom, and you're going to use the bottom edge of your front center panel to the bottom edge of where your slip pocket is. And that's how you're going to line it up. You want the sides to match the boxes, and you want the top of the red boxes and the blue boxes to also match up. So you see how they match up? And once that's done, we're going to clip it. And then I'm going to show you the next part where it folds down the other side. All you do is take the back side and you're going to fold that down as well. And you're going to clip it together. Again, I'm matching up the corners so they line up. And now I bring it to my sewing machine once it's all lined up. And you're going to sew all the way around your bag, except for the bottom opening. So I say, look at it like it's a house, and you sew the sides and then you sew the top. And when you finish doing that, then we're going to turn the bag. So I'm going to get to the part where we turn the bag. When you turn the bag, you have to first cut away the extra material on all sides. So what I do is I do about a 1/2 inch, 1/4 inch, and then I cut little slants and slits so it's easier to turn. You're going to take the opening at the bottom, and you're going to pull through where you find the other opening. There's 2 openings. You're going to find the inside lining opening, and you're going to pull through that. So I'm going to kind of show you here. It's a little hard because anybody turning a bag knows that it gets to be a little difficult. You cut a few corners in the lining so it's easier to turn. And then you kind of get this messed up ball thing. But as you keep turning it and pushing the corners with your turning tool, you're going to see the bag form. And then you can close it off with some fabric fuse tape, or you can do a ladder stitch by hand. So that's the opening that's still there that I'm using to poke the corners out on everything. And then you'll see here it's now done. And I'm just ironing it closed. I mean, ironing it all over the place here. Again, watch the vinyl. You don't want to melt it. I learned the hard way on that one. But that's the finished bag. So now, 1 second, let me just get the other slide up. Okay. Here we go. These are just, this is the picture of the finished bag. And it has the dog tags that you can see as like kind of like key fobs almost. And then just, these are a few current patterns that I have. It's a in the hoop needle case that you can store all your needles from your sewing projects. It's applique. It's a lot of fun. It's easy for beginners. There's some fun bags here, like an artist palette and a back to school pencil case. Do the flag bag, and there's some banners. If you have any events coming up, those are fun to put out at a party. The Crazy Quilt wallet, that's great for anybody that has scrap fabrics that wants to use those. And if you go here and sign up on my mailing list, you'll know about new pattern releases, any new sales that I'm having, and upcoming events, of which I'm going to be doing an event with Sewing Machines Plus in October. It's going to be a 2-day virtual event, October 24th and 25th. And it's going to be 3 projects that we make on the 2 days. It's going to be a skull pillow, a pumpkin zipper bag, and a witchy wall hanging. And the wall hanging is a ton of fun. It's a lot of different elements. And when you finish it, it looks really spooky. Are there any questions?
So if y'all got any questions for Mary, go ahead and put them in the chat right now so we can try to get them answered for you. Great job, Mary.
Thank you very much. That was interesting to kind of figure out, and just to show everybody, like, this was the first thing I did. It's just a template, but this is how I was figuring out how to make the bag. And this was another version where I sewed the top, which I didn't like, so that one went away. This was me trying to figure out the zipper pocket. And then this is very special. This was the actual, like, secret sauce on how to get the bag to turn in and out. It doesn't look like much, but it was like the key to the whole bag.
Hey,
crazy.
We do have a question. Says,
yes.
What brand are your snips?
I'm not actually sure. I think it was just like one of those, like, I don't want to say, but made in China things. It doesn't actually have, like, it's not like Ginger or anybody like Fiskars or anything.
Okay.
It's just spring back snips.
And then Teresa's asking, is the event virtual? Yes, it is, Teresa. We are working on, we actually already got it planned. You can go to SMP or SewingMachinesPlus.com at the very top of the page where it says events and classes. You can click on that. We've already got Mary's class listed already. And we may have to add some stuff to the page, but at least the page is up to where you can actually sign up for it. And it's going to be it's going to be 2 days. We're going to do 3 projects during that. And so it should be a good, and I can't remember, Mary, is yours going to be where we're going to send kits out, or is it just the instructions? And
I think we have kits.
I
think so. I believe so.
Yeah. We will have a cutoff date. So what I mean by that is you'll have to sign up by a certain time. So we'll have time to get all the kits made and get them sent to you prior to her event. But it's going to be a great event. We've got a lot of events planned. So yeah, Mary's is in October.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right. Well, Mary, great job. Thank you so much for coming on Hoop Fest. We'll always enjoy you being on here.
Thank you. I always enjoy coming.
All right. We'll talk to you soon. Okay.
Bye-bye.
All righty. All right, everybody. I hope y'all enjoyed the educational session. That was a lot of information and it was really good. So, but we're ready to continue on, and we have got Wendy Owens coming back. She's doing double duty again this week, and she's coming back with Viking this time. So y'all welcome back to the show, Wendy. Hey, Wendy.
Hi. Hopefully you can hear me this time.
We got you loud and clear. Everything's good. So we're going to let you get going on this one, and I'll see you back here in about 25 minutes.
All righty. Hi, everyone. Welcome to this time. I'm not going to say today because I was here earlier today, but this time around, I am here representing Husqvarna Viking, and what I have here with me is the Designer Epic 3, the creme de la creme of Husqvarna Viking machines. So this machine has so much to offer. There is no way I'm going to be able to get through it in a half hour. But you can go ahead, hop over to Sewing Machines Plus website, click on the link, get more information about it, and find out what comes with the machine, what's included with the machine, find out what the features are and everything. I am going to talk about some of them. I'm not going to be able to get through them all. I probably will need to be with you a whole entire week to just get through all of the features of this machine. But in the event of Hoopfest, let's go ahead. But before I talk about what hoops come with the machine, I want to show you the machine. Look at this baby. So what you're looking at here, this is the whole entire machine. So it does have a different type of embroidery unit, and I will show you that because I'm going to end up taking this machine apart for you so that you can see one of the greatest features of this machine, which is the free arm embroidery. Yes, we have free arm embroidery on a flatbed machine, and this is a sewing and embroidery combo machine. So it is the best of all worlds, and we're going to show you that too. These right here that you're looking at, there's one in the front and there's one in the back. Those are called our large hoop supports. And again, I will disassemble this when it gets time to show the free arm. And then we have this table right here that's inside of it. That closes up the free arm. So if you're just doing embroidery that's not involved with free arm, you would pop that, you would pop this on. And the large hoop supports, you don't need to use it with all of the hoops, just the larger hoops. So let me show you some of the hoops that comes with it. 4 hoops comes with this machine. And we start out with the 120 by 120 hoop. And you will also notice we have a new aerodynamic shape about some of our hoops and a different hoop connector. So if you look at these, and when I first looked at them, like the large one, okay, so so the 240 by 150 hoop also comes with the machine. Then we have the 465, I know, it's like, I can't even get it all on the frame. The 465 by 260 hoop, and if you look at this, you cannot go wrong with how it is hooped because it's kind of slightly bigger up here. That has to do with balance of the hoop on the machine. But the first time I ever saw this, I thought, oh my goodness, Tim Burton designed our hoops. But that's huge. That is huge. And then there is another hoop. I have this particular hoop hooped up because I'm going to show it to you. I'm going to use it in a demonstration, but you also have the 360 by 200 hoop as well. Again, can't fit that into the frame, but you have 4 different hoops that come with the machine. Now, do not worry. If you were a Husqvarna Viking consumer before and you had our previous machines, just know that the legacy hoops or the additional purchased hoops still can be used on this machine. The machine does come with a hoop adapter. So this would just slide on, and I have the cutest little hoop here. So funny, we go from this, and you can also use this. Isn't that something? This is our 40 by 40 mini hoop. So I just want to show you that all you need to do is just, am I holding it in the wrong way? All right, I have to hold it as if I'm doing this. So it just slides on like that. And so now I have the adapter on the, so it could be used on this machine. Now you don't have to worry. Inside the machine where you have your hoop selection, it does remind you that you need to have what did I call this? The adapter. It'll remind you to put the adapter on your hoop, and it is already programmed. You don't have to do any guessing, like, is it going to fit? Do I need to do any kind of adjustments? No, there's no adjustments you need to do. You just pop on that adapter and you're good to go. So let's go ahead and oh wait, there is an additional hoop that you can purchase. It does not come with the machine, but it is a hoop that you can purchase. And this hoop gives us the largest hoop. And I'm going to switch to this camera because it's zoomed out. This hoop, look at how big that is. This hoop makes us the largest hoop in the sewing industry, in the home sewing industry. So this hoop here is 450 by 450. This is a turnable hoop, and this was a design that is built into the machine that I was playing with. And you can see here I have some little dots here for lining it up for when I rotate it. It lined up perfectly. This is, oh my God, I'm like, wow, this hoop, y'all. Wow. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's get into the machine. I'm going to put that hoop down, and I am going to zoom in, and I am going to have to move my camera, but since we're on this section right here, let me go ahead and talk to you about the buttons real quick. So here we have our automatic needle threader. So you just press a button and your needle will thread. I'm only down 2 cameras for this because I couldn't get that third needle camera on because of the size of all this. We also have our tie off, our stitch repeat, our presser foot lift and extra lift, presser foot down, needle down, our stop button, automatic scissors, our start stop button, and this is our reverse. We do also have, I'm going to adjust the camera here. We do have a speed control. So you can adjust the speed control on this machine as you are sewing. You do not have to stop and make that adjustment. Now I'm going to go ahead and try and get over here more towards the screen. Sorry, guys. I am a one-man operation on this journey today, so I do need to adjust cameras. So this here, and I'm going to adjust that just a tad bit more. My child is home. I probably should have had my child behind the scenes with me, right? Okay, so here, screensaver's on. This screensaver is quite interesting. If ever you're bored, you can just go ahead, pop some popcorn, turn on your sewing machine, and just watch the screensaver. You'll get some information. It shows you the features of the machine. Super fun. So let's go ahead. I'm going to wake this machine up. I am connected, and it's that what you're seeing here. You don't really see the words on it, but it is just a message telling me about my cloud because I am connected to the internet right now. It says this box says that your embroidery ended unexpectedly. Do you want to resume your embroidery? So I was working on an embroidery the other day on this machine, and I got tired. So I turned the machine off and I'm like, well, it'll pick up where it left off. I did go back and finish that. So I am going to say no to that little message. So just know that this machine also has what's called a smart save. So if, again, you were sewing at 2 in the morning, but your machine's not ready, you know, it's still going. You can just go ahead and turn your machine off and it will save that embroidery from the moment you turned off the machine. It's also a great safety feature. So if the power goes out in your home, your machine will stop right where the power went off. But you also have the option that you can save your own, you can save the embroidery design. So down at the bottom of the screen when you're in embroidery, you can say save from current and it'll automatically save it from that current state, and then you can turn the machine off. It's all completely up to you how you want to handle that, but there are so many times of just, yes, I do sew at 2 in the morning. I'm on the road a lot. My time is limited here in my sewing space, so there's times that I can't sleep. Yeah, I'm going to sew. I do get tired. I'll turn the machine off. I'll go to bed for a couple hours. Alrighty. So we've talked about this in the past. Let me go back to this. This is a Wi-Fi capable machine, so it will connect to the Creative 8 software, and I could toss designs back and forth. We've talked about the blog that is on the machine as well, and here it is. I am connected. So you have the blog on this machine as well, automatic updates when you're connected to the internet. We also have the Joy OS Advisor. So these are all of your built-in videos like I showed you the other day on the Ruby 90. We have it on the Epic 3 as well. And I have a cat, sorry. You have it on this machine as well. So all of the same videos, again, you do not need to be connected to the internet to access this portion of the machine. We've added so much to this machine between sewing and embroidery. So I want to make sure I get the important stuff in. I'm going to go ahead and touch sewing. And my arm wants to calibrate. I'm going to go ahead and let it calibrate. And if we all be quiet, just one moment. I don't even know if you heard it or not. It is so quiet and it moves very little. Trust me on that. I know you didn't see it, but it doesn't move. The whole arm doesn't come up and go back. It's just a very slight movement that it makes. We also have our exclusive sewing advisor here. So you could choose your fabrics and the weight of your fabric. Important to do when you're sewing because it does make a difference on how you do that. Down here, we have our quick start. So it's almost like the Joy OS Advisor, but it's all right here. So again, if you needed to learn how to make collars or necklines or hems or ruffles or tucks or any of that kind of stuff, that is there for you to take a look at, and videos are included with that. We also have our sewing projects. We have a few sewing projects that are built in. And if we look at them, we have step by step. And I can make this bigger just by clicking and dragging this. I can also make my fonts bigger so that you can see it. And as this one is one of 33 pages, let me see if I can get in a little bit closer. And I know my little, my little thing here. I don't know how it necessarily works. There we go. Okay, so here it's going to show me 1 of 33 pages. And as I go through it, it's going to tell me everything that I need to make this. It's going to tell me how to cut it. And if I touch this picture, because the very first time I looked at this, I mean, who's going to be able to see that? If you touch that image, it makes it much larger. So now you can see how you need to cut those particular fabrics. So that's really cool. And then we also have, I'm sorry, go Prince. We also have, I don't know if there's a video attached to this particular project, but you can see it has all the steps and how to make it. And right here on this tab, it says content. So these are the stitches that it's suggesting. This right here is the embroidery file that it uses. It's built into the machine, and it is a cut work file. And then it's also suggesting that you're going to be using these 2 straight stitches. This is our center straight stitch, and this is our right position straight stitch. So it's showing you what stitches are going to be involved with that. This is cut work, and I did talk about cut work earlier this week. We have specific cut needles, cut work needles that are made for our embroidery designs, and you are going to pop those in when the machine indicates what needle to pop in. They are color coded so that when the machine is going to cut that cut work out for you, opposed to you pulling out your scissors or something like that and painstakingly cutting that. And with the cut work needles, you know you're going to get an even cut, a close cut to the stitches without going too far. So those are something that you can look into as well. With all of our techniques, I've said this on every machine that I've talked about. If there is a sewing technique or embroidery technique that we offer, you will have at least one design built into the machine to try that technique, including the giant hoop. If you were to go out and purchase that huge mega hoop, there are already designs built into this machine that you can stitch out with it. But that's not stopping you. You can also combine designs, and in the Creative Bait software, you can design your own things to fit in that hoop as well. So you're not limited to only what's available in the machine. There is other creativity that you can do. All right, back to this. So I'm going to go ahead and close that up. So right now we are in embroidery, and we'll talk about embroidery for a little bit. We have a nice screen here. This, the Designer Epic 3 also has hoop scanning, so you know, and I think I'm going to zoom out a little bit because the wording down there is blocking my view. So sorry, I'm going to adjust this. Oops. Ooh. There we go. Okay. There we go. So down here, it shows you the things that we can do with this machine. I'm in hoop options right now. So my hoop options screen is here. Here is where I can select my hoops. And right now it's selecting the jewel hoop. But if you notice down here, I know it's a little tight, but if you look right here, you have this little icon next to these hoop names. That is an indication that that is your adapter, and it reminds you to put that adapter on your hoop. You can also make your own hoop group in the machine, so you can add only the hoops that you physically own and eliminate all of the rest of them. But why would you do that? Why would you cut out your possibilities, right? So I leave them all in there. I may not have every single one of them, but I'm pretty close to having them all. So we do have our hoop options. We also have, we could turn on our grid. And so I'll close that so you can see the grid. Here's the grid. Can be very helpful if you're combining designs. And then we also have a line. So when I have my grid on, I can snap designs to the grid and things like that. So these are my built-in designs. Our signature are all of the designs that are brand new to the Designer Epic 3. If you go to the gold collection is what was in the Designer Epic 2. Silver was in the Designer Epic 1, and we're going to go back through the line. We don't take things away from you. We always just add. So you have all of these different sections that you can choose from. You also have a search option. So if you're searching for something specific and you want to see if there's one built into the machine for that, I'm just going to type in cat because you all know how much I love my cats. Let's see if there's some kind of cat built in here. Doesn't look like it's finding cat, and that's okay. That's okay. We also, if you are subscribed to the Creative 8 software, I'm gonna click on that again. You know that you have access to all 10,000 plus embroidery designs on the website, so you can access them right through here. Oh, I'm not signed into something. I guess I'm not signed into it online. But you can access them here, and there is a search menu as well. So you don't have to go to your computer to access those 10,000 designs. You can access them straight from this machine, and that is true for any of our Wi-Fi capable machines. Okay, so these are the built-in. This is where you would get them from the Creative 8 website. We also have some fonts here, and I'll make this a little bit bigger. I think there's 6 fonts built in with different sizes. See if I can get closer here. With 3 different sizes on them. We added this new font, and I want to find it. It's called Coquette, not croquet, Croquette. No R in there. And what this font is, this is a 6mm font. So that means it's a very tiny, tiny font. So if you remember those towels that were very popular maybe about 10 years ago or something like that, they were putting recipes on kitchen towels. Well, in here, you can create your own because it has that perfect font to be sewn with those towels. It is very tiny. I am going to suggest, however, when you use that font that you do use a 60 weight thread because it's taking up less space, and you know a 40 weight thread is a little thicker than a 60 weight thread. So I know that there are brands of thread out there that you can get 60 weight in more colors than just your black and white for your bobbin. So on this machine, we can also bring in our sewing stitches. So speaking of sewing stitches, here we have menus, and then we also have sub menus, and it's all labeled. We added a lot of verbiage to this machine with our icons. But again, if you are like me and you're touching different machines all the time, I still have my quick help up here. So I love that quick help. I show it on every machine because it's worth its weight in gold. If you're not sure what something is, you just touch that icon, and then you touch the icon in which you're questioning, and it will explain it to you, and it gives its name. So I love that, love that feature. Again, wish it was on my iPhone. So we can bring in sewing stitches on from the sewing side and do them in our embroidery hoop. So here I know I have my buttonholes, and let me show you what I did here. Was I have a quick little sample. Remember I showed you this adorable little hoop here. Well, I utilized that little hoop for this skirt, and this skirt was made 100% on the serger using pre-cut strips. But for the casing here, I used buttonholes in embroidery mode, and I'm trying to untie this. That's what I'm fiddling with right now, so that you can see. So to bring my drawstring through, I did make some buttonholes, and how I did that was, for me, it was faster and easier to put it in the hoop. Now, of course, my casing wasn't closed yet when I did this, but I put it in the hoop. And because I did all the markings right here on the fabric with a water-soluble marking pen, when I did this, I scanned this hoop. So it like scanned like that because, you know, it's a small hoop, so it didn't take long to scan. So I was able to bring in those buttonholes, place them exactly where I wanted to. And because they were buttonholes, they stitched out really quick. So that was me using my embroidery machine with a serger project. So just wanted to show you there are lots of uses for this little hoop besides embroidering socks. And I did have a pair of embroidered socks, but I forgot to put them on my my table here. But know that you can embroider socks. When this hoop first came out, there were so many socks floating around the office because everybody was embroidering socks. So we had real good fun with that. Alrighty, so we can do that. I just want to keep an eye on my time. This machine also projects designs in embroidery, and it has projection in sewing as well. We also can do hoop scanning, as I mentioned with my little my 40 by 40 hoop. We can do that. We have our fonts. We can bring in our stitches. This is our layers. This is our folder. So this folder is going to take me to, I do have a USB connected, so that's why this tab is here. If I did not have a USB connected to my machine, this tab would not be present. So I'll just go ahead and pull that out, and you'll see it will go away. And these are all the things that I have saved to my machine. Some of them are things that I was working on in the past. Some of them are new stuff. But I have the option that I can save things directly to my machine. This is going to be, and let me bring in a design here. Let's bring in a design just so you can see that. Clear all. And I'll just we'll bring in this design. I'm not quite sure how big it is, but here I have my layers. So if I had more than one design, it would be in here, and I can click and drag it, and I can place it in which order I want it to stitch out. We also have here that we can change our colors of the design right here on the screen. So if you're a very visual person, you can do that. You can audition those colors right here on your screen. So if I touch that one, then I have change color. I have some quick colors here, but if I touch on change color, what we added to this, to the Designer Epic 3 is we added a thread library. So if you click on thread library, then you get this option of all of these different brands of thread to choose from. And if that particular manufacturers like Floriani, they have their 40 weights, they have their 60 weights. If they had metallics, all of those would be listed there. We have almost, I don't want to say we have almost every thread manufacturer in there, including their different branches, like their glow in the dark or their metallics or their different weights of thread. So if you're a visual person and you know exactly which one you want, you can go ahead and go to that brand and signature, I'll say Robeson, Anton, variegated. I don't know a number, but if you knew the specific number, you can touch that and you can type it in. And just because I can see a number right behind this window, we'll choose that one. And it takes you straight to that. So then you can go ahead and change it if you need to. So great feature that they added to this machine is that we can now have thread options. This little paper airplane icon right here, that is so that I can send this directly over into the software, do anything that I need to do in the software, and then send it right back from the software. That was me knocking off my large hoop support. Then we also have, our basic editing tools. We have our horizontal and vertical mirror. We also have duplicate. We have trash. And then I know I showed you this feature down here, move into hoop. So I showed you that on another machine. This is showing me it's red on the outline. I don't know if you can see the red, but it's indicating it's outside the hoop, and this icon became active. So if I touch that, I touched something else. So let me close that. So if I touch this icon right here, all it does is it just slightly taps it into the hoop so that it's in the embroiderable area. We also have a create sequence. So those of you who are familiar with Husqvarna Viking, if you think programming, how you can program your stitches, you can do that and then bring it over into embroidery. You also have stitch creator. So if the 300 plus stitches that are built into the machine are not enough for you, you can create your own. You also have create shape, create applique, our hoop options, but I am running out of time here. So I really want to talk about the free arm, because that is so important to talk about. So I am going to zoom out so that you can see the whole entire machine because you're going to need to see the machine. Oops. Okay. You see my ironing station back there. So I already took off this large hoop support. And then in the back, I have this one. And sorry, you're going to have to see me. And then I'm going to pop that off. All right. And then this comes off as well. And how I like to do it for those of you who are at home and you already have the Epic 3, I need to position my body. I got to go in front of the camera. I put my elbow here and then I just give a good push. The more you use this, take it off and on, the easier the easier it will be for you. So there are a few options that we can do with the free arm. So here I have a onesie, and I already hooped this up because I didn't want to take the time to hoop it in front of you because that would have just taken some time. So here is a onesie, okay? And let me go ahead and change my hoop option real quick so that I can tell it that I am using the free arm hoop. And I'm obviously going to need a smaller design. So we will go and grab a design real quick. And I know my children, oops, too fast. Children, I know I have some in there. We'll just go ahead. We'll go with this one. Okay, so you have to stop and think for a few moments because right now, do you see that design? So this is how the hoop is going to go onto your machine. And I think that one's going to be too big. Let me rotate that one. Let's see. Rotate. And we're going to rotate one more time. Okay, so you have to think about this because here's the bottom of it. And I'm going to go to stitch out so that my arm will come over. All of those options. Telling you what foot you're using and all that good stuff. It's telling me to attach the hoop. Now this hoop, this free arm hoop is a 100 by 150. Right now, this is the only size we have, but don't worry, I have a workaround for you. So if you are doing something like a tote bag, you would need to use this hoop unless you want to open up a side seam. But if you're doing a tote bag or something like that and you don't want to open the side seam, you would use this. So I'm going to go ahead and hopefully you can see everything that I'm doing here. I am going to pop this on. And if you look, that onesie, it's under here. So I no longer have to try and pull my onesie up and around the hoop and try and figure out how I'm going to keep this from falling into the hoop. Now I could just lay it flat and we're good to go. So, and you'll notice I had to rotate that design because of how the hoop goes on the machine. So if I wanted this design, I had to rotate it so that it will stitch out properly on this onesie. All right, so I have a few minutes left, just one or two. Let me show you another thing that I like to do. And I'm going to go back to embroidery edit so that I can move this out of my way. So last Mother's Day, my nephew asked my mom to make her a sweatshirt that said mama on it. You know, that's everybody's seen those. They're popular. And she wanted to use the onesies from her, from their child that they had. So my mom called me and she just needed a little assistance. I said, Mom, come on over. Let's do this on the Epic, on the Designer Epic 3 because I have the free arm. So what I did was I used the 360 by 200 hoop. And you can see I have a sweatshirt here. I have it hooped on the back because this is the only sweatshirt I had because, you know, hey, already something on here. Go Browns. So if I wanted to embroider my name on the back, I could, you know, ooh, and a number. Ooh, good idea. So because this is open-ended, it's a sweatshirt. It's open down here and it's open here on the neck as well. So I positioned it so the adapter would come outside the neck. And I'm going to go in. I could just leave that design. I'm going to go ahead and switch my hoop. And I'm going to change it to the 360 by 200 hoop and say, okay, so it knows what I'm doing here. So again, you have to think about how this is going to be attached to the machine because you may need to rotate the design. The design is where I need it to be, but I can fill the whole hoop, right? So if I go to stitch out, just so that I can bring that arm over, and I'm going to do the same thing. The back of my sweatshirt is going to slide underneath the free arm. And now I can pop this on, position it. Again, I do not have to try and figure out how I'm going to get, oops, you guys didn't see any of that. Here it is. Here it's under the free arm. Okay, so I no longer have to figure out what am I going to do with that and how I'm going to keep that from falling inside my hoop. So there is a workaround. You can utilize the free arm portion of the machine with other hoops as long as you have it open-ended. So if you are someone who does embroider on sweatshirts and on t-shirts and other things like that, because it's open-ended, you just slap that back part underneath the free arm and you're good to go. You don't have to think about it. You don't have to worry about clips. You don't have to worry about any of that stuff. And not only that, but if you were to mark, put placement marks on your whatever you hooped, you can also scan this too. So you have these great options, workarounds, utilize those larger hoops, utilize a larger space. As long as it's open-ended, you are good to go. All right, any questions? I love the free arm too. It's one of my favorites.
Well, thanks, Wendy, so much. Great seeing you. We'll see you again tomorrow, okay?
Yes, sir. Yes.
All righty, thank you. All right, everybody, let's tell you how you can get this machine. Again, this is going to be a call-in special, but the Viking Epic 3, again, look at that price. It's $17,979. We do have a call-in special on this. This thing is a awesome machine. Again, we have financing, special financing available for this machine. So give us a call, 800-401-8151. Or if you're on the website, just type in the search bar, the Epic 3, and you go read about it. But again, got to give them a call on this one. A great machine from Viking. All right, everybody, we're going to keep moving on. And we have got Happy in the house. And we're going to talk a little bit about some multi-needle embroidery machines. And I think we're going to have Renee again. So let's go and all the way to Charlotte, North Carolina. There's Renee. Hey, Renee.
Hey, thank you, Blaine. It's great to be here as always. And thanks for having us here. So
all right, we're going to let you take it away. And we'll come back in about 25 minutes. Tell them how they can get their big embroidery machine.
Okay. Well, thank you again. So everybody, if you've been following along, this is the Happy Japan embroidery machine line that you can get from SewingMachinesPlus.com. It's a premium quality machine that, again, has industrial roots, which basically means that you can work them hard, you can run them hard, people run them for business, but that gives you benefits for you all that do this for crafting, art, and quilting, or even if you want to get a little entrepreneurial and get a little business going out of your house or a shop. So what we're looking at here and what we're showcasing today is the HCU2, which is sort of the top of the line of the single head out of our multi-needle embroidery machines. So this has all the bells and whistles, all the things that you've ever thought about wanting in an embroidery machine, a lot of the latest technology. So what we're going to talk about today is its ability to do ball caps. So I know that a lot of you have got sewing machines, embroidery machines, or thinking about getting them, and sewing flats on a wide variety of things like shirts, hoodies, onesies, mug rugs, and the hoop kind of projects. That's all flat goods. But when it comes to sewing on caps, instead of it being flat, it's going to be round. And some of you have seen these multi-needle machines where you have to kind of change the rig out a little bit, and you want to put the hat on there so that it kind of rotates and sews on there. And there's a little bit more to it. So a lot of you, I'm sure we've all been there, are sewing and you're doing your flat goods. But when it comes to getting a hat order, you start thinking, well, there's other things involved and maybe a couple other things to add to the learning curve. So with the HCU2, with all of its advantages it brings to the table. Number one, it's a traditional embroidery machine at heart. You've got your colored thread, your bobbin thread, uses regular L-size bobbins. All that's pretty familiar. But then the HCU does things like, on the top here, we have digital tension. So I don't know how many of you have ever struggled with trying to get your tension right. This machine takes the guesswork out of it. So you're not worrying about that. And of course, tension's important on all of your kind of, just about any kind of project, even more so on hats. So that takes that away. Then on top of that, because of the way this machine is made, it's really, really fast, and it also has a drive system called a servo drive. So a lot of our machines, including a lot of happy machines, have what's called a more traditional drive called a stepper motor, and they work really well. They sew really fast. Lots of great looking embroidery, but with the servo drive, you're moving into new territory as far as being able to put out really good looking stitches on even tougher things. So if you follow along before in the last couple of days, we've been mentioning things like saddle pads, horse blankets. We're talking about dog collars, sewing on totes, on the pockets of laptop bags, and heavy backpacks and things like that. So maybe some of the gear that your family may want to have sewn on, but maybe you've thought twice about with a machine like the HCU2, you really don't have any kind of fear because of that servo drive. So now when you take that servo drive and you combine it with cap sewing, it gives you an advantage over just about every other kind of machine that's trying to do this, because what we found in refining this machine so that you can get this from Sewing Machines Plus is that you really can kind of be fearless. We're looking at a trucker style hat here, and that's kind of all the rage. And I know that trends will change. A long time ago, I was doing dad hats, and that was a popular thing. Then we were doing those craft hats that were low, and those are all pretty easy. These tend to be pretty tough. There are stories of snap needles. We've heard people out there where they're not, where they may have a more traditional machine. But again, with the servo drive of the HCU, you've got that more punching power of that servo drive, so you don't have that kind of problem. So this is going to take the trouble out of it, and the servo drive gives you another advantage, which is also a little bit faster. I know there's probably a lot of you that aren't thinking about running production, which these can do. Again, like I said, you can do these for business, but that also means that you can get these things done faster. So I've got Matt Lamb here, who's sales manager for TexMac. So he's peeking in here, and he's going to tell you about some of these advantages and specifications with these machines, with this machine, that allow you to do that. But when you're saving time, that gives you more time. Let's say that you've only got 2 or 3 hours in your day to dedicate to sewing, embroidery, and you've got family time, or you're running another business, or you're running a full-time job during the day. So with that extra speed, that buys you more time to do more embroidery in that little space, or more time to do something else, or it just gives you options. So that's just kind of a 20,000 foot view of this machine. So if I could give it over to Matt here, he's going to start talking about this in the specs, and the two of us here will kind of enlighten you a little bit. Hopefully you will get excited about our HCU2 from Happy Japan. Thanks, Matt.
I'm going to take this. Thanks, Renee. So I'm an alter ego. My name is Matt, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the HCU to kind of reiterate what Renee had said. To be quite frank, this is our top shelf machine. It does everything that you could possibly want it to do and more. So from an industrial standpoint, these machines, all of them, regardless of the machine or the size, is designed to be in a shop setting initially. So we're a commercial and industrial machine company that backed into the home market. So I wouldn't rule out a home market for this machine at all. Like Renee mentioned, it'll do everything that you want it to do. The speeds are top notch at 1,200 stitches a minute maximum on a cap and 1,500 stitches a minute on a flat, which is incredible. I think that's probably one of the fastest machines on the market at this stage in the game. So the technologies in this thing are top level. So with a couple things that I will touch on is the biggest thing being the digital tension. So instead of the mechanical knobs on a lot of the other machines that you're familiar with and having to, if you do have to adjust the tensions, which typically these machines do not require a lot of adjustment, The mechanical knobs, you kind of have to think about, okay, I turned this one a turn and a half, or I backed it off a turn and a quarter, and remember that as you go. The good thing about this machine itself is you can adjust these tensions on the touch screen, which we'll get into a little bit later. But what you're able to do is remember a number, a finite number between 1 and 30. So if a particular design is on the machine and that happens to be, let's just say red, but you want that tension a little bit stronger because of the complexity of the design, or you think it stitches a little bit better, you can go in and adjust that needle up in tension to get the result that you're looking for and not have to remember how many turns you made or having to reset it. You've got a finite number to work with, which is always important. Beyond that is the automatic presser foot on this machine, which is super nice. So the machine itself knows the distance between the bottom of the presser foot and the top of the sewing arm. So on the first needle punch of any design, it recognizes that distance. And if that distance changes drastically, like you're doing a robust material, like a leather or a denim or a horse blanket or a structured cap such as this, for instance, the machine knows that that distance has changed greatly, and it will actually automatically adjust your presser foot to reduce flogging, reduce presser foot burn, as it's known, where it leaves kind of witness marks because it's pushing too hard down on the material, and then you having to work later on to try to get that out with steam or otherwise. So that's a great technology in this machine. Ease of use is another thing. Regardless of machine, the HCU, the HCD3 stretch machine, or any of the other machines that we've talked about or will talk about, the touchscreen itself is extremely easy to navigate. It's basically 5 steps, and it walks you through everything along the bottom. So from the first read where you're going to load your design in or choosing the pattern, you'll then pick a hoop size to make sure it's going to fit. The good thing about this machine or any machine is that if the design will not fit within the specified parameters in the machine itself, inside that hoop, it will not allow you to sew it. So there's a reduction in risk of damage to the machine or anything else. From there, it will flip you to the next screen. It will then prompt you for colors. You can set your colors. And then from there, it's really only 4 steps, is press start and then keep an eye on it as it goes. Very, very, I'm not even sure what I'm trying to say. The interaction with the machine is very minimal. You're not going to be babysitting this machine a lot. But to go back on its capabilities, I do want to show you, we'll zoom in on this hat a little bit. I'll kind of see if we can do that, or I can walk up to it here a little bit. You can see this design. Let me see if we can, a little bit, there it goes. So you can see the intricacy of this design, especially on the sword handles, that very fine intricacy in the design itself, coupled with the fact that it is, in fact, you can kind of see it there, it is a puff design. So there is some 3D foam in there. And just how well this machine will actually stitch that out is there's very few machines that I've seen in my tenure that can do this intricate of a design on a puff design, on a structured cap in general, and perform this well. So that's really a testament to the capabilities and the quality of this machine. So what we're gonna do at this point is this design that we're doing right now, you can see the foam that's on it. We're gonna go ahead and finish this out. It's got about 1,000, 1,200 stitches or so left. We're gonna finish that design out, and we'll show you kind of, again, that finished project. You can see how fast this machine is actually moving. So bear with us just a second, and we'll see how this goes.
So as you might see, that it's hard to tell because of the refresh rate on the camera, but that machine is running at 1,200 stitches a minute right now, stitching those fine details in that hat, in that structured cap, through that foam, and not missing a beat, performing extremely, extremely well.
that's that. So as you can see, I'm going to pop this off real quick. See if we can get this in there. Pop that off. Take a look. Oops. Take a look at that.
Okay.
I'm going to zoom out here a second. All right, so now we're just going to pop this foam off of there, and it's that simple. That was the performance on that. Now, this machine is not just good for hats; it's good for flats as well. You can do anything you want. You can do patchwork or anything else. The machine itself has a duplicate feature on it, which is super cool. You can load a design in, specify the dimensions that you want between that design, pick the hoop size that you're going to use, and then from there, it will automatically figure out how many of that design it can fit within the parameters of that hoop and stitch them out one after the other. So if you've got large production that you need to do, fantastic machine. Not to mention one of the largest sew fields on a standard single head of any of them in the market right now, at almost 23.5 inches across by 16.5 inches deep, which is a phenomenal size if you need something this big. Obviously it goes smaller.
How many stitches in memory can it hold? So that you can sew a nice big design like this, Matt?
What is it, like 100 million, something like that?
100
million stitches in memory that you can load into the machine. And, I mean, it's just a fantastic machine.
And if you want a really fancy design that has a lot of layering and colors, remember these machines can have up to 255 color changes within a design, and remember them. So detail, you artists out there who want to do all kinds of detail, all kinds of threads, gradients, whatever you want to do, the machine's got the capacity to really flesh out those works of art that you've always dreamed of producing. Not only that, but with that big hoop that Matt's showing you, you can do it in one go. So that was a great thing that you were showing there, Matt. I appreciate that. And go ahead.
Furthermore, the change out of any of the apparatuses that belong to it, like this cap system, and switching to a flat garment is very quick. It's less than a minute. It's 4 thumb screws. It slides out. You put the arms on and slide your flat hoop in. The machine will recognize the difference between the hoops. It's just a matter of choosing the hoop that you're using. It's very, very nice. So additionally, the machines will in one swing, in one go, will stitch 290 degrees. So it'll do both front, left, and right on the design itself. Like I said, in one hooping. So you don't have to rehoop all 3 positions, but you can charge from a business standpoint. You can charge for each location that you're stitching on the hat, but you don't have to rehoop that. So it's the efficiency in that alone saves a mammoth amount of time. So, and again, I mean, this is a mesh. You can see it stitching through the mesh, and it does very, very well there as well. I mean, it's just I can't iterate enough how well this machine performs in really any task that's put to it. So you can see some of these other designs here on the side. On that denim shirt, for example, I think that is around 300,000 stitches or something like that.
300,000 stitches, right?
And it just, I mean, just incredible. And that's a denim, which again, not as robust as a structured cap, but still a dense material that some machines may struggle with. And this machine's like butter. So.
Oh, and also one thing about these caps, this is an example I mentioned yesterday, but you know, I bought into this whole thing. I've got a machine at home. It's not quite as nice as this one, but it's a 15 needle machine. And what Matt was talking about with the wide sewing field that you can do several areas at once. I happen to have a family that's near us. They do a lot of racing, and the little kids, it's really cute. They do a little motocross, and what they like to do is put their race team on the front, and then they'll put their name on the side. And they love showing up to meets, seeing all the other kids, and they remember their names. I know that Ashton, little Ashton, they know his name because we're able to sew that on the side of the hat. They've got Whitley 105 on the front, and then they've got Ashton on the side. And that's just a fun thing. It just lets you decorate the hat on several places all at once. You know, like Matt had said, you can sew on the fronts with a lot of machines, but with this nice big wide field, and that's 14 inches wide. So from the center out to each side, that you go 7 inches, which is well past your ear. so that you can do this again all at once. So just wanted to show that little example. I know you're thinking, hopefully you're getting excited about sewing hats with the HCU, as well as all the other things that Matt here is talking about.
The other thing I want to mention now that I'm thinking about it is if you watch this thing stitch at 1,200 stitches a minute, the stability that this machine has. There was no vibration in this machine. It wasn't moving around on the stand. The head wasn't shaking around. It's an extremely, extremely planted and stable machine, which is super important because A, that lends to the accuracy of the design, and B, the quality of the machine itself. So Renee's got some more stuff to show. He's coming around the corner here with kind of a design of the machine that stitched itself out. So this machine stitched itself, and what we originally started with back in 1923, a tabletop sewing machine such as that. So you can see, there you go. So here we go.
So you can see doing something like this. This is about 400,000 stitches. And you can see that all was done in a single hooping. And if we can get close up, you can the incredible detail. A gentleman named Vitor did the wooden hoops. Happy, by the way, is 102 years old. And this is one of their first sewing machines that they sewed out or created, manufactured. And actually, a copy of that was sold through Montgomery Ward. But that's kind of why we celebrated. They turned 100 years old about 2 years ago. So, but this is a great example of the kind of complexity you can see. And I'll go ahead and manually zoom, if you could say, and just see how much detail. And the machine sewed that out at 1,200 to 1,500 stitches a minute. So normally what would take hours, this takes a lot of that time off when you're doing really big, complex designs. So.
Now, we've mentioned the top speeds of this machine multiple times, 1,200 on caps and 1,500 on flats. But the machine has enough knowledge within it that if the parameters of a particular stitch allow for those speeds, it will do it. Otherwise, as it's going around corners, or if the stitch length is too long or too short, it will back the speeds down automatically. So it's smart enough to know that it's not going to run 1,500 stitches all the time, but it is capable of doing that. So, okay, Renee's going to take that away. Let's see. So I mentioned the stability. I mentioned the ease of use, the digital tension, the automatic presser foot, the changing of the apparatuses, and the ease of that.
And Matt's talking about changing this out. So the machine comes with everything. So these are your regular arms that you put on to sew your traditional flat goods. And Happy wants to make this a happy experience for you. So this is completely without tools. You just need to tighten these or loosen these to put them on and off. And the cap sewing device, we call that the driver, has exactly these kinds of knobs. It's got 4 knobs. So if I wanted to switch this off, for example, I can just loosen this. So we're done sewing our example today. So I'll go ahead and show you that is I just loosen the top, and then I'll just undo the bottom 2. And now the machine is just about ready for regular traditional flat sewing mode. So, and this will just slide right off. And this is included in the kit, in the box, when you get your HCU machine too as well. So this lets you do those wonderful caps. 1,200 stitches a minute, there's really no other machine in the industry that can really do this. When we run demos, when our customers buy these machines, they don't realize this is really just justifies itself just for running the caps. But think about all the other things you can do with that big hoop and with the traditional arms. And not only can you put the arms on, but you can put them on at different positions. So you can have your big wide hoops here, but the machine also has slots. So we've got these spaced out. That's about 24 inches apart, but I can bring this in for more traditional size hoops. So if you want to do left chest, you want to do jacket backs and fronts, then you can do those as well. You can accommodate just about any hoop that will fit on any model Happy machine. or other popular embroidery machine brands?
I'll touch on that real quickly too. So as Renee mentioned, all of that comes with the machine. So you're going to get 2 of each of 4 sizes of hoops for a total of 8 hoops, 1 for operation and 1 to hoop the next one to save time, that range in size from, I believe, somewhere around it's like a 5 or 6 inch at the smallest, up to that 23.5 by 16.5 inch large hoop, plus the cap system that comes with the driver, 2 cap frames and the hooping gauge. And then, as also Renee mentioned, these machines are extremely versatile in the fact that they accept a lot of aftermarket accessories and apparatuses. So you can do mighty hoops, are huge. Machine will absolutely take those without a problem. You can do all kinds of different clamping systems and things from a multitude of manufacturers, and they clamp right on there without a problem. So it's, again, anything, as I mentioned at the very beginning, anything that you want to do with this machine, it is absolutely 110% capable of doing that and then some. So the only limitations is your mind, really. It's just a fantastic machine. So,
and speaking of doing a wide variety of things, I know that all of you have operating styles where you may do a certain type of project that you like to do all the time. Like, for example, you can style your control panel the way you want to, put your favorite shortcuts on there to suit your operating style. Like, for those of you who do a lot of patches, those of you who do a lot of spray adhesives, or you're floating, you may want to kick that hoop out a lot. Well, this little strip of shortcuts here are completely up to you. The machine, when you open it out of the box, comes with some good basic shortcuts, but we have a whole screen of them here. And within there, you can actually pick, and there's one here that I'm thinking about here, and this one's called Frame Out. So you can have that as a one-touch button that'll kick the hoop out towards you, and what that does is then the machine will then make itself available so that you can apply your applique and then hit start. The hoop goes right back in, aligns right along so that you can do your applique piece. There's another shortcut here that will let you do multiple hoopings where we've all done this, where we've had something even too big for, if you want, even your big hoop, and you sew this out. Think big tapestries, think quilting, when you're doing multiple panels of quilts, but then you need to, loosen this up and slide it over. Well, there's a shortcut here called 2-point alignment where you can point it to the left or the right edge of what you last sewed and tell it how far over. And that's all with one of the shortcuts that are on here. So this is some of the nice little special tools that you can customize and bring to your front. Or if you're new to the machine, there are little things like start over again, or center it up, or flip the design easily. So there's a whole treasure trove of little specialty shortcuts that you can use to customize that screen to your operating style.
Yes. So again, that's kind of that machine in a nutshell. I think it's if I were to look at a machine, this is the one that I would go for. I just think that it's got all of the newest technologies, all of the greatest features, and it just, the speed and how quiet it is and how well it operates just speaks for itself. Just a fantastic machine. So
I know that we're getting close to our time, so we don't want to, if you have questions about what the HCU can do for you from Happy Japan, we'd love to take them, but Blaine, let us know where we are if you have any questions for us.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, guys. But one question I do have, I know that, a lot of people that, y'all sell to in the commercial world, they do the multiple heads. But if somebody has, like our customers, or you may want to start a home-based business, can they expand and hook another 2 Happies together, the single needle? I mean, the single head.
100%. You can actually link our smallest machine, the 7 needle, up through our largest 12 head will communicate with one another through one platform. So you can link up to 255 machines together, whether it be a single head or multi-head, and have them all operate under one production line. To be able to do that, I mean, that's a huge business that you've scaled to if you're getting to that point. But the machines and the platforms themselves are capable of doing that. So absolutely very cool in that respect. The only thing, you can distribute the designs from that platform on the computer. You can set your colors and everything. The only thing you have to do is go push start on all the machines. That's it. Up to 255.
That's awesome. Because I know a lot of people always have that question in mind. They can't afford to go out and maybe buy a double head or a 4-head machine, but they could buy a single head and then expand later on. So that's a great option for that. So Matt, Renee, thank y'all so much. Great demonstration. We'll see y'all a little later this afternoon, okay?
All right, sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty, guys. Let's tell you how you can get this one. Another great machine from Happy. I love this machine. Again, this is that 15 needle embroidery machine. The price on it is $22,396. We do have a call-in special on that. We do have financing available as well. And again, this is something, if you want to get into a home-based business, this is a powerhouse, and you can, and then you just heard it, you can expand and hook another machine up to it later if you wanted to do that. But again, so many great features, so much technology built into this. And again, we have a great call-in special. Give us a call, 800-401-8151. And if you just want to look at all the Happies, you can just type in Happy Embroidery on our search bar on SewingMachinesPlus.com. It'll take you to the product page where you can see all the different machines. But again, we highly, highly recommend this. This is such a good quality machine, and it's actually pretty intuitive. It's pretty easy to learn. I mean, just follow the screen. I was amazed at how easy this thing is. All right, guys, we're going to continue on, and we got our next presenter up, and we are going to go all into baby lock today. And we got our good friend Lisa Knight coming in. Now, Lisa started sewing at age 6, or as she puts it, a long, long time ago. Over the course of those years, she fell in love with the endless creative possibilities sewing provides. When it comes to teaching, Lisa says she loves interacting with her students and seeing their reactions. And I'll tell you what, she is fantastic. We've had her on our show many, many times. Y'all give a big SMP Nation welcome to Lisa Knight. Hey, Lisa.
Hey, everybody. I'm so excited to be here today. It is hot, hot, hot in Las Vegas today.
Is it? Well, you know what? You are the famous sew girl.
Oh, yeah. Wait a minute.
So everybody remembers you by the sew girl, this famous sew girl.
I am
Las
the Las
Vegas sew girl.
Absolutely. It gives me a headache after a while, so I've kind of put it to the side. But yes, I am. And I love showing people all the nifty things that Baby Lock has to offer. And today I'm going to be showing the Triumph combination cover stitch and serger.
That's a good one, I tell you what.
Serger.
All right, well, Lisa, we're going to let you get at it, and I'll see you back here in about 25 minutes.
All right, Blaine, thanks so much. So let's get started. I don't want to waste any time because I've got so much to show you that the last time I demoed one of these, I ran out of time. So I'm going to switch over to the camera so that you can see the machine. And here it is. Let's get rid of this extra information. Oops, I got rid of too much extra information. There we go. So this is the beautiful Triumph, and it has so many features. My favorite feature is this luxurious amount of space that you have with this machine and the easiest threading in the world. Threading is a breeze because it is air threading. You just put the thread into the little ports, push the button, and I'll show that in just a minute, but I've got it set up to serge right now. So I'm going to actually go to doing some serging. One of the other neat features is that if you don't have these closed, it won't serge. So there's a little safety features that maybe doesn't come on a lot of other sergers. And I know I have made mistakes when I've been serging to, go ahead and serge, and I don't have the foot down. I don't have the door closed, and it doesn't work very well. So first thing I'm going to serge is some quilting cotton. This makes a great way to piece. And I'm just going to get my pedal going here. It has flipped over. Just a second.
Hey, Lisa.
Oh, I know why. Yes.
Hey, Lisa, I just want to tell you, your camera didn't switch. So when you tried to switch, no.
Oh, no. Let's see what's going on.
We can't see what you're
well, that's not good. We don't want that. Let's see. Maybe. Hold on. I have two cameras plugged in, and maybe that's the problem. Let's make sure I unplug the right one. Let's unplug that one. Make sure that that's the one that I want. Bring you back this way. Sorry about that. Let's hope it works. Did it work?
No, you're still the same
Oh,
shot.
shoot. All right, wait a minute. Let's switch it back to the other camera. Don't you love live?
Yeah.
And you don't know it doesn't work until you're actually live.
I know.
That's frustrating, but oh well. It is what it is. Let me pull this one out because this was a secondary camera and maybe I messed it up by doing that. All right, so I'm going to pull this one down real quick. And let's make sure we're going to get a picture. How about now?
Nothing yet. It's
Still
still the
same
front
shot.
camera showing you. How are
That's-
you trying to switch your cameras?
Usually, if it's in the tray, we can just do it. Oh, I know what I did wrong. It's been a minute. I know exactly what I did wrong. Sorry. I want to share it. Share screen.
Oh, I see.
Entire screen. Yep. Sorry about that.
There we see,
I see
you
it now.
on
I'll
the-
add it.
All right.
Yeah, you can
Here
add.
we go. How about that?
Yep. There we go.
All right. Let me
Okay.
move this camera out of the way and get this one positioned correctly. And let's move it back some. There we go. Sorry about the technical difficulties, guys. You need to see the machine, not my shelf. There we go. All right. So this is the Triumph. And it, like I said before, it has this wonderful space here for you to be able to have more room to sew, to piece, to do all the things. You have your threading ports in here, and we're going to show you how to thread in just a little bit and how easy it is to do that. But to keep this moving along, I'm going to serge 2 pieces of quilting cotton. In fact, this is from a jelly roll. And I've serged on it a few times, so it's not as wide as a jelly roll. I'm going to lower my presser foot, and I'm going to start serging. And I'm just doing a little tiny haircut on the edge, but it can cut the threads too. And I can go super fast or I can go super slow. Another nice feature is if you've got a lead foot and you don't want to go super fast, you can move the speed control. And it controls the amount of speed. So if I go up to that, I can go really fast. And you can see it's just trimming that off the side. Like I said, I was just doing a little haircut, and this gives me a beautifully serged edge that I can do for piecing or for serging, no matter what I want to do. And we're going to come back to this piece in just a minute, but I did want to show you how easy this is to piece. So I've got 2 pieces of that same quilting cotton, and I'm going to make a little 4-patch real quick. Let's lift this up, get it where I want it. And in a perfect world, I would trim off, I would press this with an iron, but I don't have an iron accessible right now. Let's do that. Let's trim this off real quick. I stitched it on the wrong side. And I've got 2 pieces that I can finger press that are now stitched together. And let's finger press this one like so. And we want it to be like this. We can nestle those seams together and come back in and serge this edge. And before you know it, I've got a 4-patch. How easy is that? And one of the best things is because it's a serger, you're not dealing with bobbin threads. You're dealing with the serger cones that are up here. So that's like having bobbin thread that's never going to run out. I mean, you'd have to do a lot of work to have it run out. But another thing is that if this has a fabric recognizing system, and I don't have to change any features to come and do denim. And not only can I do denim, that's 2 layers of denim, and this is that heavy duty stuff. I'm going to lift this up and tuck this under. Now I've got 4 layers of denim. And my stitch quality did not change. Look at that. Isn't that wonderful? I love it. Now I've got 2 pieces of a nice little cotton stretch material. And I'm just going to put that in there too. I do have a thread cutter over here, and this came out gorgeous too. And when you open it up, look how great those seams are, and you still have stretch. So if you want to make t-shirts or anything like that, you're doing amazingly. Now let's change this over and take this strip of fabric that I used earlier, and let's create a narrow rolled hem. So all I need to do is change my stitch length to 7, and stitch length is right here. And I don't know if y'all can see that, but this says rolled, and I want to go to a very small rolled hem. And I need to change my selector, which this is so wonderful because I don't have to worry with tension or anything like that. I just use my stitch selector. I'm going to select it down to a C. Now, this should do a really nice rolled hem for me. And it takes a minute for it to get going because it's really thin. And I could change that stitch length all the way up to, say, we'll go to a 2, so that's a little less. Now we'll go to a 3, and we'll go all the way up to a 4 for the rest. And this kind of depends on how much coverage you want on that rolled hem. So it puckered a little bit, but you know what? Just go like this. If you ever have that happen when you're doing a rolled hem, just run your nail across it, and so you can see we have it really tightly done. I love this on napkins. We have a more open one as we change the stitch length all the way down to 4. So you have lots of choices. Now, did you know you can gather with a serger? Well, all we need to do is go back to the B length, and then we're going to change the differential feed to 2. This is your differential feed right here. And I'm going to put this in, and I'm going to gather the edge. And all I need to do is put my finger back here as it's coming through, and it is gathering this all along. And by selecting the needle thread, I can even tighten up those gathers. So this is really quite simple to do and an easy way to add a ruffle to a tea towel or any other type of thing. So we can also add a cuff to a sleeve, and look how nice and stretchy that is, so you don't have that problem of not being able to get your hand through the cuff. We can even do a rolled hem on chiffon. So let's go back to a tighter rolled hem. It's about a 2. Oh, you know what I forgot to do for my rolled hem? I need to put this back to neutral and jump the gun. And I didn't change it to C. It makes a difference. So I was watching it stitch here and seeing that I was not getting a rolled hem. So having those settings just right makes a big difference. Now we've got a beautiful rolled hem on this chiffon. And see where I started? That was still in the B selector and with the differential. So it didn't know what I wanted. Now let's look at a difference between it being really tightly threaded and maybe more open, like say for instance, between 2 and 3 of your stitch length. All right, so right there, you've got it nice and narrow. Now I would choose a color thread that goes with my fabric, but for purposes of live, it's good to have a different color so you can see it. So now, one of the things that I'm going to put that back to B so I can remember where I am. The things that I love about this machine is the fact that I can do cover stitch. So I'm going to change this over, show you how easy it is to thread, and also show you how easy it is to convert to cover stitch. So right now I've opened the doors and I'm going to switch this to threading. But first, I'm already still threaded, and I'm just going to come up here and cut those threads. And I know that when I had a surgery a long time ago, I would have been terrified to do that because it was so difficult to change the threading that I was doing that little tie-off method, which is still a pain, and it doesn't work if the thread breaks in your stitching. So I'm going to loosen this through and pull the threads right through my needle and my lower and upper loopers so that I can rethread it. So I've got this lever in threading mode, but I'm not done setting it up quite yet. I need to turn this knob like so until you hear that click. And what that click is right here, there are tubes. And when it's in surging mode, those tubes are open. When it's in threading mode, those tubes are closed so that you can do the air threading. So let's get our lower looper thread, and it's as easy. Let me bring it up here. It's as easy as running it back behind here, and you'll hear a little click when it's threaded. And you want to have a generous amount of thread pulled so that it has enough room to travel from here to here. From here to here. Now let's do the other one. And I'm just going to do the same thing. I hear the click. I know I'm good to go. I'm going to pull a generous amount. And a lot of times it's a good idea to snip the ends, but I just snipped those ends, so I don't think I need to. So I am feeding this in to the upper looper just a little bit, and I'm going to press the button. And I don't know if you could see that, but over here, my thread flew through just like magic. Now I'm going to do my lower looper. And another thing that's really cool about baby lock sergers is we've tried to think of a way to make this super easy for you to remember how to do things. And if you don't remember, we have our wonderful recipe cards. And they tell you how to thread for whatever type of serging you want to do. So I'm going to push, oops, that got caught. So let's see. Let's try that again. There you go. Now we've got those threads. Now I need to thread the needle. And I'm just going to come up here, make sure I have the front of it. And I'm going to go through the second needle position because that's what it's set up for currently. Let me turn this so y'all can see. So I'm here. Now I'm going to go here and here. And then quickly, I'm going to go behind these little pegs. And believe it or not, this actually has the revolution air threading. So not only do I thread through the tubes and the lower and upper looper, I can thread the needle with air threading, which I absolutely love. Now, this is really simple. I usually put my foot down so I can see. And this one does need to have a little snip. And I'm just going to place this near the needle. And it makes a lot of noise. And I didn't quite get it, so let's try that again. And I'll raise that, and it is threaded, which I love because I don't see as well as I used to. And being able to thread that without having to think too much about it is super nice. And if you have a problem with that style of threading, no worries. We do have a little thread angel that will help you with this. So take your foot off and use the thread angel. So let's make sure we got this and we didn't twist it. Looks like I twisted it. Oops. Well, we're going to rethread it anyway. But that's how easy threading is with this. So I want to show you how easy it is to change over to cover stitch. So I'm going to come in here and get my needle. And this is the little screwdriver that's provided to you. And I'm unscrewing the wrong one. There we go. I'm going to pull that out. And I'm just going to come over here to number 3 of the cover stitch needles. Let's loosen that enough so I know I've got it in there. Oh, it's in there. And if you're not sure, there are little windows that you can see the background. And guess what? I did not have that in there because I just saw it drop right out. All right. I wasn't checking my windows and I did not have it in. Let's put that foot down so I can maneuver in here a little bit easier. There we go. Now I can't see through that little window. And I need another needle, which I have right here. And I'm going to put that over in cover stitch number 1 position. And it's just a straight shot up. I do need to loosen it so that I can get it in there. And get it all the way up so I can't see any further. So for this, I'm not going to be using any of these threads. So I can just let those go, put my presser foot up, and take them out of the running. So now we're still in threading mode, so I don't really have to change anything, but I do need to thread my cover stitch. And that would be done this way, but I'm noticing I'm running out of time. So I wanted to show you some samples before we do anything else. And I've got some really great samples of cover stitching. And I notice this, it won't close if I have it in threading mode. So I'm going to take it out of threading mode so I can close it. And close your eyes because I'm going to move the camera a little bit. I don't want anybody to get seasick. So I want to be able to show samples. Let me clear up this space. Got all my goodies in here. Another thing that I always forget to tell y'all, but everything is color coded. On the menu card, all the serging is in green. And all of the cover stitching is in gold. And on your machine, it's also color coded. Like for instance, right here, this is all in gold. on your numbering system back here for your threads, the cover stitch ones are in gold lettering and the serging ones are in green lettering. So it really works out wonderfully for you. So let's pull in some samples here, move a few things. You do have a knee lift. I don't have it on the machine now because it wouldn't be able to do much of anything in the position that's in. But we've got a 4-thread wide, a 3-thread rolled hem, a narrow, and a 3-thread wide. Let's move these out of the way. Those are some to stitch. I wanted to show you cover stitching. So isn't this wonderful? So you can do a 1 needle cover stitch, and that could be a way to piece and not have any bobbin thread, you know, not doing a serged edge, but using it just as a sewing machine. And your bobbin thread will just last forever because you don't have a bobbin. You have a spool of serger thread. 2-thread cover stitch narrow, a 2-thread cover stitch wide. Here is decorative cover stitching. So basically what I did was put a decorative thread in the chain cover and then stitched from the back all of these different stitches. And this is what it looks like on the front. How fun is that? I love it. Then you can do a blanket stitch. And all, well, not all, but quite a few of our baby lock sergers have the fabulous wave stitch. And the wave stitch can be done very wide and open, or it can be more narrow. It can be done in lots of different colors. It's great to have a nice thick thread to use for that. I was using a 15 weight. Here is another example of decorative cover stitching. So on this side, it just looks like sewing. On this side, it looks very decorative, and this is just normal threads. Those are the pink threads that I have on the serger right now. And you can see it on the back there. You could even thread ribbon into that. You can do so many decorative things. And these can be used for things like bags. You can create zipper bags. You can even put the zipper in with your serger. I know you can't see that. Wait a minute. There we go. Your zipper in. The ruffle was created in there. We've got our rolled hem, and it was all pieced on a serger. You can even create these fun little napkins with a serged edge. That's 2 circles serged together and then folded like a Christmas tree. This is Nancy Zeman's Christmas tree napkins. So let's see, I need to get myself out of here and come back. Because I know I'm out of time. So it's been really fun to go over this. I know Blaine's probably got some specials to offer you. I love baby lock sergers. I'm a huge fan and love to teach them, love to show everybody how to use them. Half an hour isn't nearly enough time to give you all the details.
It's sure not. It is sure not, Lisa. Well, thank you so much for coming on the show. Great job. And we're going to tell them how they can get them a Triumph now.
All right. So everybody have a wonderful week. I hope it's not too hot where you are. This is great sewing season for me because it's too hot to go outside.
There you go. All right, Lisa. We'll see you later. All righty. Okay, everybody. That was the Baby Lock Triumph serger. Again, this is that air thread serger, top of the line serger. We had to throw a serger in the show just because of this one is so awesome. Guys, we've got some great specials on this. Again, it's a call-in special. Regular price is $49.99. And we also, if you're interested in one of these, ask them about an event machine. We have some of these that were used in an event, and we have them available as well. And we have a couple different models that we used in the event. We still have a few of those left. So ask them about that because we got some really good specials on them. So give them a call, 800-401-8151. And hey, we've got that financing available too for some. We're going to ship them free nationwide for you. But hey, guess what? It is time for our second educational session of the day. And we got our good friend, Sarah Vester, coming in. Now, Sarah is a brother ambassador and educator. She also creates content for various social media outlets in order to create an online brand awareness and presence. She specializes in incorporating sustainable sewing and quilting by using recycled materials. Now, Sarah, like I told you, all the other brother educators, they're all in Memphis this week doing training on some new machines. But Sarah did put a video together for us for her presentation. So we're going to play that video now. So I hope you enjoyed it.
Hey everyone, it's so great to be here. Thank you for having me. I am really excited to be doing my first educational session on an SMP Live. So thanks for having me at Hoopfest. What I want to focus on for the next hour is going to be editing features that are available to us on our embroidery machines. So there's so many ways to go about doing an embroidery project, whether you're purchasing a design that someone has digitized or you are digitizing it yourself with software. But one of the ways that I think gets overlooked a little bit is actually creating layouts on your embroidery machines. We have all these amazing technical computerized embroidery machines that have so many editing features, right? I'm a brother educator, so my session is going to focus on the brother machines today. We're going to go through 3 different models, from a starter machine up to actually a multi-needle, and then a top of the line combo machine. And we're going to discuss editing features that are available to you on the machines, and how to use them, how to really harness those amazing tools that you have at your fingertips and create beautiful and exciting embroidery layouts without opening up a computer or purchasing a really expensive software, not to mention teaching yourself how to use the software, right? It can be really daunting. So let's harness the power of our embroidery machines and let's create some beautiful embroidery projects. So even if you use your embroidery machine a lot, you're a pro and maybe you're thinking to yourself, I know all of the tools on my machine, I would encourage you to stick around because there's so many tools and tips and tricks that you might learn something new. I'm pretty sure you will. There's things that I don't use on my embroidery machines that my coworkers might teach me about from time to time, and it's just amazing how much is packed in here. You can't possibly use every feature, but hopefully today we'll walk away with a few more ideas about how to use the editing tools on the embroidery machine. So we're going to start off with the SE2000. This is one of the machines that's on special for Hoopfest. So if you like what you see here, definitely call SMP to get some pricing and info on this machine. The SE2000 is a combo sewing and embroidery machine. Very compact. It has a 5x7 embroidery area. And like I said, packed with embroidery editing features, packed with designs that are preloaded on the machine. So we're really going to talk about how to take your machine out of the box, power it on, and immediately start creating embroidery layouts using built-in designs, using built-in tools. It's so much fun. I have fun working on my machine screens, editing stuff, and using all the tools makes it really easy. Brother machines are so easy to navigate, so I've always used them and love using them. And for our first layout, we're going to create the Serenity towel. So we're going to use a built-in design. We're going to add text. I'm going to show you how to split up the text, create multiple colors in here. We're going to talk about color sorting, which is an amazing feature. I think my favorite feature on all the brother machines has got to be color sorting. So we're going to talk about all of that with the SE2000. After that, we're going to move on to the PR680W Brothers 6 needle free arm machine, and we're going to do some editing there. So we'll see some different tools on the 680W because obviously that's a really big jump from the SE2000 to a 6 needle. So you'll see some different tools that are available on that machine because it's a big step up. From there, we're going to go actually to the Luminaire, the XP3, which is an even bigger step up, and there's My Design Center, which is a brother feature. It's built into the machine, And we're talking about digitizing software. I mean, this is a really cool software that's built into the machine that allows you to get really custom embroidery designs that you can create and customize yourself on the machine. So each level of machine has different tools available to you. I'm hoping by structuring our hour this way that I'm going to be able to reach as many of you as I can, because I know everyone on here, there's all different skill levels, all different levels of comfortability with the different types of machines, small, big, free arm, multi-needle, all that kind of stuff. We are talking about editing features on all of those types of machines, and it's all going to happen in 1 hour. So thanks again for having me. Let's get started with the SE2000. Alrighty, so this is the opening screen of the SE2000 when you're in embroidery mode. The machine knows that you're in embroidery mode when you have the embroidery unit attached. So these are our different design categories. So I'm going to go in and I am going to select that tea kettle design there. And I gave one of my tips and tricks away already. So you'll notice that the background of all my thumbnails here are white, and the background in my embroidery area over here is blue. And that's because you can actually change the color of your thumbnail background as well as your embroidery area background. And I love this feature, and I feel like we don't use it that often, or people probably don't know about it. It's buried in your settings of your machine. So if you go ahead and select the embroidery background or embroidery area color, you can change that background color to match the fabric of the project you plan on embroidering. And this is so amazing as a feature, an editing feature, because here you can see how drastically that design changes based on the fabric that you're stitching it on, right? And if you do a lot of embroidery, you know this, that you have to contrast your thread colors to your fabric. So what better way to make sure that you're contrasting your thread colors properly than actually changing the background color of your embroidery area on your machine while you edit? So I went through that really quickly. If you use the settings key on your machine, again, I'm working with brother machines, but take a look, poke around on your machine and your settings, see if you have this option as well. And I'm going to use the arrows until I see my color. These are thumbnail color and embroidery area color, and I can select embroidery area. So you could actually change all the thumbnail background colors as well. I typically stick to just changing the embroidery area color, and I'm going to go ahead and change that. I really like that pink. Let's maybe do a lighter pink here. Once I press OK and close my settings menu, here you can see the pink is displayed. So now whatever design I want to preview, I can see that design against this nice pink background, and I'm immediately getting an idea of how well the standard colors, so all of the designs built into the machine have colors preset. So with my lemons, for example, it's looking beautiful against that pink background, so I might not need to edit those thread colors in my design. But for my tea kettle here, I think we are going to need to edit some of those colors. I don't love the blue against the pink. I might want to do a slightly lighter blue. So let's press set, and we are at our first editing screen here. So here are all of our tools. And this, like I was saying, this is a somewhat entry-level machine. There are definitely some high-end features packed in here, but if you have more of an entry-level machine, especially if it's brother, you'll likely have a lot of these tools in the machine for you to edit the designs that are built in, or any designs that you're bringing in on your own. So you can edit purchase designs, you can edit your designs that you've digitized as well. For the purposes of this class, I'm just going to use designs that are built into the machine. So I have move, size, rotate. This thread here with the color options, that's our thread color palette. So let's jump right into the color palette here and let's start playing around with different color options or thread options. So on the left, my complete design is displayed, so you can see that at all times. On the right hand side, my color palette has opened up and there's a lot of buttons in here, so I'm going to break it down. So this small thumbnail right here is displaying the color block that we're directly editing at this point. So if I select another color, you see the color block here change to white, and then overall you see the effect of changing that one color block has for the complete design on the left hand side. So you're getting a complete view of what your editing is doing to your overall layout. So I do like that white. I think it's a little bit too stark. I'm going to use the arrows on the front of my machine to test out some other colors. Maybe a light yellow. Oh, I'm liking that. Not as bright as the white. This is saying it's fresh green. Let's see if I can find a yellow. Here we go. Lemon yellow. I like that one. Now, if I'm ready to move on to another color block, I can press the plus or minus thread spool key. This is reddish brown. I think those little flowers are popping nicely against the pink, so I'm going to leave that. Orange. Maybe that one we can make white because there's not a whole lot of it. Tangerine, I might make that one white as well. That's looking maybe like a little too much white. So this is the fun part, right? You get to just poke around, play with all the different colors that are in here, and see the design changing before your eyes. And now we're at our final color here. I do like the teal outline. I might want to try out a somewhat lighter blue, just to kind of match the tone of my pink a little bit better. Let's see what other blues we have. Yeah, I like that one. So that's sky blue. And there are also settings in the machines for you to choose different thread brands. So right now I'm using the Brother thread brand library. So it's showing me the Brother thread names. I could also set it to show me the thread numbers instead. And you can pick different thread libraries like Floriani, and I'm blanking on any other thread companies, but there's a lot of different thread brands actually built into the machine. So whatever brand you like to use is likely on here, and you can coordinate your color palette on the machine to the threads that you have in your studio so that you can really follow along as you stitch out your design. Okay, so that's the color palette. You have a lovely reset button if you'd like to just put everything back to how it was. I'm going to say okay and close out our thread color palette tool. Next up here we have a mirror key, which is really nice. So you can just tap that, it's going to mirror your design. Let's go ahead and add our text. So I'm going to select add. It brings me back to our home screen, and I'm going to go into our font library here. I like this script type font. I'm using the arrows on the front of my machine to scroll through my alphabet and select the letters that I need. Also, I am able to toggle between large, medium, and small font. So I'm going to jump it right down to medium because I know large is going to be too big for the amount of letters that we need to create serenity. So I'm jumping down to medium. Oop, I jumped down to small, so I'm just going to keep tapping till I get back to medium. And now any letters I add after that are going to be added in a medium size. Okay, and my tabs up here, I have special characters and I have numbers and symbols. So I'm going to my numbers and symbols. I'm going to find the asterisk, and I'm going to go back to my alphabet. finish it out here. If I'd like to check my work, there is a check key right here. This is really helpful if you're entering multiple lines of text. So if you want to press enter and add another line of text, you'll only see whatever line you're currently working on right up here. But if you use the check key, you'll see all of the lines of text listed, so you can go back and check if you're adding multiple names or maybe lines of a poem, that you have all the lines in there. So that's a nice handy tool as well. I'm going to press set, and it's going to drop our text right onto the embroidery area, and it drops it right in the middle of our beautiful tea kettle. So we are going to have to move that down. Let's use the move key. And I'm just pressing and holding that arrow until it gets all the way to the bottom. I'm going to use the magnifying glass. You can zoom in up to 300% on this design. And as you zoom in, a small grid of dots is going to appear, which is really helpful for precise alignment. So I can see I moved all the way down to the area that I have Serenity in. I'm going to keep my zoom at 200% while I continue to move the text up, so I can see really closely now how much space I have between the tea kettle and my words here, and I can move those around. Now that we've added text to our embroidery layout, 2 new tools have appeared here, and these are only available if you're editing text. So we have our density tool. You can make the lettering slightly less dense or more dense if you'd like. And our font edit tool is actually a sub menu of editing tools just for fonts and lettering. So I selected font edit, and now I have this whole sub menu of editing tools specifically for letters. I can select multicolor, and it will allow me to change each letter in my phrase to a different color. Right now they're grouped together, so it'll be one color. I can use the array tool to curve my text or put it on a diagonal, which is super fun. I can actually change the font right here in the font editing menu. I don't have to delete my lettering and go back, reselect a font, retype everything. I can stay right in my editing screen, and I can preview some different fonts here. I absolutely love that feature. It's so convenient to not have to go back and retype everything if you decide you don't really love the font that you chose. Here we have some spacing options. We can make the letters a bit farther apart or closer together. And here we have the knife tool. We're actually going to use this right now. So I am going to, instead of making the whole thing multicolor, which would split up every single letter, I want to split up Serenity and the asterisk and T. I want those to be 3 different colors. So I'm going to use my knife tool here, and you can see there's a tiny little knife that comes up on the screen, which is so silly and cute. And I'm just going to position it right after the I. I'm going to press, oh, my mistake, I have to press the knife key. So I'm moving it over to after the I, pressing the knife key, and it separated Serenity off to the left, and my asterisk and T are still 1, they're together. I'm going to select the knife key again. It's going to split off the asterisk and the T from each other. So now let's go back out to 100% here. Now I can use my select tool. If I just press select, it's going to cycle through all the different pieces of my embroidery layout. So you can see Serenity is 1 selection, the asterisk is another, and T is my 3rd selection. So we can jump back into the color palette and we can change the colors there. But before we do that, I just want to show you the last font editing tool here is actually a resize tool. So it allows you to resize individual letters in your layout here. So I'm going to move, oh, see, I have to select my asterisk in the middle, and then let's use the size tool. Let's make the asterisk small. I like it to sit kind of in between the words rather than at the top. So I'm going to make it small. I'm going to use my zoom tool. Let's zoom in 250% and okay. I'm looking at my asterisk here. I'm going to use the move tool now to just scoot it down a little bit. Like I said, I want it to sit kind of in the middle of the text versus at the top. So I just use the down arrow a couple times. Now let's use the preview tool, which is up here in the right hand corner. And this gives us a nice clean view of our layout here. Sometimes the dot grids and the arrows get a little bit overwhelming. I like to see it nice and clean how it'll look stitched out. We can also select the hoop that we might want to use. 5x7 is our only option here because of the size of our layout. So we can preview it inside the hoop, which gives us kind of an idea of what the proportions will be in real life. All right, I like how that looks. Let's go back to our color palette and let's cycle through. And what I want to make sure I'm doing is to actually match the colors of my phrase to the colors in my kettle stitch out. So I'm just going to jump backwards to my kettle. I know I have light blue as the outline color, or sky blue, sorry. I have beige as one of the colors, white, reddish brown, lemon yellow. So let's do Sereni in a lemon yellow. So here's my preview box showing that I'm directly editing Sereni. I'm going to select lemon yellow. Let's jump to black and let me find sky blue. There it is. We'll jump to T and let's try beige for the T. There we go. Let's preview it again. Let's zoom out to 100% so I can preview it on the pink. That's looking really nice. So all the colors are coordinating with each other. All right, so those are our editing tools. You have a nice delete tool here. Your select tool, like I was saying, will just cycle through all the different portions of your stitch out so that you can select them nice and easy and edit them directly. And then you have a pocket, a memory pocket key, which will allow you to save your design. I highly recommend this, even if you think you might not use it again. You spent a few minutes creating this layout here, so go ahead and save it into your machine so that you know you can stitch it out another time. Let's go to End Edit. Now we're on our second editing screen here, which is kind of the placement screen. So I'm going to select the center dot to center my design in my hoop, and notice that everything moved together. So we're not editing individual portions of our design anymore. On this screen, we're editing the design as a whole. When I go to the embroidery screen, which is our final stitch out screen, which means that we're ready to load our hoop and thread our machine and start stitching, it's going to display all of our thread colors here. It's going to stitch out all the colors of my tea kettle, and then it's going to do all of the text. But I created the text, I edited the text to match the colors in my tea kettle stitch out so that I can use color sort. So here's color sort. And once I select it and it's activated, I'm going to go back to embroidery. And now it's grouped together my like colors. So I have both of my lemon yellow color blocks. They're going to stitch out right at the top. And it's going to eliminate one of the thread changes for me. So I'm not going to have to change my thread to lemon yellow at the end of the stitch out to stitch out the text. It's going to group it with the lemon yellow in the kettle so that both of them are going to stitch out at once. eliminating a thread change. It's going to do that with the asterisk and with the T as well. And that is going to make my stitch out faster. It's going to streamline that process for me. It's going to be less of a headache when I'm ready to stitch out. So there you have it. That is editing on the SE2000. We created a beautiful layout with a built-in design, built-in fonts, and we use the editing tools that are included in our machine. No computer needed, no software needed, just power up your machine and you can get creating and get stitching. So next up, we are going to move over to the PR680W Brothers 6-needle free arm machine, and we're going to take a look at some of the editing features there. So let's go. So the PR680W Brothers 6-needle, huge jump up from the SE2000, of course. So there are definitely going to be some new editing features on here that you won't get on a beginner or starter model like the SE2000. So let's jump right in here. I'm going to grab one of the, again, the built-in designs. I think it's in this category actually. I'm going to grab my dragonfly here. Once I press set, here is my editing screen on the PR680W. I have my size and rotate tools, very similar to the SE2000. You're going to get some new rotating options, so you can rotate by 0.1 degree, which is extremely precise. So that's for, this machine is great for quilters, great for home crafters as well. Small business owners, absolutely, it's made for production. So when you need to get really precise, if you're the perfectionist, you have that 0.1% rotation available. So I'm going to reset. I'm not going to rotate by 0.1%. You have your color palette. You have a border feature. So you can take a design and you can add it, multiples of it in both directions to create a really great border. And you have a duplicate tool. So instead of having to go to add and reselect the same design, if you'd like to have multiples of it, you can simply tap duplicate. Now you have two beautiful designs. You could keep that going as much as you need. So that's a really beautiful shortcut and a great feature of this machine. Another couple of tools here, you have instant applique. So if you wanted to turn this into an applique design, you just press the applique tool. You can select a standard shape, or you can create a shape based on the shape of your embroidery design. Set the distance, press set, and it has added a placement stitch, a tack down stitch, and your satin stitch edging to create an applique design that includes the embroidery design that you've picked. So instant applique right here on the machine. I'm going to ungroup, select that applique, I'm deleting it for now. Something else, I breezed right by this, but my color palette here. So it looks a little bit different because I'm able to select my color block on the left-hand side versus having to navigate through the different color blocks using the plus/minus thread key. So it's easier to access the color blocks that I'd like to edit. Then I have an awesome tool here called Color Shuffle. So with color shuffling, instead of being in the color palette here and just testing out different colors until you find something that works, you can just jump right into color shuffle. You can select if you'd like it to be gradient. So right now I would consider this a gradient design because it's blues and greens. I could do random, I could do vivid colors or soft colors. I'm feeling like soft colors today. We just did our Serenity towel in nice shades of softer pastel colors. So I selected the soft option here, and now the machine is randomly shuffling all the different thread colors to come up with different color combos for the design that we chose. So I can tap on these and then I can just view them by using my arrow. It gives you 9 different color combinations at a time. I'm not loving any of these, so I'm going to press cancel. I'm going to refresh the page and I will instantly have 9 more color options. I kind of like this purple one. Let's use that one. We're going to set it. And now the machine has changed all of my thread colors to match the color shuffle option that I've chose. Pretty cool, right? It's a lot of fun. You could get some really funky stuff going in here. And it's just, if you don't feel the creativity, you don't know what colors you want, you need a little bit of guidance or help there, this is amazing for that. That's the color shuffle tool. And when I was speaking about different thread brands here are some of the thread brands. So we have Madeira, we have Sulky, Isacord, Gutermann. They're all built in to the machine. So at the SC2000, you would have had to go into your settings to change the thread brand, but for the PR680W, you have the thread brand option right there for you, so you can cycle through those different brand color palettes really easily. All right. Now, let's play around with some instant stippling. So I mentioned really briefly that this is a great machine for quilters. I love this feature for creating some really fun quilt blocks. You have instant stippling and instant echo stitching. Now you can edit the distance from your design that you want the stitching to start. You can edit the spacing of the stitching. Sometimes I like to space out that echo stitching a little bit farther apart. It takes less time to stitch out. It makes you a little less dizzy when you look at it. So you can make all those adjustments right here on the screen. Then if you'd like to adjust the stitching based on the frame that you're using, you can go ahead and you're going to select the driver. So if I'm going to use driver A, which is the one that comes with the PR680W and works with all of the standard frames that you get with this machine, I can select driver A and then I can cycle through the different hoop sizes. So if I want to use 5x7, I might want to go a little bit bigger to make a nice quilt block. Definitely not 4x4. It's graying that out because my dragonfly does not even fit in a 4x4 frame. So I'm not able to select that, or my 2 3/8 by 1.5 inch. I have my 11 3/8. All right, so maybe we should just go with the 5x7. Let's see. I think the B frame has some bigger ones here. The B driver is for our optional frames. So we have our 8x8. I think that's a great size for this type of project. So this would create an 8x8 square for us. We can do instant stippling here. It looks beautiful. So I'm happy with that. It's going to group those together for me. I'm going to ungroup them, select the stippling. Let's go back into our color palette here. I want to, again, match that color to one of the colors in my design. And I see that there's a really light cream color. I have a beige in there. So let's match my stippling. Let's make it beige as well. It'll blend right into my fabric and it really makes that dragonfly pop there. So that is some instant stippling there for you. Now, there's one tool here that I'd like to show you as well. This is our alignment tool. So let us start over. I'm going to go to my home screen here. I'm going to select, I have a small business, SAV NYC. I sell a lot of patches. I love stitching out patches. So let me pull up one of my patches here. I use the PR680W for all of my patch production. What I love to do is to optimize my production. I fill the hoop with as many patches as I can fit. And one of the tools that helps is, of course, duplicate, right? Because I can easily duplicate my design. For these coffee cups, I like to rotate them because they fit together really well like this. Select the first one, duplicate it. And by the way, you see me dragging and dropping. Absolutely, you can do that on the Brother machines. You do not have to use the arrows. The arrows get you more precise movements and placements, but totally optional. You can drag and drop. So if I go ahead and drag and drop, now one of the ways that I can ensure that I'm fitting as much as I can in the hoop is to make sure that all my designs are lined up at the top, so they're going up as far as they can. It also makes it easier when I'm cutting out the patches after they've all stitched out. If they're nice and even across the top, it makes my job a lot easier to cut them out. So I'm going to use my select tool. Again, different from the SE2000, we don't just have to select one item at a time. We can select everything at once. We have the option to group everything together. And then here is that alignment tool. So I can select, when you have multiple embroidery designs or multiple parts of your embroidery layout selected, the alignment tool will light up and you'll be able to use it. So you can align all three of these patches to the left, to the right, at the top. So you saw that one kind of shifted up so that they're all in alignment at the top. You can align them in the center, which doesn't help me. And I'm going to reset there. You can align them in the middle as well. So typically I will use the top or the bottom alignment. Now they're nice and even. If I wanted to group those together, it makes it easy to move them around as one and keep them aligned. I can move them to the center of my hoop. And we're ready to stitch. So going to the second page here, and again, this is mostly a placement page, which allows us to move the design around, place it, line it up, and all that good stuff here. We have our color sort tool, just like we did on the SE2000. So if I leave it as is without activating color sort, I go to my embroidery screen, and it's going to stitch the four colors in the design in the first cup, 4 colors in the next. Now with a multi-needle, this is less of an issue because the machine is going to change the thread colors for you. You're going to have all 6 colors in there. So even if they're not color sorted, you don't have to come back to the machine to change the thread every time. But I absolutely think that it saves you time if you go ahead and color sort. So I'm going to activate color sort, and now it's grouped together. All the blues, all the browns, it's going to go across. And I really think the machine is able to, it loses speed every time it has to stop, cut the thread, change to a different needle bar, and do a different color. So if you group these together, you're still streamlining the stitch out process and saving yourself time. And especially when you have a business and you're creating a bunch of products, I always want to save as much time as possible so that I can get my price down, make it more attractive to the buyers. So this is a great tool all around. Color sort. Like I said, it's my favorite, so I'm always going to talk about it. And another tool I wanted to show you that's available for the 6 needle for editing is actually a no-sew tool. So the hand here is adding a stop. If you wanted the machine to stop after a certain color, you can go ahead and select the color, add the stop. The machine is going to stop before it stitches out this color where you've added the stop there. So this is helpful if you're doing an applique where you have to stop and cut. The stops are automatically added in there. if it's something like you want to check to make sure that the blue thread is good before you continue on with the rest of the design, it's helpful to add a stop in there. Otherwise, you're going to forget. The machine is going to keep stitching, all that good stuff. Now, the no-sew tool is really fun for editing. So if I go ahead and select my gold color block here with the text, and I no-sew, now this coffee cup has a whole different look to it. It doesn't have the text on it. I can say, okay, we can go back to our editing screen. It holds that no-sew feature, and I can add my own text in there. I can go to my fonts on the machine. Plenty of fonts to choose from for the PR680W. I believe this machine is also on special for Hoopfest. I'm going down to the itty bitty fonts down here. And I'm going to say, let's see. Second line. And Y. Set it. We can zoom in here, of course. And just like that, I have, using the no-sew feature, created my own text design on these coffee cups here. Let's make this a little bit bigger. There you go, nice and big. So I went ahead, I added text that was built into the machine. I did not have to purchase this font or do anything. You saw me add it in here really quick with the keyboard. I added it right on top of an existing design, which I was able to alter using the no-sew feature and turning off one of the color blocks in the design. So it's such a fun feature, really changes the way your design works and opens up more possibilities for your embroidery project there. So that's the PR680W, a 6-needle machine. Nice big 10-inch LCD touchscreen here, and it's up nice and high, so I am standing up right now. It swivels, it adjusts for you, so it's absolutely made for you to stand here and edit all of your designs and get your project set up. It's really easy to use. You saw me kind of flying through all the editing tools here. Very similar to the lower end machine. So if you're thinking about stepping up to a machine like this, you will not have much difficulty learning it and just integrating it seamlessly into your workflow, into your studio. It's so much fun. I absolutely love this machine. Like I said, I run my small business on this one machine here, and I do a lot of editing, which helps me run my business and streamline my projects. We looked at the stippling feature, which is great for quilters. You can create some really beautiful quilt blocks on here. And with the 6 needles, it changes those colors for you. It's just so much fun. All right. So last but certainly not least, we're going to take a look at Brothers Luminaire. So let's switch over to that now. So last but not least, we have the Luminaire. I have here the XP1 upgraded to the XP3. So this is one of Brothers' top of the line combo machines. And I saved her for last because she has the most features out of the 3 machines that we're looking at today. So we started with the SE2000, which is a smaller entry-level combo machine. Lots of really nice features in there. It has color sort, it has font editing. We moved up to the PR680W, the 6-needle free arm embroidery machine, and that one has a lot of features as well. We did instant applique, blanked on that word for a second. We did instant applique, we did instant stippling, great for quilters creating a quilt block. We use some alignment tools on there. We use the awesome color shuffle feature. So now moving to the Luminaire XP3, it has all of that and more. So we are going to look at My Design Center on the XP3, which is a built-in digitizing software, and it is going to allow you even more creative freedom to make edits and truly customize a design, whether it's a quilt block that you're working on or an embroidery project of some kind. You are going to love My Design Center. So we're still not using a computer, we're just using well, we are, right? Because these are computers, but we're using our machine only. We're not learning a new digitizing software or using anything outside of these machines. I really wanted to highlight all of the features that are available to us right in here, right out of the box when you power your machine on. And we just stepped it up, right? We started with the entry-level machines, which have a lot built in. Absolutely, I love using those machines. I take them to events. I love using them for sewing while my big machines are embroidering. And we looked at the 6 needle, which is great for entrepreneurs, and it allows me to stitch out hoops full of patches, and I can color sort all of them, streamline my stitching process. And this is really the creative powerhouse here. So having the My Design Center built in and having all these incredible customizable editing tools to play with can really let your creativity run wild and make super, super unique projects. All right, that's enough talking from me. So let's take a look at the Luminaire here. So here's our screen. Again, we're in embroidery mode, so it's showing us all of our embroidery categories here. I'm gonna jump right in and I'm going to select, I'm just gonna, oh, there she goes. I'm gonna use my finger on this one. I'm going to select this carrot design here. I'm going to press set. Now we have to open our editing tools on this screen. It doesn't just appear for us. We just have to press edit, and then there are all of our tools. So it hides away until you're in need of your editing tools or ready to use. So all of these should look familiar by now. We have our size, move, rotate. We have our mirroring tool. We have our duplicating tool. We have density, which we would be able to use if we had text in this layout. We have our border tool, instant applique. We have our color palette, our text tool, our alignment tool, which we just used on the 6 needle. We have our instant stippling and echo stitching. We have our no-sew feature. And these two right here are new to us. So let's add one more element here. I'm going to go back. Just want to demonstrate one of these tools for you. Let's see. Let's add a dragonfly in there. Now, let's say I want my dragonfly to stitch out behind the carrots. So if I want that dragonfly to stitch out first, I can go to my editing menu and I can actually reorder those designs. So this is going to allow me to put the dragonfly first and have my carrot stitch out on top. And I know it doesn't look like it made that change because I'm directly selecting it right now, but I was able to reorder those using this tool. Pretty awesome, right? So talk about, like, now we're really getting into all of these incredible editing features right on the machine screen here. Okay, so I'm going to use my move tool just to recenter this. Now let's take a look at our stamp tool here. So this is a tool that works in tandem with My Design Center, which is that built-in digitizing-esque software that's on our machine that we're going to play with right now. So the stamp tool is going to create an outline around the embroidery design that I've selected. So what I'm going to do is just increase the distance. I'm just going to press and hold, and you're going to start to notice that outline is creeping wider and wider and wider as I'm pressing and holding the distance key. Might be hard to tell, but it's happening, I promise. It's getting bigger, it's getting bigger. Okay. So I think that looks pretty good to me. I like the distance around my carrots here. So next, all we need to do is press memory. It's going to save the shape, the outline shape for us. And it's telling us that we can recall the shape that we've just created in my design center. So let's head over there now. So I'm going to press OK. Now, quick note. I dropped these carrots in. These are pre-digitized. They're one of the designs that are built in. I dropped these in. I did not resize them. I have them perfectly centered. If you were using this tool on a design that you created yourself or you resized it at all, you're going to want to save that design to your memory before we move into my design center, because you want it to remain exactly as it was when you created the stamp outline, okay? I didn't edit this, so I'm going to go ahead and delete it because I know I can add it back in later from the machine's built-in built-in embroidery library, and it'll be exactly as it is. Okay, I'm going to go to my home screen. Let's select my design center. Now let's go to the stamp list here, and we see my flower. So this is the same icon that we saw in the editing menu. We're going to select that, and here are all of the stamps that I've created from different embroidery designs that were either built in or that I brought in myself. So I'm going to select my carrots, press OK, and it just drops in the outline shape. Now what we're going to do here is similar to the instant echo stitching and stippling tool that we've looked at, except with my design center we have so many more fill options and so many more ways to customize those stitches that are going to go around our carrots, okay? So first I want to create a boundary. I'm not going to fill the whole thing. I want to tell my design center what hoop I'm using. So let's go back to the stamps list, and right here we have a tab that's specifically for our hoops, and we can select what hoop size we'd like to stitch in. So I'm going to plan for using the 10 by 10 hoop. That'll make a really nice quilt block. I'm going to press OK, and it drops in a 10 by 10 square for me. So that's created a boundary. I'm telling my design center that I want to fill only the area inside a 10 by 10 hoop. All right. Now here we have all of our fill tools. I'm going to select the fill, it's called region property. The first option here is a solid fill. So I can go ahead and I can fill an entire section with solid embroidery. I can choose stippling or I can choose a decorative fill. Now when I select decorative fill, a new pop-up appears. I can select from there, and I have a long list of different beautiful decorative fills to choose from. And I think for my carrots, I was really liking this design because it reminded me a bit, it is similar to the stippling, but it reminded me also of like a carrot top, the leafy greens. So I'm going to press OK, and I'm going to choose a nice green color down here. And then I'm going to select my bucket tool, which is going to allow me to fill big spaces all at once with a tap. So I tapped and it filled inside my hoop, but not where my carrots are. So that's the beauty of the stamp tool, is it creates this boundary for where you want the stitching to go up to, so that it doesn't overlap your carrots or go behind your carrots. It really helps make them pop in your embroidery layout. So I love that. Let's press next. And it's going to give me some more editing options here. So I can edit the scale of my stitches, of my fill rather. I'm going to make it 80% so I get more squiggles in there. I can change the angle of it. I can offset it, make it kind of wonky. You can do a lot of editing in here. So this is what I was saying about making it really personal. Like you can just get super crazy, and one person's block is going to look different from the next person's because of all this creative freedom that you have right at your fingertips here. So I'm going to press set, and it's bringing us back into the embroidery editing area. When I press add, I'm going to find my carrots again, and they're going to fit perfectly inside this design layout because that's how we designed it. So we can edit again. Let's go into the color palette and change some of these colors here. So I have the stippling, or the decorative fill rather, set at moss green. So let's make sure I'm matching my colors. I can just scroll with my finger if it wants me to, and I'm going to change my carrot tops to be moss green. I definitely don't want them to be black, so let's just play around. And of course I can use color shuffling. I don't think soft colors are what I really want right now. Let's try random. This might get a little bit crazy, but let's see. Some of these look kind of cool. I do like that one. I'm going to favorite it, and I'm going to refresh. So by favoriting that design, it's going to save it for me in my favorites temporarily while I continue to look. Oh, I like this one as well. I'm going to favorite that one. Let's refresh one more time. This one has some nice pinks and earthy tones in it. Let's favorite that one as well. Now I can select favorites, and it's showing me the 3 that I've saved, and I can go ahead and compare them. I think I'm liking this one, so let's set that one. It changed all my colors for me. I do still want to match my one of the colors in the carrots to the stippling, so I'm going to change the deep green color block to be moss green, and I am very happy with that. Let's take a look at it nice and big. It looks so cute. And again, we did this all on the machine screen. Isn't it amazing? I hope you enjoyed our time together. I hope I inspired you a little bit to get editing on your machines and just spend some time with them. Get familiar. Check out what's going on here, because you spent a lot of money on these machines and you want to use it to its maximum potential. And you want yourself to reach your maximum potential, right? Because you can get so creative with all of these built-in editing tools. And once you start using them, you start thinking of them more for future projects, and it's just so much fun. So I hope I've inspired you. I hope you're excited to start editing on your machines. And remember to call SMP if you liked any of the machines that you saw me using in this session. I know some of them are definitely on special for Hoopfest. And thank you guys for tuning in. I'll see you soon.
All right. Well, I hope y'all enjoyed Sarah Vetzer. A great job. And that was our last educational session for today. And remember, tomorrow we'll have 2 more, tomorrow and Friday. So, all right, we're going to continue on with the demonstrations. Next up, we got Garrett McMinn with SWF, and Garrett's currently the national sales manager over there. So let's go all the way over to Missouri to their headquarters with Garrett McMinn. Hey, Garrett.
Hey, Blaine, how's it going?
Going great. What you got for us today?
So today we got the MAS 15. So we went over the 12 on Monday. We did the new KX auto tension yesterday. And then we got the one that's kind of right there in the middle for you today.
All right, fantastic. We're going to let you take it away. I'll be back in 25 minutes and we'll tell them how they can get one.
Awesome. Sounds good. So like I mentioned, this is the MAS 15. So on day one, we did the MAS 12. This is essentially the MAS 12's big brother. So you get 3 more needles. The machine is a little bit more mechanically made as far as like the industrial side of it. So there's a lot more metal components. It just has bigger motors, a little bit faster running machine too. It's not quite as fast as the KX that we showed yesterday, but this is kind of that happy medium. If you don't need a full-on production machine, this one will do it for you as well. Just to kind of go over it. So this is how the machine comes in the crate. Very little assembly with this. There's a stand down here, which I'll pan down to later to show you guys. But the machine comes exactly how you see here. Everything is pre-threaded through the thread tree back here and all throughout the head. So basically when you get the machine, there's very little setup included or that you have to do. The main thing is assembling the stand and thread your machine, which you tie on the thread back here. We have a very simple video to follow to do that. So it takes you about an hour to get the machine fully set up and operational like we have this one. So with this machine, we'll go over the specs real quick. So it has a minimum speed of 300 stitches per minute with a maximum of 1,000 stitches per minute. It has the quick change cap driver, which I'll show you guys as well how easy that is to use. It has a 12 by 18 inch sewing field on the flat hoops as well. It has automatic thread detection. So if you're running the machine and you step away to rehoop something or you're going over to do a different project, as the machine's running, if it ever has a thread break, it'll automatically stop, back up 5 stitches to where you don't miss any of your logo. You come back over, simply rethread it and hit the start button. Machine takes it from there. It also has the auto thread cut and auto color change. So with multi-needle machines, if you guys are having, or if you guys have a single needle background, any multi-color design is kind of a headache because every color you want to change, you have to tie a new color on the back or rethread your needle to that new color. But with the new multi-needles, you have 15 colors to choose from. So whenever we set up our design, we can go in there, and if it's a 5-color design, we set those 5 colors for the design. Once we hit start, like I said, the machine is auto thread cut and auto, it moves the needle automatically as well to the next color sequence. So it's auto color changing. So essentially, once we set our design up, that is most of our work. We hit start, the machine just goes on from there, and it's going to auto color change and auto thread cut. So you don't have all those tails and stuff moving back and forth between the colors in your design. I'll bring you guys up, I'll pan you up so we can show you the control panel here. So just like the MAS, this one has the 10.4 inch LCD display. This control panel and every control panel that SWF offers is Wi-Fi capable. So you can plug this in or connect it to your existing Wi-Fi network that you might have at your house or your place of work. It also does have the USB connectors, just like we showed on the MAS 12. There's 2 of them back there. So if you don't want to mess with the Wi-Fi side of things, you can just use the simple USB format, which is what a lot of people use. But with the control panels, we go through it every day just to show you how simple it actually is. So with this machine, I'll explain everything on the control panel here to kind of simplify it for you guys. So there's 8 buttons down here. With the machine, you only have to use 4 of these buttons to actually select your design, select your colors, rotate the design if you need to, and trace it or gauge it on your hoop or your garment you're running. So there's 4 simple steps, and that's all there is to this control panel. So the first step would be selecting your design. So we go in here and hit design, and then with the full color LCD, this is super nice because I mentioned it yesterday, but with this, you're not looking just for the name or the file name of the logo. You're physically looking at the picture of the logo. So it's very nice whenever you get 200, 300, 400 designs in this memory, and you're trying to search for a very small name or a file names and stuff like that that can be very tricky to read and very hard to see. So it's nice because you're looking at the pictures as well. So we'll select that design there. We'll hit the check mark here. So this pulls us into a splash screen that we have put in with our machines. So the 2 buttons that I explained, which is your settings button and your needle color button, to select your color changes for the design, it automatically pulls it into this screen for you. So I mentioned 4 buttons, but this screen actually eliminates 2 of those buttons and just goes right through the process for us. So over here, it shows us the settings for our design. Currently, it is set to no mirror. The scale is 100%. So whatever size your design is when you had it digitized or whenever you digitized it, it is set up exactly. That's the exact size it's going to be. We do have the capability in the control panel to shrink the design or grow the design as well. Here is your angle. So if you're running that on a hat or something, you would want to flip to 180 degrees so it runs the right side up on your hat. But since we're just going to run this on a normal flat piece of material today, we're going to leave that at 0. So we can leave this design button, which is our design settings. We can leave that alone because we're not changing anything with it. We'll simply go into our needle settings. So this is going to pull up all of our needles across here. With all of our control panels, everything is customizable back here. So you see all of the different color blocks behind each needle number. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way out to 15. But each color is customizable. So instead of looking back at your thread rack and trying to decide what color is which needle or what number it is, it's very easy to get it wrong by guessing back there. So as you're threading a machine, when you first get it, we highly recommend just to go ahead and customize these color blocks behind, and it's super simple. So this one, on this machine, I have black on 1. So I can just simply hit black here, hit needle number 1. So it changed that to black for me. Needle number 2 is white. So we'll go here, hit white, and then 2. And you just go through all of those selections for all 15 of your colors that you put on the machine or however many you preload on there. Customize it. And if you look now, behind needle number 1 is red, and then behind needle number 2 is a pink. As soon as I hit this save button, it's going to ask us if we want to save it. Those selections have now changed. So it makes it super simple whenever you're loading your colors. Like I said, you're not looking back here guessing where your color may be or what needle it's on. But right here, it shows you on the control panel. And we know if we want white in the design or black, you simply just select the color that you want. It also shows you a preview here. So multicolor designs or designs that have different parts to them. It'll highlight which part you're selecting. So this is a single color logo. But if it was a multicolor, if the 1963 was a different color, it would show up as an extra color here, and it would tell you once you click on it or click the color option, it's going to show you exactly what part of the design you're choosing the color from. So the LCD again makes it super nice for loading your colors, selecting the colors and everything to make sure you're getting it right for the logo. So now that we're happy with that, I'm going to close out of here. We'll hit load and save. So load and save, this is another great feature. So all of the settings that we just changed, the needle color, if we would have rotated the design, whenever you load it and save it, basically I am loading it to currently run, but also I'm saving those changes that I just made. So with that, whether it's tomorrow, 6 weeks from now, a year from now, as long as I don't delete that design of the memory, those settings are going to stay the same. And the next time I pull the design up to run, it's going to be remembered. So we hit yes there. So now our design is on the home screen. We can see there everything in gray, of course, is everything that's not ran. As the machine starts to run, you'll see that basically whatever color you selected, it'll start filling that in. So anything that's gray, it'll start to turn the color that you selected, to where it shows you how much the job is completed. Or if you ever need to float forward in the design or float back, the cursor shows you exactly where you're at on the design. Over here to the right, you do have just a generic design displayed here on this screen. This just shows you the size of your logo. So yes, it does vary from the design that we have here, but just, like I said, it's just a generic design. But it's telling us that it's 2.77 inches left to right, and then it is 2.28 inches up and down. So just super nice where you can make sure that as you're grabbing a hoop or whatever, if you forgot to check the size or you want to double check it, maybe even after you sized it down, it'll display that size right here, just kind of a final check before we hit start. Up here shows you the total number of stitches on the machine. It tells you the exact thread count or the stitch count of your current design that you have on the home screen. Over here, we have our color change options to where during the design, if I want to change colors and I realize I selected the wrong color, we can pull this up, select a different color if we wanted to. You have a thread cut here. So if you're doing like applique or you are mid-design, you need to pull the shirt off for some reason, you can go ahead and stop the machine, select the thread cut and do a thread cut, which of course cuts your thread and makes it detached from the material so you can easily click your hoop out and not pull your design or pull your garment that is on there. It has the offset button as well right here. So the offset button, that's if you're doing applique. I can simply just pull the frame out, put my applique down or whatever I'm doing or cleaning up on the design. When I hit start or the offset button, it's going to ask me if I want to return back to where I was. You simply hit yes, and then that button is going to shoot the frame straight back to where the design was. If it was middle of the way or middle of the design, towards the end or in the front, it doesn't matter. It's going to go back to that exact stitch, and then you simply hit start and the machine's going to start running. So here we have our speed controller. Super simple, just a touch screen there. You can speed it up or slow it down if you wanted to. Like I mentioned, it does have a minimum stitch speed of 300, and then the maximum is 1000. Usually for designs like this with lettering and stuff that are more intricate, we run those in the 600 to 800 stitch per minute. On hats and stuff, you can run 600 to 800 as well. Just depends on whether it's a structured hat or an unstructured hat is kind of the dependency on what speed you run. So now that's pretty much all the control panel. Like I showed you, it's that simple to load a design. There's really nothing past that you have to learn on this control panel. So like I mentioned, it takes about an hour to set the machine up. And then once you get it set up, you power it on and you're to this point where I just showed you. We have a ton of videos that explain the different buttons and everything to where if you need to learn it or whatever, those videos are very key because you can watch each video and make sure you're doing each step correctly. And it gets you up and running very quickly. So I'm going to pan back out here now that we've shown the control panel. The one thing I'd like to add to the control panel has a stitch memory of 2.4 billion stitches and 400 design slots. So with the machine, like I said, 2.4 billion stitches or 400 design slots. So you'll exceed the 400 design slots well before you exceed the 2.4 billion stitch count capacity, but you can upload some very large files to the machine and it will store them. And like I said, you don't have to really worry about deleting stuff out. But once you get to that 400 design slot, you can either multiple select and delete them out or select them one at a time. So I'll show you guys the quick change cap system. So I mentioned that earlier. SWF holds the patent on this. So with the quick change cap system, I'll show you. I'll unbolt it there. I can do this one-handed, so I'm just getting it loose. You simply just pull it out. So that is the quick change cap system. So as you've seen, no tools required or anything. It has tabs here that match the hoops or the same brackets that would be on your hoops. So essentially your tubular arms or your hoop arms never leave the machine. So super nice because most of your standard embroidery machines, in order to put a cap system on, you're going to have to unbolt the tubular arms and then bolt your cap system back on or vice versa, whichever one you're switching to, which takes about probably 5 to 10 minutes, depending on your machine model. And then also you have to keep up with the other screws and the other components for each system. So this makes it very streamlined. I can go from running a hat to a shirt in a matter of basically 15 seconds back and forth. So I'm going to I got a Mighty Hoop here. You guys were asking, I think on day one, if the machines accept Mighty Hoops. So I was just going to throw one on there for you guys to show you. Got the Mighty Hoop set on there. I'm going to position this on this hoop here. Go ahead and do the outline, which is going to show me where the design is going to fit on the hoop. And I'll do that one more time with you guys a little bit closer. That way you can see the laser trace and everything. So with this, you can see the laser down on our material. There's just some other designs that we ran on this piece of material that were just for testing and everything. This also does have the flip up light, which is super nice because whenever you're actually positioning something, you can see the area is very well illuminated, but also whenever you go to thread stuff, if it's in your way, you can just simply lift it up. All of this becomes accessible. We can run all of our thread through if we need. Once we're done, then every needle has a bulb on it, or a bulb right here that fits the needle. So basically it shows you the needle holes super easy. They're very well illuminated and it takes the guesswork out of that for you. I'm gonna come back out and we'll start this machine running for you. That might be my fault. I think I forgot to put the bottom back in there. Check here. So just to show you guys, because I didn't put it back in there right, this is just a standard L size bobbin. So it's very, very standard. We'll get this put back in there. Oh, and I see what I did here. I did not have it threaded right before the video. So fix this up for you. So the thread path is very simple. I'm not sure if you guys can see that on the video. Basically just loops around this bar, goes through our take up lever, and then back down through the hole there. And then we're ready to thread the needle. So I mentioned earlier in the video, basically tying the thread on because the machines come pre-threaded. So you can do that. But also with the machines, if they ever do come unthreaded up here, like that one, I just didn't have it tied on correctly. It doesn't take long to reroute the thread and then you're good to go. So I'm going to put this through the needle. So we're threaded there. I'll put our bobbin back in. And now we'll hit start. Okay, so we got that running. I'm going to pull you guys back up to watch it run. Put that light down so it's illuminated for you. There's the automatic thread cut. I'm just going to shift over for us. And you can see while it's running, the cursor is following and filling in the gray. So it shows you exactly where the design's at and what's been completed. So one thing I wanted to show you guys, so I'll go ahead and stop that. So let's say that's starting the bottom color like I was mentioning earlier. If I realize that, hey, that's the wrong color, just simply hit start. And then all we do in here is we go to our needle selection, select number 2, which is the color I want, and hit this refresh symbol. And then I'll show you down here. So then we simply hit start. So now our color has changed to white. So super simple. It's easy as that to change colors even mid-run. If you decide that you maybe loaded the wrong color, or you decided to change the color of the design, it's super easy to change them on the fly as well. I'm going to stop the design there because it is unfortunately too big to go ahead and finish. I don't want to run out of time here because I still got a lot to show you guys. So basically I can stop at middle of the logo. If I ever decide to cancel the design, all I have to do is go in here and press the design button, hit cancel operation. It returns back to the home position and we're good to go. So I'll get back into the hoops now. I mentioned the sewing field of the machine. I showed you the quick change system, but essentially, like I said, if I wanted to switch from a hoop back to a quick change cap driver or go ahead and run a hat, it's as simple as just grabbing your hoop, pulling that off, and I'll show you what part of the design we did do there. It's just the trees and then the estimated established 1963. And then I'll show you one more time, just putting your cap system back on. So we'll move our arms where they're centered there. Simply put it on there, slide it into its brackets, and it clicks in. So you can see there about 15 seconds, I went from running a shirt or a flat piece of material. Now I'd be ready to run hats. So I'll leave that on there for you guys. I will grab the hoops here. So with SWF machines, you're going to get 5 sets of flat hoops and you're going to get 2 cap hoops. So for a total of 12 hoops. So every size that I show you, you're going to get 2 of each hoop. So this is our 12 centimeter here. This is great for left chest logos, anything that's small, even baby onesies and everything. This is your 12 centimeter, which is a 4-inch hoop. Secondly, you're going to get a 15 centimeter, which is a 5x5. So another round hoop there that allows you to, again, we send a bunch of different sizes to where no matter what you're going to run or what you're trying to run, you should have a hoop or a hoop size that will fit it no problem. So you get the 15 centimeter. Then we have one more larger there, a circular hoop. This is our 18 centimeter, which is a 6.6 inch hoop. So again, just various sizes of each type of hoop. That way you guys have plenty of hoops to complete the customized projects you're wanting to do. So with this machine, you're also going to get a 12 by 12 inch hoop. So this is perfect for your standard jacket back. It has plenty of room for your design, whether it's up or down, because it's the 12 by 12. So that one is probably the one you'll use the most if you're running jacket backs. And then here I have the 12 by 18. So it's 12 inches up vertical and it's 18 inches horizontal on the sewing field. So this is super nice because, yeah, if you get those bigger projects or quilts and stuff that need to be embroidered once they're already put together or something, this hoop is nice because it offers a very large space. Even if you're running smaller designs or making patches or anything, this is nice that you can hoop up a large piece of material and run multiple small designs or one large design. But again, we give you 2 of every size, so 12 hoops total. I'll show you the cap hoop that would fit on our cap system. So here's our cap hoop. It's just a circle there where you can hoop your hats. So it has a 270-degree sewing field. So it's 13 inches side to side and 2.9 inches up and down. So essentially we could start a design at the left ear of this, run it all the way around to the right ear. One continuous design. So it's a huge sewing field for a hat. and then it's basically 3 inches, so it's 2.9 inches up and down on the crown of the hat as well. So you're gonna get 2 of those, and then you would need a place to hoop them. So we throw in a cap hooping gauge. So this is an exact mirror of our cap system that's sitting on the machine, but it would be very hard. It's not impossible, but it would be very hard to go ahead and hoop caps on the machine. So you set this up. It will fit on the table of our machine, or an existing craft table that you have. You set this up, and this is where you would throw your cap hoop, and then it simply clicks in. That would hold it for you. Then you can release your band, put your hat on. Once your hat is on, tighten your band back up, and then you just pull it back off and take your hat over to your machine and put it on. So it makes the hooping process very simple, and it's super nice because it's very sturdy. So again, that is all the hoops that you're going to get. That's going to be the 12 hoops, which is huge. Makes it super nice because duplicate sized images, or if you're running 12 of one thing, makes it super nice because you can have one running on the machine, and then you can go ahead and pre-hoop your next one. That way your machine's never really stopping. Essentially,
Well, I think Garrett had a power outage. So it just stopped abruptly. So maybe his battery, his battery might have died in his phone or something. So, but it was right at the end. Man, I hate that we got Garrett cut off there. But hey, guys, let me tell you how you can get this great offering from SWF right now. And again, this is that 15 needle. There's one, the automatic tension one is one step above this one, but this is the one, it's between the 12 needle and the 15 auto tension. $15,999 is the price on this. And again, the SWF is kind of famous for, they'll digitize right on the screen that you're looking at, the LCD screen. You can take your grandchild's hand and put it up there and use a stylus and trace around the hand. It'll digitize it and you can embroidery it right out. So I know a lot of people do that on quilt blocks and things for their grandchildren, but a great offering from SWF there. And anyway, give us a call. We have some special financing available for this. 1-800-401-8151 is the number to call. Or if you're on the website and you want to take a look at the 12, this 15, or that auto tension 15, again, just go to the SewingMachinesPlus.com. In the search bar at the top, just put SWF, and it'll actually take you to those product pages, and you can take a look at them. And not sure what happened to Garrett, but I'm sure Garrett will be back here tomorrow, and we'll have another machine for you. But we're going to continue on, and guess what? We're in the world of Floriani. We got Trevor Conquergood coming in, our good friend from there up in the Great White North of Canada. And Trevor's been down here to San Diego to our store doing events. He's done many virtual events with us. So y'all give a big SMP welcome, and welcome back, Trevor.
Right on. Hi, Blaine. How you doing today?
I am awesome. How are you doing?
Very good. I'm super awesome too. Yeah. And I brought my towel because I hope you guys were watching on Monday when we talked about nap control for the old.
Boom.
Hey, there he is. He's got his towel.
Look what I found.
Clarissa made that for you. I did the digitizing, and then Clarissa made it. That was so awesome.
So that's our beach towel for the, I think it was our very first Hoop Fest that we did, Trevor. So this thing has got to be 4 or 5 years old.
Classic, right? It's a classic.
It's a classic.
It's vintage Hoop Fest.
Vintage.
I'm coming back to your store. Just a quick plug. I'll be there in October.
Yes.
And I'll be doing more of my awesome San Diego embroidery designs for you guys.
Tell you what, that was pretty awesome that you did that. And, we always appreciate what you bring to the table too, Trevor, because, your digitizing skills and your understanding of that is so advanced. And it makes people, what I've noticed about you, you make people that don't really have a truly understanding of it really kind of get it. And so I really appreciate that about you.
Really nice compliment, Blaine.
It is. I mean, it's the fact. You really do explain it to where, somebody like me can understand it. So, hey, we sure do appreciate you here. I'm going to let you get at it.
All right, I'll go, and I got some exciting things. Keep me on camera. Let me talk to the camera, and then I'll cue you when I want to switch to my software. Okay, does that sound good?
Sounds perfect.
Right on. Yeah. Oh, it's so fun to be here and show all these things. When I come back in October, we're going to be making bracelets. And I've got a whole collection of them. You know, I've got a courage bracelet, floral bracelets, Celtic bracelets. So make sure you check that out. If you didn't catch me on Monday, we were just on fire here. We talked about some really amazing things that you can do with your embroidery machine and how the Floriani software just makes it amazing. Today, we're going to keep on going, and I'm going to talk about really fun things like the cool Floriani Academy style letters, you know, and how you can make your own kind of like Letterman jacket, you know, letters with this really cool embroidery fill called fuzzy fill. We're going to talk about cutwork and how easy it is to make cutwork embroidery designs. And I have some examples. And so once I switch to my software, it's hard to show you the sample. So I thought I'd give you guys a little taste of what I got planned for the next 30. Blending, you know, have you ever wondered how we do designs that look like this? You know, with the cool gradients and everything. Well, it's the software that makes me look good, Blaine, because it's called gradient spacing, and it couldn't be easier. Then there's all the fun stuff, right? Like spirograph embroidery. And people love when I show them how easy it is to be really creative, you know. And then there's spiral embroidery. So not spirograph, but spiral. These are all things that are like almost one click when you own Floriani. And so that is just some of the stuff we're going to see today. Because if you've ever heard, and Blaine talked about me doing thread sketches, and I did that really awesome one of the San Diego skyline. Well, all of that is really photo tracing. And I'll show you a couple examples today of how you can do it with your pets. Yeah. Now, this is called Sketch-a-Stitch, and you kind of do the sketching, but we'll also talk about photo to stitches, and that's when the software does all the heavy lifting. And this is my dog Ryder, and he's sewing on a t-shirt, and it's super nice and soft, and yet it's really nicely detailed. And so I'll show you all of this kind of stuff and more. One click to make lace designs. Have you ever wanted to do freestanding lace with the Mylar backgrounds? It's all super easy when you have the Floriani. And so go ahead and queue up my, one more thing. Quilting. We're going to talk quilting today, and I'm going to show you guys how easy it is to make your very own quilt blocks with the Floriani software. And so I better get on screen or I'll never get it all done. So go ahead and switch me, Blaine, to my desktop, please. That is it, sir. Thank you very much. So basically, if you ever want to contact me after the presentation, tconquergood@rnkdistributing.com. I'm the software manager with RNK, which means I absolutely adore the Floriani embroidery software, and I'm happy to help you guys with your questions. The bundles that we put together, you know, and on Monday, the Fusion bundle that we talked about was so well received. And thank you so much to everybody who's getting, you know, the new bundle with the thread, the scissors, the stabilizer, the You Design It collections, and the software. And it was all based on Floriani Fusion. Well, today you're going to find out that Floriani Fusion has a big brother called FTCU. And that Fusion is our sort of new owner software, and FTCU is the full program. And so we'll talk more. In fact, today we're going to talk about the universal bundle, which means not only just the embroidery software, but also our quilting software. And there's a rainbow program. And if you want to know all the comparisons, I won't be able to show them all today, but we have it. You know, Fusion is the new entry level. FTCU is the kind of total control. It's actually called Floriani Total Control Universal is what it is. And today is the universal bundle. So you're going to get the embroidery software with all of the tools, including the auto lace and the auto cutwork and the auto photo stitch and all the advanced tools, plus the quilting program that does the total quilter, makes the quilting easy, the rainbow program that makes your designs into really cool colors like rainbows or whatever color show you, and then the sketching program. All of these things are part of the software bundle that we call the Floriani Universal Bundle, which is really all of the Floriani programs put together. And when you own them all, you'll see when I open it up today, it all blends into one. See, so notice how many more tools I have today than I did on Monday. And Monday was a great presentation. Please go back and watch it, you guys. Just roll back and watch the recording if you never saw it, because it was such a great one. And you'll love the part about Save to Sew. So today the bundle is the universal bundle. And it still includes the thread and the stabilizers and the scissors and the You Design It. So what changed was the software. It's a different but much bigger value, and therefore a much bigger savings. If you bought the bundle on Monday, don't worry, because you could just pay the difference and get the upgrade. So at the end, Blend will tell us all about the special, okay, and what the pricing is for this specific event. But just know it's the best ever. But you get the thread. It's 30 spools of thread. It's beautiful. And I know Jennifer talked a lot yesterday. Wasn't she amazing? Did you guys love Jennifer? She's going to be back tomorrow. In fact, Jennifer's going to be back on Friday too, and you're going to love her presentation. Floriani stabilizers, an assorted pack to get you started. I mean, if you don't know about Perfect Stick yet, and you've never experienced Floriani Perfect Stick, you need to. It's the best sticky I've ever had. The reason is it doesn't make anything else sticky. You know, you can stick your fabric on it, but it won't make your needle sticky, won't make your machine sticky. You're going to love it. Anyway, everybody loves the Floriani tool set. It's got the squeeze and snips, the applique scissors. You got your precision angle tweezers. It's just a great little scissor kit. And You Design It. So if we get time at the end, I'll show you a few more of them, but we got really into them a little bit the other day. So yeah, this is what Fusion can do. The beautiful library, resize. And there's a great set of features that we talked about on Monday. And really the Save to Sew is one of the most popular ones. That's where you can open up your embroidery design, tell the software what you're sewing it on, and the software just simply makes it better. It'll understand, oh, if you're sewing on a t-shirt, we should use this kind of underlay. But if you change it to polar fleece, it'll change to a different kind of underlay. And it's really fascinating. You can auto digitize with the Fusion software. It comes with beautiful lettering and all kinds of fonts. If you move up to the universal bundle, well, now you're talking hundreds of fonts. It's all of the Floriani fonts. And of course, you can still convert your true type fonts into embroidery, which means you have really unlimited fonts. And you'll love our multicolored fonts. And that's what I'm going to show you today is the Academy style letters. They're so interesting. So there's a lot we can talk about today. And some of this we talked about on Monday. And so these are simply some of the features of Fusion. And what I want to do is get into Floriani as software and talk about the differences, right? So yeah, when you have Fusion, you have the ability to browse your computer with a nice kind of like iconizing way. So notice that when I look at my folder, I can see PES files, but I can also see JPEG files. I can even see SVG artwork files. And so anything that you want to open, you're simply going to click and drag to open it. And on Monday, we opened the bunny and we did the quick Save to Sew. You know, you just click on it and you tell it what fabric you're sewing on. And there's a whole list of kinds of fabrics that you could choose from. And when you choose a fabric, the software will understand what needs to be done to make the design, you know, properly prepared. Because understand that as a digitizer, and I've been digitizing for 40 years, I don't know what you're sewing it on. That's the real truth. You know, I can only give you generic settings when I make a design. But if you come in here and you say you're sewing it on polar fleece and you want the software to be allowed to change things like density and underlay, then you click next. Well, the software goes to work and analyzes the design. And then when it's done, it comes back and it tells us how to properly sew on polar fleece. So it gives us that Floriani recipe, use that perfect stick stabilizer, stick the item down. Why are we recommending sticky stabilizer? Because fleece things are hard to hoop and you could damage the hoop, get hoop burn. You could also have your hoop pop open while embroidering because the garment is so thick. And the sticky stabilizer works really well. We still recommend a topper to stop the embroidery from sinking in. And when I say finish, it wants me to save the design, and I could save it to any format. You know, you have all the formats available here. And, you know, if I click print preview, all of those instructions have been inserted into my design. And so it's really great. That's stuff that we talked about on Monday. Now what I want to do is move on and say, you know, how do you do some of these things like cutwork and auto lace? And remember what I said on Monday was it's artwork based embroidery. So you need a shape. It can be any shape, but whatever shape you select, it's artwork. So this is simply a background of vector artwork that I opened from my library. And, there's a magic wand to create your own. We looked at that on Monday too. Well, what I'm trying to say is when I click over here, I can make it a run stitch. Now it's embroidery, right? We converted it into run stitch. That's one click to run. But if I select it, and it gets a nice box around it, and I click on the next one, it's a motif, and the next one, it's a steel stitch. And all of those were part of Fusion, but Fusion kind of stopped around here. Now look at all the one-click wonders, you guys. Like, just look back to Monday, and then notice how many more there are, and how, sure, we've got standard fill, and we've got satin path, we've got fancy fill, we've got motif fill. And with motif fill, we can choose, and there'll be hundreds of motif patterns. And just know that all of the red ones are ones that I designed. With the software gives you the tools to make your own. It's really fun and easy to do. And remember I said gradients? Well, there's the button. You just click on it and it makes a gradient. If you want to blend two colors together, that's the next button, right? It's like now it does two different gradients. One kind of goes in one direction and one goes in the other. And you can take full control over it. When you select here and you come to your properties box, there's a tab for the gradients, and you can choose the kind of gradient. Do you want it increasing or decreasing, and the value, so that you can really customize and do those cool kind of blended backgrounds or colors blended together. And every click's another kind, you guys. I couldn't go through them all. If you gave me the whole hour, I'd still be trying to describe all the different clicks that I can, types of embroidery that I could make by just clicking. That's a wavy fill. This is a wavy fill with a gradient. Now it's the two color wavy gradient fill. And so it's really interesting the way you can manage it. If I click on the next one, it's called ripple fill. And now it kind of starts in the middle, and if you watch it sew out, it goes around and around and around until it gets to the outer edge. Yeah, it's really interesting, all the different kinds, Blaine. This one's called mesh fill. That's nice for just putting down some mylar, or maybe you want to do some of that cool chenille fabric look, and you just need like rows of stitching, or even just some straight stitching on a quilt block, right? You could totally do it. But if I pop up a little choice window, there's like all these different ones. So maybe I want to make a more dramatic 2 layers of mesh that all kind of blend together. And you can easily change all these different kinds, and you just choose OK, and it swaps the ones. And then basically you can kind of see what it looks like if I go in really closely. It's very curvy, and it makes a great lace. If you want to do lace, you really need more than just a mesh. And so lace is actually a button. It's all the way to the right. Now we're skipping over a bunch of cool ones here, Blaine, but we're getting to lace, and it's like click. And now it's a one-click piece of freestanding lace. It makes 3 color stops, but if you're planning on doing a 1-color lace, you would just right click and tell it, single color, that gets rid of the color stops in it. But it does the mesh, and it does 2 different kinds of borders. All of that is needed to create a shape that will hold the shape after you sew it on water dissolving material and basically make it wet. So this is all examples of like one click to a new kind of embroidery. What I'm going to do is click new to start a new empty workspace. And I'm going to go to the library and click on fonts. And there's a whole bunch of multicolored fonts, and that's where you'll find the fuzzy Academy fuzzy letters with the puffy foam outline. And so basically they're already ready to go. You just simply need to figure out, what you want. So we have to find the S, and then we go back and we get the M, and then we get the P, right? So now we've got the SMP. I'll turn on the 3D look so you can kind of get the idea of what they look like. But each letter is kind of an independent embroidery design that would be used to create that cool Academy style letter. And you could have like Letterman jackets for everybody to show up at the store. Blaine, I could just see you guys with your Mickey Mouse ears and SMP on the front. It'll be so fun. And but the fill that's in here, like, let me just grab a tool, make a little shape, select my little shape, and then it's again, once you have a shape, you just come to the bottom, and these are all the styles of embroidery. And the one that we want to do is called fuzzy fill. And once we came out with this, was like an update. You know, we do something unique, Blaine, free updates for life. So when I talk about the fuzzy fill tool, that didn't exist just a year ago, you know, and now it's part of the program. And so when we added it, our existing customers, it's like a new tool. Just you get it with your update, you know. And so free updates for life is amazing with Floriani. Anyway, the fuzzy fill, it's the basis of our sort of mock chenille look for the Academy style letters, but it looks really cute, and chickens and little, you know, the chest of your lion. It's just a type of embroidery. It's a very crazy looking stitch that looks kind of like that when you slow redraw it, Blaine. So it's kind of fun. Let's click on new. Okay, so I'm going to grab another shape. And so again, I'm just going to my custom shape library, but you can draw your own shapes, or you can collect your own shapes. A lot of the shapes in my custom shape library I actually made. They didn't even come with the program. They're just ones that I've collected. And you'll find that a lot of people are collecting custom shapes. You know, it's just a thing. And here, I'm going to open up this heart right here. And so I just basically click on it to open it. And sure, I can click to fill it in. You know, now it's an embroidery that's filled in. But what I thought would be really cool with this one is cutwork. So for cutwork, it'll be the opposite of what you see. The part that you see filled in is going to become a hole. So it's very much like applique, right? And so if I clicked on applique, then the part inside would become a piece of fabric. Does that make sense? So if I click on applique, the program will make all of the color stops needed to put down the placement line. You'll put a piece of fabric down. Now you'll sew again. Now you'll trim around to remove the excess fabric, and then you'll do a border, and you will have an applique heart. Okay, so you get that. Now I'm going to select the heart, and instead of applique, I move over to the one that says auto cutwork. And it looks very much the same, but it's waiting for me to show it how to connect the inside to the outside. So I can just click and drag, and basically I'm drawing right now the bars, the connecting bars, maybe you want to call them the Richelieu bars, if that's technically what they're called. But the connection, because now we're going to sew this heart, and instead of appliquing in the center, we're going to remove the fabric in the center. So we'll have some water wet and gone behind it, and we will remove the fabric in here so that when we sew the completed design, watch what happens when I right click. It makes all the bars wherever I put them. You know, and if you're like, oh, I wish I had more, well, you can right click and say that you want to add more of them, you know, and just keep adding and move them to, you know, if you're like, oh, why did I put it there? I wish it was here. You can move them, you can add more. And when you right click, it updates. So look at that. I'm an auto cutwork maker, Blaine, and the software makes me look good. That's all I'm going to say. I roll into town and everybody looks at my samples and they're like, man, Trevor's amazing. Yeah, but the software does a lot of the heavy lifting, Blaine. It really does. It really, really, really does. There's so many one-click wonders. We could talk about auto white work. We could talk about the auto stippling, the auto cross stitch, but I would be really remiss if I didn't manage to make it to photo to stitches and show how I did my dog, right? Photo to stitches is like the one click and make me an embroidery. And so look here, these are photos. That's Ryder. That is literally on the boat fishing because he likes to go fishing with his dad. So I took his photo with my iPhone. It's kind of big, right? It's like a 28-inch photo. So I don't know about you, Blaine, but I don't got a 28-inch hoop. Not yet anyway. So, but I do have one that's 12 inches, you know, so I can update that. I can also put a mask on here. Like I can do an oval and kind of give it a nice oval. You can even draw your own mask. If you want to be like, I'm going to cut the background right out, you can clickety click, click, click. And I won't do a good job of that, but just to give you an idea, see, you can crop it, but I like the oval. And then it's just kind of a nice little ellipse shape where I'm just softening the background and kind of focusing in on my dog. And once I'm happy with the size and the kind of cropping, I say next. And the program shows me what it's going to look like, but it gives me some choices. I have abilities to to edit. So here, the first one would be the number of colors, and it's set to 32. Well, to be quite honest, I usually go down, not up. You can go up as high as you want, go all the way up to 60, I think. But it takes time to find all the colors. Sometimes I'm like, well, how many do I have to need? What is 5 colors or 8 colors? Or what about 10 colors or 20? And you can have it picked from any thread brand. So if you use Floriani, you want it to pick Floriani colors, that's great. If you use another brand, we'll have it in here. All the thread brands are in here. And you can even make your own thread chart. So if you want to make a thread chart that actually represents the thread in your stash, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, then the program will only pick colors that you already bought. And it won't recommend colors that you don't have yet. You know, that's kind of cool. Anyway, all that said, you can do color version, but you could also do a grayscale version of it. So now it's going to give me like 50 shades of gray. Ha, ha, ha. But, you know, actually 20. But I could do a sepia tone one or a monotone one. And but I'm going to do color. So we'll just switch it back over to a color version. And I can do things like change the style of stitching, curvilinear. There's another one called crossover. I can make the stitch length shorter, longer. That helps pick up more details, kind of thing. And essentially you can adjust these, you know, a few settings. And when you're happy, you simply say finish, and you've made the embroidery design and you're ready to stitch it out. But I think of all the photo stitches I've ever seen, ours makes the softest embroidery. It makes the you can wear it on a t-shirt, and not only good for like hanging on the wall. And I really think that it does a beautiful job of capturing the dog. So that's my dog Ryder. So I tried to explain this, and it's hard to explain, but when you put it all together, it's like a super program. You know, because you're not just looking at Floriani embroidery, you got all the Floriani Total Quilter tools. There's a whole toolbar for Total Quilters, and Total Quilter added extra fill stitches to the bottom. Now I've got advanced stippling, I've got echo quilting. So these are things that didn't even come with the regular embroidery. You know, now I've got extra, you know, they blend all together into one is what I'm trying to explain. So if I click new, and then if I want to do quilting, all I have to do is click here on the quilt library. These are quilt blocks that are already ready to go. If we don't have the ones you want, you can make your own. But essentially, I can click a block, and you'll notice that there are embroidery stitches on it. So it's already made for what is known as Applique quilting. This program's going to sew the outline of the block, and you're going to applique the pieces down. And it really couldn't be easier. It's already ready to go. But if you wanted to add to it, if you're like, well, there's a nice empty square, maybe you want to put some embroidery in there. So you go back to your library, and you find a design from your collection. You know, I know you guys are collecting, right? And so whatever you want to put in there, you just find it, and then you click on it to place it in there. And now I need to tell the software that this design belongs with this block, even though I put it right over top. Seems kind of silly, but what you do is just select the whole thing, and up here in your quilting tools, there's an attach. So that basically says these belong together, you know, kind of thing. And now, literally, if I click select the block, I can export it as an applique quilt block. I can export it as faux piecing. I can export it as applique. And when I click on the button, there's questions like, how much seam allowance do you want? What embroidery format do you want? What digital cutting files would you like? Would you like printable templates? Would you like images? It makes everything you could possibly need to create this embroidery, you know, to sew out this embroidery design. You just click export, and it all shows up in one file folder. Puts the whole thing in it. And if I look over in my library, it'll be saved into the Floriani library. All your quilt designs are sort of saved when you save them into your library folder. So it makes it very easy to kind of find them later, right? Because they'll be here under Applique Quilt. And I guess that one was called Design 10. And so I didn't, you know, it would help if I get it a better name. But there's the design and all the pieces that kind of go with it. And looks like there might be some extra ones, but I have a feeling that's because I had a Design 10 folder already. Anyhow, so all that said, this is kind of a fun thing, Total Quilter. You can even design your own quilt block. So if you don't have the one that you want, you just click on the kind of create button. You can make it any shape that you want to. Basically, you just have to click and click to create the divide lines kind of thing. You can do what's kind of known as crazy quilting. So now I've basically designed a block, and now I could select the pieces of the block and tell it what kind of fabric that colors they're going to have. And, you know, and not only that, assign decorative stitching. So if you, this kind of depends on how you quilt, right? And if you want to quilt as you go and have the embroidery machine do the quilting too, then you can select these shapes. Like, look, I'll click on this light blue background, and I'm going to come down here and tell it to do it in advanced stippling, and I can choose, you know, my star pattern and get a whole star pattern in that part of the block. So it really automates. Anybody could do it, Blaine. Design your own quilt box. I'm not kidding. I got to move on from quilting, or I won't have time to show everything. I'm just going to show you the orange kitty that I made with the Sketch-a-Stitch. I'm not going to do a full-on demo of it, but look at what there's the photo. This is kind of the opposite of photo to stitches. You know, where this is me using the cool paintbrush and clicking on here and choosing run stitch, and then choosing orange, and then coming over here and coloring with the color orange, you know, and basically you scribble, Blaine. I'm a pretty good scribbler. That is kind of how you sketch a stitch. It's like basically you choose your type of stitch, and then you click and you drag, and the program makes the you know, whatever it is. So if I grab calligraphy and I click, it's going to make like a thick side and a thin side to it. And if I choose applique, it'll make it applique. If I choose fill, it's going to like fill the area in with a color. And of course, you can just click down here to change the color. And now you're making pink fill. Anybody can do this stuff. You know, I know I make it look easy, but it's not hard. I'll promise you that much. Maybe one more. I must have time for one more. Let me open up that doily. So let me see here in my library. It's going to be there. Yeah. So this is the rainbow demonstration, and I'm just going to grab this lace design. So here's a really cool crochet lace design. All I have to do is select it and then click on the rainbow tool. And the rainbow tool makes it the colors of the rainbow, or whatever theme. I can do alligator theme. Now it's an alligator doily, you know, or maybe just a beach theme doily kind of thing. Candy would be a fun one. And, you know, whatever one you do, if you say, okay, then you've made it, you know, and you got a candy colored doily. The cool thing about this is you can make your own colors. So if I say new and give it a name, SMP, oops, that's not a P, SMP. And then I say, okay, now we have our own SMPs. What's your favorite colors? We can get yours, and we can get Raina's colors, and get everybody's colors and kind of put them on. But here I've got a one that goes like from blue to, let's say, dark blue to medium blue. And then from here, we'll make it into like a really light blue. So I've got like a blue, blue, blue. And then I'll tell it I want it to do blending, you know, and I'll get it to do like blending on both sides with 2 extra steps. So look at what I've got now. You know, I've made a thing that has dark blue, medium, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's like 12 color stops. A really cool color blended doily. And it's the SMP color blend, you know, is what I've made. So, I mean, that's rainbow. And it's just, there's a lot to what I had to say today, Blaine. I know I said a lot already. What I wanted to show you guys, I grabbed the wrong one, was when you buy the program, there's so much to learn, and it couldn't be better because Floriani has an entire website dedicated to it. If you click on the tab for Total Quilter, the entire website's about Total Quilter. There's video training, you know, just click here. Now it's all the Total Quilter video training. Just click to go back to the home page. Now you can go into the Total Control embroidery training. If you click on, for example, free week or featured weekly videos, this video list has got last week and last week and last month and the month before and the month and then the year before and the year before and the year before and the year before. There's hundreds. This is an 800 plus video list, Blaine. All you got to do is come and type applique and click apply. Oh, let's spell it right. That helps. And click enter. And it's going to find videos that are specific to whatever you want to learn. I'm telling you, you'll never meet a company that'll do more to help you learn. Or help you for support. And I mean that because you can call us toll free Monday to Friday. Anyway, Blaine, I know I run to the end of my time and I just talk my head off. So you better cut me off and tell me that you reached your limit, Trevor. You're only allowed so much time.
Oh, hey, you've reached your limit.
Sorry,
Well,
I just looked at
hey, you're good. Hey, Trevor, great job as usual, bringing all that stuff to everybody. We sure do appreciate it. And I know we're not going to get to see you. We'll see Jennifer the rest of the week. But hey, thank you so much for coming on 2 days.
You're welcome.
On Hoopfest. Wouldn't be the same without you.
Thank you, Blaine. You guys are going to love it. Thanks for having me.
All right. We'll talk to you soon. All right, everybody, let's show you what you can get today. Now, this is the upgraded focal bundle. Now, this is all the things you see. This has a $2,600 price on it. We're selling it today for $18.99. Trevor went all over that. Powerful software, all the things you're getting with it. $18.99. We do have some financing available. Give us a call, 800-401-8151. If you want to just go check it out on the website, you just type in focal bundle, the upgraded focal bundle in the search bar. It'll take you to that product page. We have live chat agents that also can take your order and answer your call or answer your questions. So y'all get on the website or give us a call right now if you're interested in that Floriani bundle. All right, guys, we're going to continue on. We are going to go all the way back over to Charlotte and go to Happy's headquarters. And we've got Matt Lamb and Renee. Yeah, so we got Renee and Matt. Hopefully Matt's there again. And so let's bring them in. Y'all welcome them back. Hey, Renee.
Hey, Blaine, good to see you. Matt
Good to
should
see
be shortly. So
okay, I figured Matt probably be with you. We're going to let y'all take it away. I know we got a lot to cover with this machine. And then I'll come back in about 30 minutes and we'll tell everybody how to get one.
Perfect, Blaine. Thank you again. So, hello, everybody. Again, this is from Charlotte, North Carolina, where we warehouse all these Happy Japan embroidery machines. And there's a wide variety of machines here. Machine for just about any size, whether you want to have a small operation in a spare room or your sewing room, all the way up to big machines sewing multiple heads. So, and these work with, again, just about any size embroidery operation, whether you're just doing it yourself as a hobby, or you want to run a few between your friends, or you want to run a business. So when these machines are made to be people friendly, and that's why they've been so popular, and that's why you're going to love buying these from Sewing Machines Plus. And what makes them so friendly, and I can speak personally with experience because I help teach these. I'm part of the team that helps support Sewing Machines Plus customers. And I'll tell you that one thing that people love about these machines is how easy they are to use, how easy they are as an experience, not only to use, but to maintain, to operate them. And even when things goes wrong, they are very easy to correct. The machines even help you fix things so you can go on your way, minimal downtime, maximum sewing and fun time with these machines. So they all come with the same control panel. So no matter what model you buy, from the small 7 needle to the large 15 needle that you saw here, all of them have the same control panel. So if you learn one and you're ready for a second one, you learn them all. Or if you've got friends that have bought maybe the 7 needle machine, but you want to go a little bit bigger, maybe you want to one up them, and then maybe you want to go to our large 15 needle machine, you can both operate them together. You can operate the little 7 needle, come right on over to this one, and operate the big 15 needle machine like this HCU that we have here. So not only are they common, but also Happy designed these very cleverly so that, again, it's really easy. And let's get into why they're so easy. And from my standpoint, when I teach the 90-10 rule, which is that 90% of what you're going to do is going to use only about 10% of those features. So Happy understands, just like any equipment manufacturer, that when you use stuff, like if I'm going to drive a car, I'm going to get in there and there's all these buttons for radios and speakers and turbo boost and all that. But really, I'm just going to use the steering wheel, the accelerator, the brake pedal, maybe the gear shift, and if it's raining, maybe the maybe your stock for your wipers. So this is pretty much the same way. You've got all kinds of features here. You can do all kinds of cool things, but 95% of the time you're going to do pretty much the same 3 things when you set up any design in your machine. So Happy has made that easy because they're all right here on the screen. So we're going to zoom in here real quick, and you can actually see what these features are. That's common to all these machines. And so we're looking at a control panel that's typical for your Happy machine. And first of all, let's lay it out pretty straightforward. You've got a nice picture and color of what you're about to sew. You've got the size in inches or millimeters. So this is about a 2.5 inch by 6 inch design. So you know the size immediately. It's telling you how many colors there are, how many stitches. This is about 19,000 stitches. It also tells you that with this machine, it's going to take you about 18 minutes to sew it. So pretty fast machine, but it's showing you basically your most important information. You even have a progress bar, just like on your computer. Whenever Windows installs those updates and you're tapping your feet, waiting for it so you can get into your computer, this is the same thing, except it shows you when you got to go. So if this is 18 minutes and you're sewing out, then you can see where that bar is, so you know about how much time you've got left to go. All this critical information is right here. Like, for example, this is showing you that this is the Mighty Hoop 10 by 10. You can pick what hoop you've got, and you put it on there, and you've got a little scale view of how it's fitting and where it's positioned in the hoop. So, for example, if we look at this Mighty Hoop, so that's actually this hoop right here. So if we then look at that on screen, it's actually showing you that that it's going to be about this big. It fits inside. You can fit, looks like you can fit about 3 of them. And not only that, but next to the hoop button, you can press the button to go into the hoop positioning screen. And if I want it to be up here, I'll just tap up here, and it moves it up here. And you can see how it just jumped over here or moved it. And for all you perfectionists, if you want to just kind of jog that over a little bit, just put it in that perfect spot. Let's say you're sewing on a rug or a throw, and you want to put it in the corner. Then you can just tap over here and move it. But then you want to get all perfect and just scooch it over just a little bit until it's exactly where you want it to be. And if you're a nerd like me and you like to angle that design 45 degrees, so you have that on the throw like a lot of people do, put their embroidery, the machine makes it even easier. Right here, there's a setting where you can angle this negative 45 degrees or positive 45. But you can see now it's tilted like this, so when I go back out, and you can see that it's angled there, I can still move it as much as I want to. So the point being is that the machine's layout of buttons are pretty intuitive to figure out. I'm just kind of spitballing here, just showing you basically from the main screen that you can see what's going on just at a glance. The image and color, information like stitches, time to go, how many colors you've got, and even in the hoop that you've got, like this Mighty Hoop, that about where it's going to be. So I'm going to tell you these 3 quickie steps that that make this control panel so easy. Then we'll talk a little bit about a few other things. So Matt Lamb's joined us here, and he'll be online here in a few seconds. And we'll go over these 3 steps. So again, what I was saying here is that you're going to do the same thing for every design that you work with. You're going to, first of all, read it in. So there's a button right here to read from the USB stick. You've got 3 ports to put it in. You put your USB stick. It can be any old stick. It doesn't have to be a Happy formatted stick. You can just buy it out of Walmart or any other place that sells electronics, and just pop it in here or either of the 2 sides, and then read it, and it's going to pop up whatever design that's on there. So for example, if I've got a USB stick here, I'm going to just put that in that port, read it, it'll show you the stick, or you can read from a connected computer. It shows you a list of your designs, and if you want to see a little bit more than that, there's a little button here that turns those into thumbnail views, so you can actually see the pictures of what you're going to not only sew, but also the sewing information like the stitch count, the size in inches and millimeters, so you know which design you want. So this is a doll color I did for a customer a long time ago. So I'm going to load that. Done. And then just go back home. So that's number one. You're out of your three. You've got read from your USB stick. And then it now asks you for the next step. It's asking you to set a color. So I'm going to take Precious's dog collar and I'm going to hit the button right next to the color. And then I can assign, let's say that Precious wants, owner wants green writing on her collar. We'll press that and then you can see it turns green. Once we've set our color, again, always you can just go back out to your sewing screen by hitting the little home button at the bottom right. So we're almost done. We've loaded from the stick. We've loaded it in. We've set the colors. And finally, the last thing, which you've already seen a little bit of, is that you see the little preview of where that design is in the hoop. So we've got the 10 by 10 Mighty Hoop here, but let's say you want to sew it in something smaller. Maybe the 5-inch Mighty Hoop, for example, like the left chest. So just hit the button next to the hoop. And at the top, it asks you, do I want to change and pick a different hoop? And I will. And Happy Machines have over 50 slots for different kinds of hoops from different brands that you can load in yourself, as well as a library of the hoops come with the machine. So I'm going to pick, for example, the Mighty Hoop 5.5. You can load these into your machine, even if they didn't exist. Before you open your machine, somebody comes out with a new hoop. There'll be a map for you that you can share. You can get through Sewing Machines Plus. You load it in there so you have that picture. And not only do you see it when you select it, like for example, here's that bigger hoop. I go to a smaller hoop and I wonder, is it going to fit? It shows you right there that the outline still of that design stays within that safety margin. I can even still move it around if I want to. Like go back up to my positioning screen. There's a button to automatically center it, or I can tap it up, or I can tap it down, or again, just move it around with my arrow keys. Or maybe I don't want to fool around with it and just hit center. So I'm done with that. Again, hit the home button at the bottom right. We've done our 3 steps. We've loaded in from the stick, set the colors, positioned in the hoop, and we're ready to sew. So those are your steps that Happy makes easy, because all 3 of those buttons are right there on the front screen, so you can get your most common jobs done right away. So now we'll talk a little bit more about what this control panel can do. And we're going to have Matt Lamb here. He is our sales manager, so he can talk a lot about some of these functions here on the control panel and what makes these machines so easy. So Matt, take it away, and love to see what you've got to say here. So.
Well, so as Renee has kind of mentioned, he's touched on most of the big things regarding this machine itself. So as I mentioned on this 10.4-inch screen, everything that you need that you'll focus on when loading a design and getting it ready to stitch out is right across the bottom. So your steps 1 through 4 are essentially right there. You're not menu diving, which is different than a lot of other machines. It's very intuitive and very easy to use from there. Additionally, we kind of touched on this in the earlier segment, but this side over here is all customizable. So you have the option to pick and choose which features and functions on this screen you're going to use the most and swap them out. If the 8 tiles here are not enough, you can actually expand that, so you get 2 rows of them if you find yourself using a bunch of the features. You can change the number of stitches to advance or retract based on thread breaks and things like that, from 1, 10, or 100. The frame out setting that Renee mentioned, restart can be put there. I mean, there's all kinds of different settings that you can go in and, oops, that's the wrong one here. So you can see these are all the tiles and options that you can choose from. And here is your button that's 8 to 16. So you can go from 8 to 16 and then move them accordingly. It's just a matter of drag and drop whichever ones that you want. That's going to make it easier for you to use. And that's the whole premise behind this machine in general is, and Happy's done a fantastic job of that, of being able to make sure that the machine is in fact user-friendly and intuitive, and the learning curve isn't nearly as overwhelming as the machine looks. And that's kind of a point that I touch on with a lot of my customers is people look at this machines and all of its gizmos and gadgets and lights and sounds and noises and bells and whistles, and they're overwhelmed by what this machine is. But as soon as you dig into it, a couple of hours spent here and there, a couple of days after you've played with it, you're going to be at a relatively advanced level of an operator on one of these machines. and it won't be overwhelming anymore. And you'll be amazed at what's able to come off this machine, what you're able to do, just based on how easy this machine is to use. So do you have anything to add as far as that goes?
Sure, of course. One thing that I would like to point out too, and again, I come from a training standpoint, and I've helped customers out just as we help out Sewing Machines Plus and get you comfortable with your Happy Japan embroidery machine, is that it also helps you when things don't go so right. The machine has something called automatic error correction. So if you break a thread, or if you overspin the machine and it stops, you're going to have two options. It's going to say, do you want to fix it yourself, or do you want the machine to try and automatically fix it? So you'll have either manual or auto. Hit the auto button if you have these error messages. So also you've got onboard help where you can go through and it'll teach you how to do even basic stuff like how to thread a needle, or how to run the thread through here. There's videos for this. Thankfully, of course, all this, when you get this out of the box, is already threaded, but you've got that aid right on here as far as your onboard help. Also, you've got maintenance aids when it's time to clean the machine, oiling. They really don't need a lot of maintenance. The maintenance side is just like the control panel. Happy wanted to make it easy. You can do a lot of this yourself. Most of our customers and owners are doing it. You're basically oiling it, cleaning it. And going back to the control panel, one thing that it does is it will remind you. So we've all, if you've ever touched a sewing machine or done any embroidery, I know that's a lot of you. The one thing that's true of all these lock stitch machines where you've got a sewing hook, this one's right here, is that it's rotating around, and that's making that stitch. So that's doing all the work of the machine. So that needs to be oiled every once in a while. Well, you don't have to think about it. You can focus on running your machine, and then it will remind you when you need to oil it. And of course, there are other different parts that need to be oiled or even cleaned. If you've done, again, any kind of sewing, you know that over time, your hook and your cutting area can get all linted up and dusted, and that's just the nature of garments and fabric. So it's going to remind you of a good time to clean it out. And if you follow these things that the control panel tells you to do, your machine can last years and years and years. Again, Happy, as Matt has said, builds industrial grade machines, but that doesn't just work for business. It means it's very user friendly for you. If you're working on a part-time basis, it means that this much less work to keep them running, backed up by the control panel, keeping you guided so that you know when to do the maintenance, and also in operation, keeping you minimizing the number of button pushes you need to do everyday tasks. Then you're going to find this a delight, a joy. And I'll tell you something, you may not run into this, but often when we put this machine into locations where they have several employees and they've got other machines out there, because Happy made these so easy to use compared to traditional control panels, we find actually coworkers kind of fighting to say, I want to work on the Happy machine because they know it's going to be an easier day for them. That's going to be the same with you, whether you have this in your sewing room or again in your business and you want to start up. Happy wanted to make sure this is a happy experience for you. I guess it's no coincidence they named their company that. So that would be my little bit of input as far as a little bit of maintenance combined with the operations that this control panel gives to any model Happy machine you buy.
To touch on the maintenance a little bit further, as Renee mentioned, they are extremely easy to maintenance with just a couple of oiling points and things like that. I know in my experience, I've had a couple customers tell me with other machines that they don't like canned air. They're nervous about canned air in certain areas of the machine. This machine, that is not a problem. So you can get in there and blow the lint out of the under here. Anywhere that it gets built up, you can hit it with a quick canned air and that'll kind of take care of that problem. They're not, as we mentioned, they are an industrial grade machine. So they're designed to take a little abuse, if you will, and still perform at a top level. And that's no exception. So 2 oiling points, A and B. It'll remind you where and how in the machine. And I believe you can set that by either stitch count or time. Is that correct? You have the option to change those parameters?
They're done by stitch count. So about every other time you run out of bobbin is which is about 125,000 stitches. That's kind of set in, and then every million stitch. I know that sounds like a lot of stitches, but on a machine like this, a a million stitches is really nothing for this machine, but it'll remind you to do that deeper oiling. So back to what Matt said, that maintenance is so light because it's easy and you get those reminders. So you don't have to worry whether you hit start and the machine's going to sew just as nice as a stitch as you did when you had it new several years ago. This basic maintenance means that these things last for you, they work for you, and you can trust them on a wide variety of projects. Even if you get a little rusty and make a few mistakes, they're friendly. You don't void your warranty. We understand that you're going to try different things and you're going to be creative with your machine. That's okay. That's what they're meant for.
Yeah. Couple things to touch base on aftermarket hoops. Renee mentioned there's about 50 slots in there for you to have different varieties of hoops. There's a feature in here to trace aftermarket hoops. So if you have one that might not have a hoop map in there, you can actually use the machine to trace that hoop so that it will then load and you can use that as a default hoop from that point forward, which is very simple to do. And then the other thing that I mentioned earlier was the patchwork. You can take a design, pick a hoop, and let the machine figure out how many are going to fit within a hoop. If you want to show them that real quick.
Sure. In fact, this really makes a startling demonstration. I know when I've helped show this machine to other people, it's kind of dramatic. So I'm going to go ahead and zoom into the control panel, and I'm going to pick a design that maybe I want to repeat. Let's do Precious. Maybe there's a lot of dogs out there named Precious that we want to make them a lot of collars, or maybe the owner just wants to make a lot of spare dog collars for her. So what we're going to do is first of all, I'm going to put this machine into inches, which defaults to. So I'm going to just do a little side thing here. Is there's options. This is another thing about the control panel. You can set this up any way you want to. There's all kinds of adjustments. There is a training guide, a little quick start that shows what the important ones. I'm just going to put this in inches. So now you can see that Precious is about 1 inch tall by 4 1/4 inches wide. So now how many of those can I repeat in a hoop? Well, this giant machine, which lets you do giant projects and lets you think gigantically, comes with this big hoop. So how many can I fit in here? And now I don't know about you, but my multiplication is a little bit rusty. I want to use the machine to do the work for me. So going back to the control panel here, let's first of all pick the hoop. So I'm going to go in and pick that big hoop. So change it over to that big 23-inch by 16-inch hoop. And you can already see it's really tiny in that hoop. So I know I can make a lot of different copies of that. And then what I'm going to do is there's a special button here called Setting that does all of your common adjustments that you may want to do to your design. Things like scaling it, rotating the design, even making some basic edits. But right in this screen, you can see a picture of a flower repeating itself many times. So we'll go into that tab, and you've got all these different ways to control it, but I love the easy way to do it with just 2 button pushes. So we're going to figure out how this little 1 inch by 4 1/4 inch design, how many copies I can run, and it'll do it automatically. I'm going to go first to this button with the 2 flowers, which tells me, which I can tell the machine how far apart I want these. Maybe it's going to go on a 5 inch by 2 inch patch. So maybe that means that I'm going to tell it that I want it to have maybe a 1/2 inch spacing. So I'm going to tell it that I want I'll say 1.5 inches. So I'm going to do for my horizontal gap, or hang on a second. Yeah, let's leave it at that. Leave it at 1 inch by 1 inch. Let's just leave it simple 1 inch by 1 inch. And then once I've told it how far apart I want them, I just hit this button and it does it automatically. It's going to figure out, and you can see it's multiplied and automatically you can see how many of these copies will fit. So when I go back out to my home screen, I'm going to go and center this into the hoop, and you can see how that's going to fit. So I'm going to hit my center button, and you can see that it's got all these automatically filled into the hoop. And we did this in a few button pushes without just talking and casually amongst ourselves. This is something I used to do a little bit of math, get out my hoop and ruler. Didn't have to do anything like that. I just told it how far apart I want them, and it filled that hoop automatically. Also multiplies your stitch count. So I know that this is I know that this is 3,000 stitches, but now because it's sewing, how many do we have here, Matt? About 32 copies, I think?
Yep.
About 32 copies. So it's figured out that instead of taking about 3 minutes, it's going to take about 90 minutes to do that. But that's 90 minutes of the machine doing all the work and you not having to do the work, because it's going to repeat that over and over in that hoop. So that, I'm glad you pointed that out, Matt, because that's just a really nice feature that for those of you who are, again, doing things like lanyards, key tags, things like that, freestanding lace designs. Imagine doing all these copies, getting all this work done, maybe for a larger project where you're going to take those pieces of lace and then integrate them into a garment or something else. This just takes a lot of the work out of that. So great feature to point out, that auto repeat feature.
Two other things that I'll touch base on is queue. So you have the option to load designs in. So if you have a workload that you're trying to put into the machine and you know that you're going to move from one design to the next and the next to the next, you can actually queue them up in the machine. And once one is done, you can proceed to the next design and carry on from there. You don't have to continually take it out, load this one, finish that, and load the next one. You can queue them in steps. And then additionally, there's a job interrupt function, which is actually kind of cool, especially from a business perspective. If you're working on something and it's going to be long, it's going to take you a while, and you decide that I need to do something else, I need to get a couple more things out, or I know this is going to take too long, you can actually stop the design mid-run, save where it's at, pull that off and set it aside, queue up your next design, run it to completion, and then return to that first design and load that hoop back in, and it will pick up exactly where it left off, like nothing ever happened. It is it's a very intuitive feature, as I mentioned, more geared towards the business side of things. But to be able to do that and prioritize workloads to make sure that you can work efficiently and get your customers taken care of, or even yourself, you're doing it as a hobby and you realize that, I need these Christmas stockings done before I get this tapestry done. You have the option to do that, which is, I think, super convenient from just the abilities of the machine. So
you can even see that right here in the control panel. Let's actually see how that works without actually doing it. Let's say we are sewing this big giant project where we're doing 32 of these. You can see we've got 90 minutes. But let's say that your kid comes in and says they need a quick monogram on a shirt that's only going to take a couple of minutes. Here it is, right here. Here's that shortcut that Matt was talking about. Press that button. You can be in mid sew out anywhere on this giant hoop. It'll ask you, do you want to save it? Just hit yes. And you can then put a completely different hoop in here with a completely different design. You don't even have to have a care in the world as far as marking where that is. You just take the hoop off of the machine, set it aside, let your child's project load it on here, sew it out for a few minutes, and then how you get back to where you were is send them away with their new monogram, load your hoop, just slide it right back on, and then in the control panel, push the button again, and it'll say, are you sure you want to do this? Hit OK, and then hit start. That's all there is to it. So even when you switch hoops, you can even turn off the machine and it'll remember that. You can even keep that in memory and set it aside for weeks and come back to it. So it lets you multitask. It's almost like having two machines doing the work for you because you can multitask like this. So great feature. I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah. So, and that's not just limited to this machine here. So all of our machines, we've got a couple of them lined up here. We might be able to pan to some of those. Yep. All of those are going to have the same types of features and functions. So you're going to have those functions that we just talked about. The duplication feature is going to be the same. Really, the only difference is the size of the touchscreen. As you can see on a couple of the smaller models, the touchscreen is, again, relative to the size of the machine. It's a little bit smaller, but the interface and the ability to operate the machine through that touchscreen is exactly the same. So once you learn one, the only difference is size of screen and size of machine for that matter. So we talked about very early on, Blaine had touched briefly on multi-heads or networking machines together. Again, the screen and the interface, once you learn one, you've pretty much got it all figured out. You can grow your business or your hobby or whatever you want to do from that point forward. It is very, very easy to do. And again, it's a testament to the company itself. They've made it extremely user-friendly and intuitive. So, I mean, is there anything else that you want to add in the short period of time? Well, actually, I will say one thing. So as we mentioned, Previously, this has, again, the digital tension and the automatic presser foot, whereas the other models had those knobs themselves. We'll pan back to that real quick. But again, you shouldn't really have to play with these tensions all that much unless you're drastically changing garment thicknesses. But otherwise, they come pretty much dialed in. Very minor tweaks that you'll have to do as you move through day to day or month to month or year to year. They're a very well designed, very, very easy to use machine in that respect. You just, almost like Ron Copil, set it and forget it. It's super, super easy to use these machines, and they'll make a great addition to what you're already doing. So.
And we want to pause here. I know we're near the end of our time here, so we're grateful to be here as part of this event with Sewing Machines Plus. So if there's any questions, Blaine, do you have anything for us? I hope this has been something meaningful for y'all that are looking at these multi-needle machines from Happy Japan.
Yeah, I think everybody's really enjoying it, and we're going to tell them how they can get one, and we'll see y'all guys tomorrow, okay?
Thank you, Blaine. Thanks for having us.
Appreciate it. See y'all. Alrighty, guys, let's tell you how you can get one of these Happies. This is the 15 needle embroidery, again, $22,396. And I can't say enough about the quality of these things. Happy is known worldwide in the industrial embroidery world. And they're kind of known for all the big multi-head machines, but they have made these single head machines for the consumer, like for your home use and things. And I tell you what, they're fantastic. Again, we got some financing available. Give us a call, 800-401-8151. And if you want to take a look at them, you can just go to our website and type I'll get it here in a minute, Happy Embroidery in the search bar. And it'll come up and you can see the 7, 12, and the 15 needles that we have. And again, if you need any help at all, give us a call. If you have questions, we'll answer everything we can for you. And then if you're on the website, you can also talk to one of the live chat agents and they can help answer questions. But the call center's open over there. We're going to be open today all the way till 6 p.m. Pacific time. So you can, these specials are going to go all week. And again, I want to just re-emphasize to you, if it's something on the website you're got your eye on and it hasn't been on the show, we have thousands of items that are on the Hoop Fest special. So just give them a call because it could be one of those items that it is heavily discounted. We just can't advertise it. So make sure you get on that phone. And all right, guys, I think that's our last presentation of the day,
Is that
Kyle.
the last one?
It was. So you know what that means?
Giveaways.
It is time to pick our third finalist for the Dream Studio giveaway. So I want to remind y'all about the Dream Studio. So just for watching the show this week, all you have to do to get qualified for this is just chat. You can ask questions, you can make comments, and that's going to automatically enter you to win. And this is what you're going to win up there, the Dream Studio giveaway. It has the Janome 400E embroidery machine. It has the Floriani Universal Bundle software, the Dime Perfect Embroidery Professional software, the Happy 7-needle embroidery machine, the Elna 850 sewing machine. It has that Viking Embroidery S600 serger, and then you see that Kangaroo and Joey 2, plus the Kiwi Rolling Caddy. All that one winner is going to win. And I tell you what, our Monday finalists that we drew, the name was Dale Brown. Kristen R. was Tuesday's finalist. And guess what? We're getting ready to pick the third finalist, Wednesday's finalist. So Kyle, get that wheel all ready and let's spin that wheel.
All right.
Here we go. We're going to find our third finalist for the Dream Studio giveaway worth $25,000. And the winner is Denise Lowski, right? Lowski.
I've seen her before.
Denise, I forgot how to pronounce your name. Oh, it's Lowski.
But I'm typing it correctly, so don't worry.
There we go. We got your name typed in. So Denise, congratulations. Denise is watching today from YouTube. So Denise, you're in the drawing for the Dream Studio giveaway. And here's the great thing about it. All the runner-ups get something. They're going to get a prize. Yes. So you're guaranteed for a prize. And then what we're going to do Friday on air, I'm going to put all 5 names in a bucket. We're going to pull them out live on the air so you can see the winner for yourself. So great. So congratulations, Denise. All right, guys, let's go ahead and give some other things away. We're going to start out. We're going to give one of those SMP pin cushions away. It's a magnetic pin cushion. Kyle, spin that wheel. Need some spinning music.
Got it.
Awesome. Just won yourself a magnetic pin cushion. She is watching today from YouTube. So Nancy, how you're going to claim that prize, go to smplive.tv. You're going to scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize, fill out all that information complete, hit submit. And once we get that information in, we will send it right out to you. All right, next up, we are going to give away a $25 gift card to Sewing Machines Plus. We make it simple for you. We're just going to email you a code and you just put it in at checkout. It saves you $25 off the purchase. So Kyle, spin that wheel. Crystal B. So Crystal B is our winner watching today from YouTube. So Crystal, you just won yourself a $25 gift card. So what we need you to do is go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize. Fill out all that information complete. And then Kyle will in turn email you a gift card code. And all you have to do is just put it in at your checkout. It's going to save you $25 off the purchase. Kyle, let's go ahead and give another one of those gift cards away. So we're spinning the wheel for our second $25 gift card. And our winner is Linda Manchester. So congratulations, Linda. Watching today from YouTube. You just won yourself a $25 gift card to SMP. So what we need you to do, Linda, to claim that prize, go to SMP Live, SMP TV.
SMPLive.tv.
Yeah, SMPLive.tv. Man, I'm getting old.
That's the one.
I think I'm getting tired, Kyle. Must be getting a little tired. Can't even speak. Anyway, you're going to go to smplive.tv to redeem your prize and fill out all that information at the bottom of the page. Once you get that, Kyle will email you out a gift card code and you can use it at checkout. All right, next up, we are going to give away one of our world famous sew mats. We're going to give 2 of these away, Kyle. And these things, we got 13 different colors. There's 4 sizes of every color but the red, gold, and blue. And we have 5 sizes. We've added the double XL large to that because it fits those big machines. So Kyle, spin that wheel for our first sew mat. Roxanne Sexton. So Roxanne, congratulations. She is watching today from YouTube. So you just won yourself a sew mat. What we need you to do to claim that prize, go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize, fill out all that information. And most importantly, Roxanne, make sure that you put in the little note section what color sew mat you want, what size, and we'll get that shipped out to you. All right, we're going to give one more of these away. So Kyle, spin that wheel.
Corinne Marie McLaughlin.
Corinne Marie, congratulations, watching today from YouTube. So Corinne, you just won yourself a sew mat. Again, how to claim that prize, go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize. Fill out all that information complete. Most importantly, down that little note section at the bottom, put in what color sew mat you want, what size you want. And once we get that information in, we will send you a sew mat. All right, guys, we hope that you enjoyed today. We're going to start again tomorrow. We'll start the stream at 8 a.m. Pacific time, 10 a.m. Central. And I'll come on about 8:15 and 10:15, and we'll start the show. And we've got another great lineup to go tomorrow, don't we, Kyle? Well, who's our educational sessions tomorrow? So tomorrow, we have Don Chase and Reen Wilcoxon. So Don Chase is from Creative Applique, and Reen is with Embroidery Garden. And they're going to have an hour sessions of education. Again, we're going to have some great demonstrations tomorrow with some great machine specials, so you don't want to miss. And then tomorrow, we're going to pick our 4th finalist for the Dream Studio giveaway. And then we'll have some other stuff we'll give away at the end of the show again tomorrow. And it's real easy to enter. All you have to do is chat. And if y'all haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, please subscribe. If you haven't went and liked our Facebook page, go like it. It really helps us out. And you know, the other thing, we're going to have a ton of events coming up. So go check out all the classes and events on our page at SewingMachinesPlus.com. At the very top of the page, you'll see events and classes. Click on that and go check out all the virtual events that we're going to have. We're adding more and more all the time. We've already got 2 a month planned out till July of 26 already. So just go check that out, and hopefully you'll find one that you'd like to attend. We'd love for you to sign up. And anyway, hope that y'all have a great rest of your night, and we'll see y'all back here first thing in the morning.